Okay. Here we go. So, I am setting out on a drive of about almost 600 miles. And usually when I go for drives like this, I bring along some sort of audio entertainment. But this time I'm trying something different. I have prepared nothing at all. And I have my phone recording my voice. And I am going to try just talking for the entire 9-hour drive. This will be kind of an experiment in a number of ways, because I want to see if I will come up with anything interesting during this time, if this produces something noteworthy in any meaningful way. And also what will happen when I have nothing to do to keep myself occupied for 9 hours except for talk. So I've got a few conversation topics picked out I've already thought of that I can talk about to fill the time, but probably not nearly enough to fill the entire drive. So this will be interesting for both of us, or at least for me, hopefully for you too. I'm just gonna adjust my phone here really quick. Hang on. All right, there we go. I'm not using a real microphone or anything. I thought about picking up a lav mic for this. But this is a long time to record for. And because I'm doing it for a road trip, I only really get one shot at this. I don't want to risk having the mic come loose or anything like that, and losing a ton of time that I was intending to spend recording. So yeah, the audio quality might not be the best, but hopefully it should be good enough. And as long as my voice is audible, I can do some magical like AI stuff with it to try to clear the voice up and make it more audible. So I don't know whether I'll have to do that, but if you're listening to this and it sounds like way clearer than it should for being a recording inside of a car through a phone microphone, that's why. But yeah, usually I bring some stuff to listen to. I listen to audiobooks. I listen to audiobooks sometimes, mostly nonfiction. I'm trying to branch out into fiction more. So like I read, well, quote unquote read, I listened to The Great Successor by Anna Fairfield, I think it is. I hope I'm getting that name right. It's a book about Kim Jong-un and therefore about North Korea, which was really interesting. I read it because I wanted to understand more about the Korean conflict and why it's seemingly impossible for them to make up, so to speak. I am not a qualified person to talk about this. I hope I didn't just say anything super wrong already. But South Korea, I feel like I have a decent understanding of. North Korea was like a total mystery to me. And the book was very good, provided a lot of insight into it. Highly recommend it if that's a topic that interests you. I listened to Thinking Fast and Slow, I think is the name of the book. Another pretty good read, and it's a really long audiobook too. It's like a 40-hour audiobook or something like that. So great for lasting several road trips. And then fiction, I listened to Fahrenheit 451, which was fantastic, and the narrator for the audiobook did an amazing job. I listened to, well, that's the only full novel that I've listened to so far. I tried listening to The Color of Magic at a friend's recommendation, and I just couldn't get into it. Then I also tried listening to Dune, because I know the movies are coming around, but lately I'm finding that I prefer audio media over visual a lot, because it's just so much easier to fit into my life and not feel like I'm wasting time on it. So, yeah, I tried listening to Dune, and it was disappointing because I was really enjoying the book. And they did this thing where there were unique voice actors for a whole bunch of the important characters. And they were all doing a great job, too. But for some reason, they only kept the voice actors, the unique voice actors in, for like the first time that a character would be introduced. After that, it would fall back to like the main narrator guy, who, one, didn't do as good of a job because it's one guy trying to do a bunch of voices. That's just how it is. And two, he didn't even try to make the voices sound like the other voice actors who did them originally. So it's like, I lose my sense of which characters are which and what their personalities are like, because the voices keep changing. I couldn't deal with it. So I dropped that one. I'm gonna have to read it, like physically read it on paper sometime. Because I really was enjoying it. It's just that the narration killed it for me, unfortunately. When I don't do audiobooks, I will often listen to, so there's a lot of movies have a English descriptive audio service as one of the language options. And basically it's all of the audio from the show, like just the normal audio, soundtrack, dialogue, everything. Plus, they add on top of it a narrator who will describe anything important happening on screen. So this works better for some shows than for others. You know, I don't use it for anything action heavy because that's, you know, it's supposed to be sort of a visual spectacle. It's not as interesting just to hear it described. And I don't do it for animation, because with animation, the visuals are like a very big and integral part of the experience. But dramas and things like that, it works great for those. So sometimes I will save the audio description tracks onto my phone, listen to those while I'm driving. And then the third thing is podcasts. I don't listen to very many. I listen to Cortex sometimes, which is the podcast of CGP Grey and... I'm so sorry, I can't remember the other guy's name. But it's them two. It's those two guys, and they sort of just talk about what they've been up to in their life. A lot of it is based around like productivity and what it's like for them running independent businesses and stuff like that. So I will listen to that, and then I listen to Distractable, which is the podcast of Markiplier, Bob, and Wade. And that is fantastic. I can listen to that all day long, and I have sometimes. I know he keeps pushing it, or he was pushing it at least on his YouTube channel for a while. And people were like, oh, that's annoying, I'm not gonna listen to it. No, it is really genuinely good. It's a really good podcast. You just gotta give it a shot. But that's about it. I don't really listen to music on drives for a number of reasons. I have a very particular taste in music, and nobody really has my taste fully pinned down. Like, even Spotify, which I use Spotify. Spotify has like the best music recommendation algorithm of any service out there, and they have years and years of my listening history to go off of to try to generate recommendations, and still they only get it right for me about half the time. Okay, tricky stop sign there. Yeah, they only get it right for me like about half the time. So I don't really listen to like the auto recommendations on Spotify or anything. I don't really listen to the radio. I only listen to my own playlists. And even my longest playlist is only really a few hours long. And that includes some songs that I feel burnt out on, or that I will just want to skip for whatever reason. So music, like I like listening to music. I'll listen to music on like 30-minute or hour-long drives oftentimes, but not for road trips because it just doesn't last long enough. And if I try listening to music, I'm gonna end up fiddling with my phone to try to switch to something else to listen to anyway. Yeah, hopefully this is interesting so far, because, you know, unless your name is Quentin Reviews, it's hard to not only, you know, the proposition of making something 9 hours long and putting it on YouTube, it's intimidating, and it's even more intimidating to try to hope that somebody is going to find it interesting and want to listen to it. I'm really hoping this is good. I promise I'm not just going to spend the whole time saying, oh, I hope this is interesting, because, like, obviously it's not going to be if that's all that I'm talking about. Okay. Oh, yeah. Quentin Reviews. That's another thing. I've been listening to his, you know, his famous series, the one that starts with iCarly and goes all the way to the video. I'm assuming it ends on We Don't Talk About Dan Schneider, but maybe that one is like a supplemental or epilogue sort of thing. I don't know, I haven't gotten there. Right now I'm about an hour through the second Victorious video. And if I were not recording this right now, then that's probably what I would be listening to right now. Because they do actually make for good audio content. There's a lot of good visual stuff. I think it's worth watching because I've visually watched some small parts of it. But for a lot of it, I find that I can glean what the visual gags are from the context of the audio alone. And so it makes for perfectly good audio content. Alright, that's everything for what I listen to. It's snowing out here, which is unfortunate because this is actually my second road trip in a row. So right now I'm driving from my parents' house to college. I'm studying cybersecurity. I took a semester off to stay with my parents for a few months, and they live, you know, like 500 or 600-ish miles away from my school. But during my break from school, I also took a road trip to the city I grew up in to visit with people. Stayed there for about a week and a half. My friend Dingbat just told me good luck. Thank you. Shout out to Dingbat, a friend of mine who I don't think even posts on YouTube. Yeah, I have my phone open for my map right now, and the Discord notification popped up, so I saw that he wished me good luck. Anyway, I took that trip, and it's a lot warmer out there in that other city. I'm not going to say the names of places for my own privacy. Yeah, it was a lot warmer out there, and now I have come back here, and there's snow on the day that I'm driving out. So some real weather whiplash with all that going on. I don't think it's actually snowing the place where I'm headed to. So hopefully the weather's only going to get better throughout the drive. Hopefully. But we'll see. And yeah, since this isn't a vacation, I am moving. My car is filled to the brim with stuff right now. Like every seat is full. The trunk is stuffed. I had to slam the trunk closed to get it to latch, otherwise it would kind of get a little caught on something that when I slam it, it squishes it in properly. My back seat is as full as it can be without blocking the rear window, because it's a short car. It's a sedan. And my passenger seat is filled all the way up to the bottom of the passenger window. So I'm hauling a lot of stuff with me. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I think I'm about halfway done with school. I just changed majors. Oh, hold up. I have an exit to take. Yeah, I just changed majors. Not a big change though. I was studying computer science before, and I switched to cybersecurity, which is more of what I wanted to do anyway. So hopefully a lot of the courses I've already taken will still apply. And from when I was going through and planning all my courses until graduation, yeah, it looks like I didn't add too many necessary credits just by switching majors. So that's good. Red light. See, I thought I would have more things to talk about. I knew that eventually I was going to run out of ideas. I didn't think it would be so soon. Like, I have stuff that I could talk about, but I'm really hoping that I can bring some sense of coherence to this, so that if somebody is crazy enough to actually sit down and listen to the entire 9 hours of this, then it'll flow. It won't just feel like me presenting a string of non sequiturs. But on that note, I'm going to talk about assembly code now. Yeah, going into cybersecurity, I'm hoping to either go into penetration testing or malware analysis. And so I've messed around with software reverse engineering a little bit, just making some little mods for games and stuff. So like, for example, there's this game that I grew up with and I still really like today called Insane Aquarium Deluxe. It's by PopCap Games. They're the same studio that made Plants vs. Zombies. It's like imagine a fish tank simulator if it were an action strategy game. I could try to explain it, but the explanation of the game doesn't really do it justice. If you liked Plants vs. Zombies, just like go look up some gameplay of Insane Aquarium Deluxe. You might like it. Maybe. I don't know. I like it. Anyway, that game has a weird way of doing things, because it was distributed under a whole bunch of different publishers over time. And each of those publishers wanted different configurations for the game. So there's a file that the game has. It's called partner.xml, or maybe it's I think it's partner.xml is the name of the file. And it's just like a settings file with information about the game, like does the game need to be registered in order for the player to play it? And is the player allowed to check for updates from inside the game itself? And different releases of the game had different settings applied for that XML file. But of course, you don't want a user to just come along and change it. So the file is signed, which is basically a cryptographical way to make sure that something hasn't been changed. So it is not possible to edit the file and still have it be signed. So the file is signed, and if you try to change it, then depending on the release of the game either won't launch at all, or it will display a warning and then launch in like a free trial mode. And so that was one of the first things I ever did with reverse engineering. I'm using Ghidra, which is a reverse engineering tool suite. It's open source, it's developed by the NSA. So that's one of the first things I ever did with Ghidra, was I patched Insane Aquarium to make it so that I could edit the XML file and the game would still launch. It wouldn't complain about the signature. Basically just removed the signature check, or bypassed it, rather. Yeah, that detour aside, it's cool because it's working with assembly language. And so, if you know anything about programming languages, they are generally written in a sort of natural-ish looking way. Not so close to natural language that anybody could understand it without having any knowledge of programming, but close enough that there's like a logical sort of flow to how the code works. You know, like if 5 equals 2 plus 3, then say hi, else say goodbye, you know, stuff like that. There's sort of a logical flow to the code. Assembly is not really like that. Assembly is a one-to-one, or at least extremely close to one-to-one form. How do I say this? So the code that you write is not actually the code that runs on the CPU, because the CPU of your computer, it doesn't know what the word if means. All that the CPU knows is ones and zeros. So you write your code, and then you run it through a compiler, usually. And the compiler converts it to the ones and zeros that the CPU can understand. And those ones and zeros are called machine code, because that's the actual code that runs on the machine, instead of the source code, which is the code that you write, which has some sort of logical flow to it. Assembly code, instead of having a logical flow, it is a one-to-one or very close to one-to-one correlation with the machine code. So every line of assembly code is describing one instruction that will run on the CPU in one single clock cycle. So for example, there are instructions in assembly code for jumping to a certain memory address and executing code from there. There are instructions for putting data into registers or reading data from registers. Stuff like that. And so what Ghidra does is it takes a binary, which is basically a file containing machine code, and it breaks it apart into assembly code, because it's one-to-one, so it can do that. And then alongside the assembly code, it generates kind of human-readable code that describes the program's guess at what the assembly code is trying to do. So, you know, you'll have, for example, in the assembly, you'll have a compare instruction, which will take the data from 2 registers. And a register is basically like one unit of information that the CPU can hold on to. So you'll have a compare instruction, which will compare the data in 2 registers, and then set some data in other registers depending on how the comparison works out. If they're the same, if they're different, all that jazz. And then the very next instruction will be like a jump if zero instruction, basically saying, okay, if the previous compare instruction if it resulted in a 0, then we will jump to this other memory address. Otherwise, we won't do anything and we'll just go on to the next line. It's basically like a conditional go-to statement if you've ever worked with a program like Batch or something, where go-to statements or Basic, where go-to statements are a thing, where it basically jumps to a certain line, or in the case of assembly and machine code, to a certain memory address. And then, so basically what that's doing in layman's terms is it's checking if a condition is true, and if the condition is true, it'll do one thing, and if it's not, it'll do another thing. And so the decompilation in Ghidra will represent that as an if. it'll say like, if variable 1 equals variable 2, then do this, else do this other thing. So it does a decent job of figuring out what the assembly is trying to do. It's not like you can just plug in a program and get all the source code instantly, because first of all, there's no guarantee that the decompiled code that Ghidra generates will actually work exactly the same as the machine code once you recompile it. And then also because there's no variable names or anything. So we don't have a useful word for what a variable is holding. You know, it's not like user age or did user click or something like that. Instead, it's all stuff like uvar4, unaf20, stuff like that. Just like self-consistent but unhelpful variable names, because there's no way for the decompiler to know the actual end result intent of a particular string of assembly code. So you've kind of got to look for strings that you know are supposed to be there, or you've got to look for functions and correlate them with other functions and see if you can figure out what they do. That's all called static analysis, where you just have the binary and you are picking it apart to figure out what it does. Hang on, I'm entering the highway. Yeah, that's called static analysis, where the program is not running, you are just picking the program apart to try to figure out what it does. There's this other thing called dynamic analysis, which is where you actually run the program, and while the program is running, you watch what your computer is doing to try to figure out how the program works and what the program is trying to do. I have not really messed with dynamic analysis much yet. Part of that is because I've had some trouble setting it up. Because static analysis, it sort of just works. You know, I drop the binary into Ghidra, I tell it to decompile, and it does. Because since the program isn't running, there's nothing to stop you from trying to decompile it, because the program can't complain, because the program's not running. Dynamic analysis, sometimes programs complain. Sometimes you'll try to do dynamic analysis on a program, and it will say, hold up, something's fishy here. I'm just not going to do anything. Or else I will try to get the program, it's called a debugger. I'll try to get the debugger to work, and it just like won't start the program for some reason. And then it's a whole different methodology. Dynamic analysis versus static analysis. It's something I haven't looked into much yet, but that I am gonna want to look into later. But I haven't gotten around to it. So yeah, that's that. I've mostly just poked around with things. I haven't done anything super useful with it. I've just been messing around. Oh! ChatGPT is really helpful with static analysis, though. Because a lot of people talk about ChatGPT being useful for coding. I don't think it's that useful. Like, maybe if you're in a time crunch, or you're really struggling over one particular problem. Because what ChatGPT is good at with coding is writing one function that does one thing. If you try to get ChatGPT to do more than that, it starts to mess up, or it starts to write really weird code. But getting it to write one function at a time, in my experience, at like 70% of the time, it comes up with a solution that actually works. But thing that I've found is really useful with ChatGPT is going the other way. Instead of converting natural language to code, I want it to convert code to natural language. So I'll give it a snippet of code, and I will say, here's this code snippet, here's the context, here's what I think it does. Can you explain to me line by line what exactly this is doing? And it will do that. So, for example, on the original Xbox, there's a hidden feature where if you were to call up Microsoft support and they needed to factory restore your console, you could give them your serial number, and then they would give you a unique button combination that you could put in on the console that would factory restore the console. This is actually the only official way to factory restore the console. And for the longest time, nobody knew how the codes were actually generated, because only Microsoft had access to that. But it was unique to each console. But some number of years ago, the source code for the Xbox leaks. So I was looking at the leaked source code to try to figure it out. And it was doing some really weird stuff. The section of code that generates the unique button combination. So I was not sure what I was looking at. And I probably could have spent the entire day reading C documentation to try to figure out what was going on, because it was really weird how it worked. Instead, I plugged it into ChatGPT and I said, what do these lines of code do? And it said, here's what it does. And then I was able to ask follow-up questions and say, okay, on this line, I think it's doing blah, 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 blah. Is that correct? And ChatGPT would say, that's close. It's actually doing this other weird thing. And so I was able to figure it out in an afternoon, re-implement it in Python, and then release it. So now there is a, that's like the one unique and useful-ish thing that I've ever published, is I released that online. It's on GitHub. You can, the Cutting Room Floors article on the original Xbox has a link to it in there. You can go to that program, run it in Python, you plug in your hard drive key, which is the special key that allows your hard drive to work with your console. And it will, based on that, compute your restore key, or the button combo to factory restore your console. This isn't really useful because if you can get the HDD key, or the hard drive key, then that means that your console is already modded. And if your console is already modded, then there are better ways to restore the console than using the official button combination. But I just wanted to do it because nobody had done it before. And I thought maybe I could do this, and I did. It was fun. I like doing stuff like that. I just haven't had a lot of opportunities to do it. I really do want to get better at decompiling programs, because I think it would be so cool to try to, port programs between platforms, write mods for games, stuff like that. I'm just not really good enough to do that yet. Right now, all I can do is make very simple patches for games. And that's okay. I've been having some fun messing around with that too. Maybe someday I'll come up with a patch that's actually useful to someone, and I will release it online. But in the meantime, I'm just messing around. I'm just gonna drink some water here. Speaking of computers, recently I switched to a MacBook. I swore off Macs for the longest time. You know, I've always liked Mac OS. For several years, I had an Acer laptop that I Hackintoshed, so I ran Mac OS on it unofficially, and that was like my daily driver laptop for a few years. I think Mac OS is a great operating system. It's only gotten better over time, as they've worked out some of the really weird little kinks with it. But I didn't like Macs. I didn't like Macs because, well, a number of reasons. Reason number one, no number pad. This is still a problem. And I don't understand it. Number pads are so freaking useful. I love having them. They make entering numbers so much easier. Now, I can understand why, like, the MacBook Air or the smaller MacBook Pro wouldn't have a number pad. Because they want to keep it small, compact, sleek. It's Apple. That's kind of... They want things to look pretty. But, like, even the biggest MacBook Pro doesn't have a freaking number pad on it. This is the computer that you're marketing to professionals. And you didn't put a number pad on the thing. Like, are you serious? Just make one model of laptop with a number pad. Make it a configurable option for the Pro. Make it, do you want the bigger speakers or do you want thinner speakers and a number pad? Like, just make it an option, for goodness sake. Drives me crazy that they don't do it on any of their computers. I think the Magic Keyboard has a number pad. So, like, if you get an iMac, maybe you get a number pad with it. I don't know. I've never had an iMac. But yeah, so there's that. Reason number two, which is the bigger one, is you can't upgrade anything. They solder the RAM in place. Actually, I think the RAM is built into the SoC now. They solder the SSD in place. So if it breaks, you can't repair it yourself. Well, you can, but it's really hard to do, and you need a lot of specialized tools, whereas for any other computer, it'd be like a 10-minute thing. Just in and out. And what makes matters worse is that not only is it really expensive to upgrade or repair the hardware yourself, but Apple exploits this by way overcharging for better hardware. You know, like the MacBook Air, I got mine used. It's an M2 2022 model. I managed to find one that comes with 16 gigs of RAM, which is great because that's sort of like the minimum amount of RAM that I need for the stuff that I'm doing. But the MacBook Air only ships by default with 8 gigs of RAM. It only comes with 16 if you custom order it from Apple that way. And if you want to add the extra 8 gigs of RAM to go from 8 to 16, it's like an extra $200. Whereas I can get an 8 gig stick of just like regular laptop RAM on Amazon or at Micro Center or somewhere for like $20. It's absolutely insane, the premiums that they charge. And then getting a bigger SSD. Same deal. They charge you hundreds of dollars to get a reasonably sized SSD. Because by default, they want to give you like 128 gigs of RAM or something. And I'm like, dude, that's what my base model smartphone comes with, is 128 gigs. That's... Once you factor in the OS and like all of the applications that you're going to want to install, that's nothing. I mean, on my computer, like, my documents alone, just like Word document files, are taking up like 20 gigs. The OS takes up like 30. So that's like somewhere around 50 gigs right off the bat, already used up. And so you're down to what? 80 gigs of free space? Then I'm gonna want to install like a handful of programs that are gonna be 5 to 10 gigs each. 128 is not enough. I got a good deal on mine. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the person I bought it from, but they were very nice. They gave me a really good deal on it. I paid $700 for it. Came with 16 gigs of RAM and 256 gigs of storage, which is still small. You know, the laptop that I replaced had 1.5 terabytes, I think. But it's enough to get by. And between that and an external SSD that I'm using, it works. I'm okay with it. Drinking some more water here. Yeah, it works. But seriously, it's so annoying that I can't upgrade it. I can't repair it myself. They use parts pairing, which drives me up the wall. If you don't know what that is, go look it up. I'm sure iFixit has a video about parts pairing. But the gist of it is that they designed the hardware in such a way that if you try to use a third-party replacement part, it will not work. It'll only work if you get the replacement parts straight from Apple. And Apple charges some obscene number. Like if you want to replace the screen, they're going to charge you like $400 for the screen assembly or something like that. Which is more than half of what I paid for the entire computer. Like, for the amount of money that I would have to spend just to replace the screen on this thing, I could possibly even save money by trading in my current MacBook to Apple and upgrading to the next one. And I know that's how they get you. Because I'm not saying like, oh, just do that because it's a better deal. No, I'm saying it's stupid that that's how expensive the screen is. It should not be that expensive. It occurs to me, I've done nothing but complain, even though my intent here was to talk about how much I like the MacBook, because I really do like it. Yeah, it works really well. Where to even start? Apple Silicon is amazing. Oh my gosh. I'm burping from like talking and drinking water or something. I don't know what's up with that. I don't usually talk for this long. Yeah, Apple Silicon is amazing. Because MacBooks, they used to just not be worth the money by any objective measure. Because the hardware that you got in a MacBook was just normal PC hardware. It was just an Intel CPU, some other manufacturers' RAM and SSD and stuff like that. It was just a regular PC under the hood. But then it was running Mac OS. And that's what made Hackintosh possible, is that Macs were just normal PCs, which means that with some tinkering, you could get a normal PC and run Mac OS on it, just trick it into thinking that the PC is a Mac, and bam, you're good to go. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's the gist. But yeah, Macs were just normal PCs, and the money that you paid for them was more than what the hardware was worth. You could get a different PC for less with similar hardware. So like that Acer laptop that I ran for years, that was a cheap laptop. That thing only cost me like $300, I think. Maybe like $400 or $500 by the time I put some more RAM in it and upgraded the hard drive to an SSD. But still, a pretty cheap laptop, and it ran just as well as the MacBook Air of the time. So the hardware was just not worth the money. Then they switched to Apple Silicon, which meant that now the hardware had something unique to offer, but it was still a questionable value proposition, because it was a whole new architecture. It was no longer PC compatible. Boot camp is not a thing on the new Macs. You cannot run Windows natively on the Apple Silicon MacBooks, or any Apple Silicon Mac, I mean. The only way that you can run Windows is if you run it in a virtual machine, which I do. I use Parallels and it works well enough. But the performance isn't the same as if it were able to run natively. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it will run natively someday, because Microsoft does make an ARM version of Windows, but they've got some sort of stupid deal that only allows it to run properly on Snapdragon chips, I think. I don't know, that's what I read somewhere. Maybe it was wrong. But yeah, it was like, okay, so the hardware's worth the money now, but it's also no longer PC compatible. So if I'm going to spend that much money on a computer, I want something that's going to be PC compatible, because I'm buying effectively a PC. And you know, people are pedantic about, oh, a Mac isn't a PC. And I think even Apple refers to non-Mac computers as PCs, as opposed to Mac. It stands for personal computer. My MacBook is my personal computer. It's my PC. Whatever. I don't care. That's the way that I'm going to use the term, even if a lot of people think that's wrong. But yeah, now third-party software vendors have caught up. Most things will natively support Apple Silicon now that will run on Mac. And the ones that don't, Rosetta 2 is good enough to run them well. And if you don't know, Rosetta 2 is Apple's special software that converts the old Intel-based Mac programs into code that will run on Apple Silicon. It's a translation layer, and it works well. And so between all that and Parallels, which does a good job of what I need it to do, it handles some light gaming. More water. Hold on a second. Yeah, it handles some light gaming through Parallels. And the handful of games that run natively, the performance is actually very impressive. I tried Stray on my MacBook, and it runs great. Like, I think it runs better on the MacBook than it does on my Steam Deck, which is really impressive. And that's part of the reason I was okay switching from a gaming laptop to a MacBook, is because I have my Steam Deck. So it's not like I'm giving up gaming entirely. I've still got my Steam Deck. I can play games on there, and I do. It's a good setup. And when I can afford it, I'm going to build a desktop PC, or at least I'm planning to. So I'll have a full good setup. But yeah, that long tangent over. Apple Silicon is great. Now that the software support is there for it and it's good, I can appreciate the hardware for what it is, because the performance isn't like world class. You can still build a desktop computer that will beat the MacBook in performance, but it is very good. I've used it, like I said before, for software reverse engineering. I've used DaVinci Resolve on it for video editing. I've used Logic Pro for music production. I've run Parallels on it to virtualize Windows. It handles all of it fantastic. It doesn't feel sluggish at all. Everything feels super responsive. It handles multitasking like a champ. The performance is good enough. And you'd ask, well, why would you only want good enough performance when you could get something else with great performance? And the answer is because it's so efficient. Like, my MacBook Air, it doesn't even have a fan on it. And yeah, it'll get a little warm if it's doing something really heavy. But, like, it's never unmanageably hot. And you've got to really push it before it'll thermal throttle. So it operates at a very low temperature for the performance that it puts out. Or at least it seems to. I don't know the details. Maybe they're just letting it run hot. I don't know. But it's silent, is my point. It's silent, and the silence doesn't seem to compromise the performance in almost all scenarios, at least the ones that are relevant to me. You know, I'm not doing like super heavy 3D modeling on this or anything. But still, it performs well, it runs, it's silent, and the battery life is incredible. Like my laptop that I switched from, it was a Legion 5, which is Lenovo's brand of gaming laptops. I think it had a Ryzen 7 CPU and an RTX 3050 Ti. And best case scenario battery life on that thing was about 4 hours, which is enough to get me through the day. And if I know that I'll be using it for longer than that, I could bring my charger along. It's not a big deal. But still, 4 hours, best case scenario. If I'm doing really heavy work on it, then the battery life might drop below 1 hour, and it sounds like a rocket taking off with how much the fans have to spin up. The MacBook, worst case scenario battery life is like 4 hours if I'm doing really heavy stuff on it. Best case, it can last me all day long, which is amazing. And it wakes up from sleep instantly too, just like a mobile phone does. I guess they can do that since they're the Apple Silicon. It's basically like the same architecture as mobile hardware, but souped up to be good enough for a computer, like a PC, I mean. Shoot, I lost my train of thought there. God, I'm trying to pass this truck on the highway. What was I saying? Oh yeah, battery life. Yeah, battery life is amazing. It wakes up from sleep instantly. It loses almost no battery in sleep mode. Like the power efficiency is great. It runs on less power than than any of my laptops ever needed. You know, I can charge this thing with the same USB-C charger that charges my phone. Granted, I use a high wattage charger. You can't just use any old USB-C charger. But still, I've got like a 50-watt charger. It's the one that came with my Steam Deck. I charge most of my stuff with it. It's small. And it doesn't just charge my MacBook, it powers it. Like you know, like right now, I'm charging my phone in my car, and it's prolonging the battery life, but it's still losing battery while it's charging, because it's a really low wattage charger that I'm using. It's enough to get me all the way to school. But the MacBook, like my 50-watt charger, I plug that thing in, and even under the heaviest load, it is still gaining battery life on this tiny little 50-watt USB-C charger. Like, the efficiency is incredible. Mac OS is fantastic. Actually, I'm going to loop back around to that. And the software that it runs on it is great. I like Apple's software. It all has a design philosophy of being intuitive yet deep, meaning that they don't expose... Apple does... They try very hard to never expose you to an interface that looks intimidating. So Logic Pro, for example, which is my favorite music like audio workstation program. Logic Pro, you open it up, and it looks so simple. It's like you've got a list of instruments and plugins you can pick from. You've got your timeline, or whatever it's called, where you can see the notes and audio tracks and how they're going to play over time. And that's pretty much it. That's what you see. You can instantly tell how you're supposed to use the program. And yet you can dig into it and expose all of these really powerful effects that you can do on your channels. You can do really powerful audio routing. You can do automation for basically any configurable setting in the program. It's intuitive yet deep. It's very easy to learn just by picking it up and messing around with it. And yet it doesn't compromise on how powerful the program is and what it can accomplish. And all of Apple's software is like this. Like, yeah, Apple's hardware has gotten pretty impressive lately, but in my mind, software has always been what they're the best at. And them designing the hardware to work well with the software, yeah, it's a bonus, but like, as evidenced by the existence of Hackintosh computers, it's not necessarily a requirement. But, you know, whatever. But yeah, I like Apple's software, including Mac OS. So I'm going to talk about operating systems for a few minutes here. Let me take another drink of water first. Okay, so my journey with operating systems. I ran Windows, obviously, because Windows is like the default. If you don't know what operating system you're using, you're probably using Windows. So I ran Windows for a long time, and it just kept getting worse, I felt like. And I feel like Microsoft doesn't understand anymore what makes an operating system nice to use. Because, excuse me, Windows gets the important technical parts right, for the most part. Which is part of why it's so widespread, especially in enterprise and business and stuff. Is because it's reliable, it's consistent, it'll run on anything. It's fairly easy to configure. You can use the terminal to configure it, but most of the important configurations that a regular person or a business would have to do can be accessed through some sort of user interface. So like Windows does have technical reasons to exist and things that are good about it. But the user experience, I mean, it just keeps getting worse. I liked Windows 7. I really liked Windows 7. Windows 8 was bad. This was around the same time that Microsoft was experimenting with tablets and 2-in-1s. So they replaced the start menu with this full-screen app launcher. But unlike like Launchpad, for example, on the Mac, or your phone's home screen, the Windows 8 start menu launcher was awful. It used these tiles that were arranged in a really messy way where you could never predict where any given tile was going to be. And then off to the right, it just slapped all of your applications into this messy grid of tiles. It didn't look good. And it was a huge learning curve for people who were used to the start menu in like every version of Windows before it. Because it was no longer just a little thing that pops up and you interact with. It fills the entire screen now. Then Windows 8.1 released, and this was like the biggest evidence to me that Microsoft doesn't understand how to make a good user experience. Windows 8.1, they listened to the feedback and brought back the start button. Only the button. They did not bring back the start menu from the old OSs. All that the start button did was open the full screen app launcher that everybody was complaining about. So why add a button? It doesn't fix anything, doesn't make anything better. Anyway, they went to Windows 10. They did bring back the little pop-up start menu, but I feel like it still wasn't as good as it was in Windows 7 or even like in Windows XP. It was full of these live tiles, and out of the box, they flooded your start menu with these tiles and with bloatware. Like, who the heck wants Candy Crush pre-installed on their computer? Stop it. It's stupid. And then Windows 11 came out. And Windows 11, I feel like it's prettier than Windows 10. I will give it that. The start menu looks nicer. The interface looks nicer. But in terms of the actual user experience, just being pretty isn't enough. And it got worse in so many ways with Windows 10. Like, they replaced the old context menu for files. That's what the menu that shows up when you right-click. They replaced it with a new one, which is prettier, but has fewer options. And then there's like a show more button that you can do to show more options. And all it does is open the old context menu. So like, they literally knew that the new one was removing features. They knew that the new context menu was less useful than the old one. And they still put it in just because it's like prettier or whatever. And now like the copy and paste buttons are icons instead of text, which confused the heck out of so many people. Because they're like, where the heck is the copy button? Not realizing that there's no longer a button that says copy. Now it's just a button with a picture of 2 overlapping squares on it. And there's all kinds of little things like that. Like you can't move the taskbar anymore in Windows 11. It's not a thing. You always used to be able to move the taskbar. Oh, I need to change lanes. Yeah, you always used to be able to move the taskbar. I actually preferred putting the taskbar on the top or side of my screen because I'm a maniac. And you can't do that anymore in Windows 11. So like, Microsoft just doesn't... Oh, and they keep... things like that, like with the taskbar. They keep coming up with new ideas of ways to force you to do things their way. Like Microsoft Edge. Microsoft Edge comes pre-installed, and the OS really tries to force you to use it. Like, literally, you open up Edge, first thing it says, do you want to sign in? Do you want to send data to Microsoft? No, I don't. Why would I want that? Is this my turn? I'm a little... Sorry, hold on, I'm going through a confusing intersection. Okay, but yeah, you open up Edge, first thing, do you want to send data? No, I don't. Then you go to search in the bar, which is set up to use Bing by default, because of course it is, that's Microsoft's search engine. You search on Bing, download Firefox, or whatever. And it says, no need to switch, Microsoft recommends using Edge. Well, I don't care what Microsoft recommends you. Of course Microsoft recommends using Edge, it's their product. That'd be like me saying, oh, no need to click off. I recommend watching Citric Dolphin's YouTube channel. Of course, because that's me. And Microsoft makes Edge, of course that's the one they recommend. But people don't understand, because Microsoft also makes the operating system. And people might not necessarily understand that when the operating system tells you Microsoft recommends something, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually the best option. All it means is that it's Microsoft's product. Like, literally every single time Windows will tell you Microsoft recommends whatever, it's never because it's the best way to do it. It's always just because they want you to use a Microsoft product. So like OneDrive, that's Microsoft's cloud storage. It's kind of terrible. It's not... There are so many better cloud storage options than OneDrive. But OneDrive is Microsoft's. It comes with Windows, and they really want you to use it, to the extent that they send you push notifications asking you to sign up. There are literal advertisements built into the operating system. It's so dumb. So, anyway, that's not actually why I quit using Windows, though. Getting a drink of water real quick. That's not actually why I quit using Windows. The reason I quit using Windows was because it did 2 things in a row that annoyed me. And it was actually the same thing both times. So I like rhythm games a lot. I might talk about that later too. I like rhythm games. And one that I used to play a ton of is called OS. Spelled OSU, some people pronounce it OSU. The developer pronounces it os. And I played that a lot. That's a game where a lot of the gameplay revolves around moving your cursor across the screen with high precision. So what a lot of people do, myself included, is they will have drawing tablets that they use to play the game with instead of using a mouse. Because computer mice have acceleration, which basically means that the faster you move the mouse, the faster the cursor moves. So your mouse moving across the desk and the cursor moving across the screen, the ratio of movement changes depending on the speed, which you don't want for a high precision, a game that requires high cursor precision. So with a drawing tablet, it's always 1-to-1. The same distance that you move the pen across the tablet will always be the same distance that the cursor moves across the screen, no matter how fast or slow you move the pen. And I don't even draw. I want to learn to draw, but I haven't yet. I only used this thing for OSU. Or OS. I'm still getting in the habit of saying it that way. And Windows, it was called like the Fall Creators Update or something like that. They pushed out an update to Windows 10 because Windows 11 hadn't even been announced yet. This was years before that. They pushed out an update to Windows 10 that added the new pen and ink feature, which fundamentally changed the way that drawing tablets were handled by the OS in such a way that my drawing tablet no longer worked. It was recognized by the OS, it did some things, but the functionality of it was completely changed to the point where it was no longer a 1-to-1 correlation of pen movement and cursor movement across the screen, which kind of defeats the purpose of the drawing tablet in this context. So I spent literally hours figuring out how to fix this. I had to download like an experimental driver or like an old version of the driver or something like that from the manufacturer's website, but it took me forever to find it. So finally, I get the driver software installed, I open the control panel for the tablet, and there is a button to bypass the pen and ink feature. So I check the box, or uncheck the box, or whatever it was, and finally my tablet is working again. I can go back to playing my game. The next update did the exact same thing again. It broke my tablet a second time in the exact same way. And I'm like, that's it. I've seen the writing on the wall. I already knew Windows was getting worse. This is the straw that breaks the camel's back. I am done with Windows. So being kind of a techie person and having already experimented with Linux a little bit when I was younger, I thought, let's go all in. I'm gonna install Ubuntu on my computer and we're gonna run that as my main OS. And I did, and it was great. And it's only gotten better with time because software support for Linux is improving. Valve is doing amazing things in terms of getting gaming on Linux to be good. And so I ran Linux for several years. I think I first installed it in 2018, I think. And only just this year, 2024, did I finally switch away from it. And again, it was because it did two things in a row that annoyed me. Thing number one, I could not get DaVinci Resolve to work on it. I had an NVIDIA graphics card, and NVIDIA is... They seem to hate Linux for some reason. They refuse to open source their drivers in any meaningful way. They have open source drivers, but all they've done is shifted all of the proprietary stuff into the card's firmware. So it's basically a way for them to say, yeah, look, we have open source drivers, we're cool, we're hip, but not actually commit to the philosophy of open source. And also, because it's not open source, nobody can go in and fix bugs for them. And NVIDIA refuses to fix their own bugs. So like DaVinci Resolve, it was just straight up crashing. Anytime I tried to do anything meaningful with it, it would crash. And I spent days trying to figure out how to fix this. And I couldn't. Nothing worked. I just straight up could not use DaVinci Resolve on Linux. And then the second thing that annoyed me, which... I don't know why I said which. The second thing that annoyed me was every time updates would run in the background, which is actually extremely frequent on Ubuntu and on Linux in general usually. Anytime background updates would run, my settings app would stop opening completely. Which was annoying because there was some weirdness with my headphones that required me to like repair them via Bluetooth pretty frequently. Drinking some water. And in order to do that, I had to open the settings app. And I couldn't open the settings app without rebooting my computer, and this was happening all the time. So yeah, it did two things in a row that bothered me. And I started thinking about a Mac. I've always liked Mac OS, like I mentioned before. And I started thinking about it. Finally, I convinced myself I can live with my problems that I have with a Mac. And I'm going to get to why I thought that later on, because that's a whole other topic. But I switched to Mac OS, and I switched to a Mac, which means that I switched to Mac OS. I love it. It's such a good operating system. And it's for the exact same reason that Apple software tends to work so well. It's that it's intuitive yet deep. When I try to use Windows, it feels like the operating system is constantly fighting against me. Like it's my job to finagle and finesse this broken pile of mush until it does what I tell it. And every step of the way, it wants to say no. It wants to say, you're not allowed to do that. And I have to fight it into submission. And then Microsoft will release updates that break the workarounds that I use to get it to work the way I want. Linux has seemingly the exact opposite problem. Now, I don't think Linux is super hard to use. People sort of overblow it. It's not that hard to learn. And for a lot of light computer users, Linux would honestly be enough for like most of what they do, I think. But for deeper usage, it has the opposite problem from Windows, which is instead of telling you no all the time, it will always say yes, even if you try to make a mistake. And there's a quote someone said, which I agree with. I understand why this design philosophy is valuable. I don't remember who said the quote, but it goes, in order to let you do the really cool stuff, it has to let you do the really stupid stuff. Which is true, I think. In order to give you complete control, it needs to give you complete control. And complete control means you can do whatever you want, including ruin everything. And it's not just that, it's the fact that Linux expects you, even more user-friendly distros like Ubuntu, it expects you to already know what you want and know how to accomplish your goal. It doesn't do any hand-holding. You have to do everything yourself. And if that's your thing, cool. And it was my thing for a long time. I wanted total control, and I was perfectly happy to build a comfortable operating environment for myself completely manually, completely from scratch. Well, not completely from scratch, but you get the gist. I decided I don't want that anymore, and I was getting annoyed by some of the weirdness that Ubuntu was giving me, so I switched to the Mac. The Mac, unlike a stone wall to fight against, which is Windows, or a messy substrate that you have to finagle into cooperating, which is Linux, the Mac feels like it wants to cooperate with you. The Mac takes exactly the right amount of initiative in the operating system. Because there's a sane default for everything. Which means that 99% of the time, if I try to do something and I'm not sure how the computer is going to respond to what I want to do, it will usually respond in the way that I would want it to respond. Which is exactly what I want out of an operating system. I want it to get out of my way and let me do what I want to do. Which means that it has to accomplish the very difficult task of knowing what I want to do and doing it, but never doing something that I don't want it to do. Which macOS manages to do almost every time. And every once in a while it'll get it wrong, but when it gets it wrong, I've always been able to find a workaround that will force it to do what I want it to do. And unlike Windows, when I use these workarounds on the Mac, it doesn't fight me on it. Apple doesn't generally break workarounds in updates. The workarounds just work. I tell the computer, hey, I know this is your default behavior, but I want you to do this other thing instead. And it says, all right, type in your password so I know you're sure. I do that, and then it says, all right, we will do that from now on. The way that you told me, that's how it's going to be. And it's like, this is just how computers should work. And I can understand why Linux doesn't work this way, because the design philosophy is fundamentally different. I cannot understand why Windows doesn't work this way. Because Microsoft, you would think they would want to provide a good user experience. But like I said before, I feel like they don't understand what makes a good user experience. Because they keep doing stupid things. Drinking some more water. My throat is getting dry from talking this much. They keep doing stupid things. And the Mac doesn't do stupid things. There are things that are stupid about the product, like I mentioned before, but the OS feels like it knows what I want, it takes the right amount of initiative, and it doesn't get in my way. That is exactly what I want. That is the whole appeal of the Mac and Apple products in general. I'm not an iPhone guy. I don't really like that it's a closed platform. I use a Pixel 6, and it's still running. It runs Graphene OS, which is like a privacy and security oriented spin-off of Android, and I'm very happy with it. But I do get the appeal of the iPhone, because it's the same deal with the Mac. It takes the right amount of initiative. It's able to usually successfully predict what you want it to do and do that thing without doing things that you don't want it to do. And if Apple ever brings real sideloading to the iPhone, then I will consider switching. But for now, even if I lived in the EU where they've kind of allowed sideloading, I'm not in. Because I don't want some janky workaround where a developer has to pay $1 million or whatever the heck it is to open an alternative app store that now they control. All I want is to be able to drop an app file on the phone and say, install this, please, and it will say, yep, sure thing. Because that's what Android does. I can just give it an APK file, which is in like an Android app file, and say, install this, and the phone will say, you got it, boss, and install it, and that's it, no fuss. But I do get the appeal. And Macs have that appeal while also being a mostly open platform. So I like it. Before I got the Mac, I actually got AirPods. And I love those things. Because I've messed with earbuds a lot. Like true wireless earbuds, I mean. And I was never able to find a pair that worked really well for me. So like I've got a friend who's super into audio and stuff, who used to talk about earbuds a lot. We don't talk about it much anymore, but I think he still likes them. And I thought, what the heck? I'm gonna go pick up a pair of nice wireless earbuds. I got a pair of Galaxy Buds 2. I usually trust Samsung to make good stuff. Not automatically, I will still do my homework and check reviews and stuff if I'm gonna buy a Samsung product. But my experience is that Samsung usually does a good job, and I was seeing good reviews on the Buds 2. So I got the Galaxy Buds 2. And they are fantastic when they work for me. But I have very small ear canals, and I also have very waxy ears. And so the Buds 2 somehow managed to create painfully high pressure in my ears, even with the smallest tips, while also falling out. They were somehow too tight and too loose. And also, most of the time, I couldn't get good sound from them because of the wax. Wax would get in the drivers, it would block them. Even if I cleaned my ears every day, I still couldn't get the earbuds to work well for me. And that's just the nature of jamming an entire object into my ear canal. So it was like, I saw the vision. I got what the point of nice wireless earbuds is. It's that you can always have good audio ready to go. Because I was mostly using over-ears. I have a pair of Bose Bluetooth headphones. And I like them. I won't buy Bose again because they're kind of janky. And Bose is kind of an obtuse company in a number of ways. But they're good. I'm not planning on replacing them until they stop working. But the nature of over-ears is that I have to know that I'm going to be listening to something when I go out. Because it's a whole pair of headphones. I've got to sling them around my neck or wear them on my head or stuff them away in a bag. They take up space. But earbuds take up hardly, wireless earbuds, they take up hardly any space at all. I can slip it in my pocket, have it ready to go at a moment's notice. And the Buds 2 showed me the vision of what that's like. But I couldn't realize that vision because most of the time I couldn't get good audio out of them because of the small ear canals and the earwax. The AirPods actually work for me though, because it's such a light seal that you need to use the AirPods. They barely go into your ear at all. It's just enough for the silicone tip to form a seal so that the noise canceling and isolation and stuff works. And yeah, the noise canceling works great. The sound, they sound amazing. They've actually kind of become my go-to over my over-ear headphones because I feel like the AirPods even sound a little bit better than my Bose headphones, which is crazy. Because we're talking about earbuds here. We're comparing earbuds to big old cans that sit on top of your ear. And yet they somehow sound better. Now maybe that's because the Bose headphones I use, they're known for having a really weird sound profile, whereas the AirPods are mostly, they're actually pretty flat, which is good. But yeah, the AirPods, I am just enamored with them. They're a fantastic piece of hardware. Highly recommend. If you're like me, and you've always had trouble with getting earbuds to work well for you, try out the AirPods. Or the AirPod Pros, I mean. It's the Pros that I have. The AirPod Pro 2, the new model with USB-C. They work great. Oh, yeah, I was going to talk about why I decided that I might be happy switching to a MacBook. Let me just drink some more water, then I'll get into it. So I was having a pretty tough time towards the end of last year. That's a big part of that's like really the main reason actually that I took my semester off of school. It's because I needed some time to take a break, think things through, get my life in order, get my mental health in order, get my priorities in order. I saw a therapist. When I get back to school, I'm joining a social skills group because I don't make friends very well and I never date. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Well, I'm not. That's the background. Anyway, I mentioned CGP Grey earlier when I talked about listening to the podcast that he's in, Cortex. And he has this great concept called yearly themes, which is basically, instead of picking New Year's resolutions, which are goals, you pick a yearly theme. So for example, instead of saying, I am going to go to the gym every week this year, the problem with that is you can fail. Once you miss a week, you have failed. Instead of saying that, you just say, this year is the year of fitness. And that theme is deliberately, it's a direction, but not an action. And the reason that's good is that it can be a guide for you to tell you what to do. So year of fitness, for example, should I go to the gym? If it were the year of relaxation, maybe not. But in the year of fitness, you should probably go to the gym. Should I have a salad or a greasy cheeseburger? You should probably have a salad. Year of fitness. And then at the end of the year, it's not a hard line, did I succeed or did I fail? It's just, do I feel like I've made good progress this year with the theme that I chose? So this year, wipers are going off. This year, the theme that I chose is Year of the Rebase. At least in software development, probably in other fields too that I don't know about. A rebase basically refers to when you overhaul the underlying structure of something in order to make it better, make it more reliable, more robust, more useful, whatever. And so that's what I'm trying to do with my year, is sort of rebase my life. I'm trying to think about what are my priorities, what do I really care about, who am I, what do I want? What kind of a person am I? And just reevaluate everything. Critically think about everything, and instead of taking anything in my life for granted, start considering, is this a good thing? Do I want this? Should I change it? Should I enhance it? Etc. One thing that I figured out is I have been placing way too much of my identity in my relationship with technology. Because that's like the main thing that I've been good at for a long time. I'm a techie guy, I'm a computer guy. I'm good with computers. It's what I know, it's what I'm good at. And it had become a very big part of who I am. And it occurred to me, using Linux, yes, I liked the philosophy of it, but I think more of it than I initially realized was also because using Linux makes me a Linux guy. It validates my identity to myself. Because, not everybody is comfortable daily driving Linux, but I am, because I'm so good with computers. And it got to the point where, like, my laptop was becoming the centerpiece of my life in some ways. I cared about repairability so much because I wanted this laptop to last for as long as it possibly could. And I was thinking so far ahead in terms of technology that the moment I had the laptop, I was already considering how much use am I going to get out of this thing? Can I keep getting use out of it forever? When will I have to replace it? What comes next? And that's kind of obsessive, I think. And the Mac is just nice, it works, it helps me get things done. And I was avoiding it because it's like, I don't like that it uses parts pairing. I don't like that it's not repairable. I don't like that one day the updates will stop coming. And then it occurred to me, like, I'm okay with all of those things, really. As long as the computer works well, and it gets things done for me, like, it doesn't have to be forever. And I don't need to obsessively worry about everything wrong with the computer from the moment I get it. It's okay for me to just use the right tool, and if it breaks, then I'll worry about it later. I have money set aside for emergencies. If my computer breaks, I can pick up a new one. And I'd obviously prefer not to have to do that, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. And so I think that's really the culminating factor that made me feel okay switching to a Mac for the first time. Because none of my problems with it had gone away. In fact, some of the problems that I have with Macs have only gotten worse since they started appearing. Like the lack of repairability. But, I lost my train of thought there. It's really foggy where I'm driving, so I'm being careful to pay attention to the road. What was I saying? I was talking about Mac's identity, not worrying. Yeah, whatever. I lost my train of thought, but I think I've made my point that, like, I realize I need to care less about the technology in my life. Because technology is not my life. My relationship with technology should entirely be how it is useful to me, how it helps me live a better life outside of the context of using the technology. and whether it is the right tool for the job. Does it accomplish the things that I need it to accomplish? And I feel like this new lifestyle I'm trying to create, in a really weird way, switching to the Mac is kind of a big step, because the philosophy of Mac OS is so different from Linux, and by the nature of me being in a technology program at school, it will fundamentally change the way that I interact with technology, which consumes so much of my time. And I think this is a positive change. On the topic of technology, it's kind of interesting to me that a lot of people think of the computer as like the centerpiece of their entire technology loadout. Because it occurred to me, when I got the AirPods and I was thinking about how they fit into my life, that got me thinking about how all of my technology fits into my life. And I realized my computer is not the center of my technology life. The center of my technology life is my smartphone. That doesn't mean I'm using it all the time. I try my best not to be somebody who's constantly staring at their smartphone screen. But I mean in the sense that it's the device that I do the most interacting with, and the device that does the most useful work for me. Because I always have my phone on me. Like, always. And so, if I really think about it, a vast majority of the time that I spend interacting with any computer, I'm spending it interacting with my phone and having my phone get things done for me, rather than a laptop or a desktop computer. I also use a smartwatch. I still use a Pebble Watch, for those of you who remember what that is. I've always loved Pebble Watches. First I'm going to talk generally about why I like smartwatches, and then I'm going to talk about why I like the Pebble specifically. So the purpose of a smartwatch, beyond just being a watch anyway, in my mind, it is to streamline your relationship with your phone. So it is supposed to make your phone both more accessible and less intrusive, which sounds contradictory, but it's not. So notifications are like thing number one that I want my smartwatch to handle. So my phone lives permanently on silent, and I have it set up to forward only the most important notifications to my smartwatch. So, for example, if somebody messages me on Discord, that's probably not so important that I need to immediately know what they're telling me. But if somebody sends an email to my private email address that I don't give out to many people, it's probably important. Or if somebody sends me a text message, because I don't get very many text messages, it's probably important. So that goes to my smartwatch, which means that in any context, it is allowed to interrupt what I'm doing and say, look at this. And when I look at it, it had better be important, or else it's just a waste of time for it to be interrupting me. So like when I get text, for example, it's usually important enough that it's justifiable for me to immediately know the contents of the text message. It doesn't necessarily mean that I have to respond right away, but by having it on my smartwatch, I can immediately look at it and say, okay, is this something that I have to respond to right away, or can it wait until I'm free? And it lets me make a decision and then dismiss it. Whereas if it went straight to my phone, I would have to already be holding my phone in order to see the text message, which would mean that I'm probably just going to respond to it right then and there, even if it's not important enough for me to justify interrupting what I'm doing to respond. However, because I only send the important notifications to my smartwatch and my phone is always on silent, it means that notifications that are not important never interrupt me. So like, I still get notifications for Discord because I want to keep up with who's trying to talk to me and what's going on. But it's not so important that I need to know immediately. So by having it go to my phone but not my smartwatch, it means that later on when I check my phone, I'm choosing to say to myself, okay, I have some time here where it is okay for me to look at my phone. And I can see what's going on. So the smartwatches do that. And I also like having good music controls in a smartwatch. It's not as important as the notifications thing, but it's still something that I value. Less so over time now that my headphones and earbuds also have controls on them, but I still use the music controls on my smartwatch fairly often, especially in the car, so that I don't have to touch my phone. Because my car's a 2007, it doesn't do digital audio, it's aux only, and there's no way built into my car to skip a track or pause a track or anything. But I use my smartwatch for that so that I don't have to touch my phone while I'm driving. Let me get some more water. Talking is more tiring than I thought it would be. Also, it is extremely foggy on this road. It's dry, which is good, but it's just really foggy. I can only see maybe 60 feet in front of me, if even that much. Oh yeah, smartwatches. So that's what I like about smartwatches in general. The thing I like about the Pebble Watch specifically is that I feel like it executes perfectly on all of those fundamentals without compromising on them. But it's also a watch first and foremost, and it does not go overboard. The problem with a lot of modern smartwatches is that they go so far overboard that they compromise on their core function in the name of features that I don't really care about. So like, I don't need touchscreen games on my smartwatch. I don't need to take phone calls through my smartwatch. I can use my phone for that. And a lot of smartwatches, it seems like instead of just helping you keep organized, what they really want to do is be your whole phone, but on your wrist. And I don't want that. I don't need two phones. I want one phone and a nice little accessory that helps me to use my phone in a smarter way and keep organized. And the whole phone on a wrist design brings a lot of compromises. Like, always on displays on watches, they're just now getting pretty good, but for a long time they were not very good, and sometimes they weren't even available. I watched Linus Tech Tips, and I forget what product he was talking about, but it was some smartwatch, and he used the phrase, "I always want my watch to tell me the time. I shouldn't have to ask it for the time." And the whole thing where you lift your wrist and wait for it to show you the time, that's asking for the time. It should be a watch, first and foremost, and it's compromising on its ability to be a watch if it's not always telling you the time. The Pebble Watch has an e-paper display, which means that it's not always only on, but the display quality never changes. It's passively lit, it's super, super low energy. It's in color on the one that I use, I actually have 3 pebbles. But on my daily driver pebble, which is a pebble time round, it's in color and it looks nice. E-paper just makes so much sense for a smartwatch, and it's really weird to me that nobody else went that direction. And then also, the Pebble doesn't have a touchscreen, which is actually a good thing in my book. It uses physical buttons for all of the input, and what that means is that I don't have to look at it to interact with it. Touchscreen music controls on a smartwatch are problematic to me because I have to take my eyes off of whatever I'm doing and look directly at the smartwatch in order to make sure that I'm touching the button that I intend to touch. On my Pebble, it's a physical button with an unmoving position that I can feel for. So I don't even have to look at it to know what I'm doing. I don't even have to look at it to dismiss a notification if I really want to, because I have the button inputs to do that memorized. I don't have to look at it to enable Do Not Disturb. The buttons are reliable. They're very responsive. And they mean that I never have to look at the watch to know what I'm doing with it. I just really like Pebble watches, and sadly, they've been gone for years now. I think it was 2016 when they went out of business. But I have 3, and they're all still kicking, and I am going to keep using these things until the day that something forces me to stop. Either all 3 of them break, or Android gets an update that makes it impossible to use Pebble watches. And when that happens, I'll probably take a look at the Pixel watch and see if it's good. It seems pretty good now, but it also seems pretty early. So I wouldn't buy one now, even if I were looking for that kind of a thing. But the potential is there. I think within a few generations, the Pixel might be my favorite modern smartwatch. Right now it's the Apple Watch, but I can't use that because I don't have an iPhone. And even if I could, I would still prefer to use my Pebbles. So yeah, I've got 3. I have the original Pebble, which has a black and white monochrome display. And then I have a Pebble Time, which is square, but with a color display and a slightly better processor and more memory and stuff. And then I have a Pebble Time Round, which is the same as the Pebble Time, but it is much, much slimmer. It's like 2 millimeters thick. It's impossibly slim. And it has a round display. And it looks nice enough that with the right watch face, it can pass for like an analog watch. It blends right in. It does not look like a smartwatch, which I like, because I don't want to look like I've got a tech toy on my wrist. I want to look like I'm just wearing a watch. And at least the Pebble Time, and especially the Time Round, accomplish that. The OG Pebble doesn't as much. It looks more like a tech toy than the others. But still, it works well. And battery life, too. The battery life on the Pebble watches is crazy. So when they first launched, the Pebble Time was supposed to get 7 days of battery life. And the Pebble Time Round, because it's smaller, was supposed to get about 3 days. Now my watches are obviously old because they haven't made... Oh my gosh, it's almost been a decade now since they've made Pebble watches. But that means that mine are pretty old by now. I think they still have the original batteries in them. And even with all the degradation, my Pebble Time, the square one, still lasts for a good couple of days without needing to charge. And my Pebble Time Round lasts for, I'd say probably about 40 hours without needing a charge. Which is still plenty, because I have to take it off every day anyway in order to shower. I don't see the point of wearing a watch in the shower. Even if I did, the Pebble Time Round was never waterproof. The Pebble Time was supposed to be have good water resistance when it first launched, but it's so old by now, I don't really trust the seal on it anymore, so I still don't take it in water. But yeah. Pebble watches. They were kind of the first smartwatch, and in my opinion, they perfected it right out of the gate. No one's beat them yet. I will be sad when I have to switch to a different watch. And I'll get over it. I'll probably get a Pixel watch if they're good by then, and eventually be happy with it. But man, it's gonna suck when I can't use my Pebbles anymore, because I am so attached to these. I've been using them since basically the very beginning. I got my first Pebble watch in 2015, I think. So not the very beginning, but like a long time. And in the middle there, I tried switching to a Galaxy watch. It was the Gear S2, which at the time wasn't super outdated because the Gear S3 was the newest one. I got a Gear S2, and it worked. But, you know, it's bulkier than the Pebble, and I kind of tried to convince myself that the functionality of it was better, but I don't think it is. I really feel like the Pebble just works better. And yeah, there's some things that the Galaxy Watch, or the Gear Watch as it were, can do, which my Pebble can't. But I don't really care about those things very much. I still have that Galaxy Watch. The one thing I keep it around for is if I'm going for a run outside. Because it's annoying to have to take my phone with me on a run. It bounces around in my pocket and makes my leg itch, or else I have to hold it in my hand. The watch, you know, it's a watch. So between the watch and the earbuds, I can go for a run outside and feel like I'm taking absolutely nothing with me and still have good music to listen to. And working out, and especially with running, music makes all the difference. A good song can get me through a run that I otherwise would have given up on. Mostly I run on treadmills, though. Man, I'm already starting to get tired of talking. But I must continue. Because like I said at the beginning, part of the point of this is I want to see what's going to happen when I am forced to talk for this long. I have nothing else to do. I just have to talk. Will I lose my mind? Will I go crazy? Will I unravel some special secrets of the universe? We're going to find out together. Alright, since I have not seen a Tesla on the road and I have no other way to work it in, I want to take a moment to talk about electric cars. Because... Sorry about the yawning. I'm not tired. I really think that's just me taking in air. Because I've been talking so much. I'm at a high altitude as well. That's the only hint you're gonna get about where I'm driving. High altitude. But yeah, electric cars. It drives me crazy that some people seem to believe that electric cars are just as polluting as gas-powered cars because the electricity needs to come from somewhere. Like someone read me a meme, and it said something like, people who drive electric cars should only be allowed to charge them using solar, wind, or water power, or else it's just pretend. That's what the quote-unquote meme said. And my immediate reaction was, I guess nuclear doesn't count, because nuclear is... I'm totally of the opinion that nuclear is going to be the earliest sustainable path forward. Because nuclear is clean. People are scared of it, but nuclear is clean and it's actually very safe. Anyways, there was that. But then it's also like, the point of electric cars right now, you know, there are still coal plants. There's still coal plants and there's still gas plants that are powering some people's electric cars. But if we have electric cars now, then that means that replacing the power company with sustainable energy will also eliminate car-based emissions. Because if we all keep using gas cars, then the entire world could run on, say, solar. And we would still be polluting because all our cars would still be running on gas. But not so for electric. So the first point of electric cars is building up the infrastructure now so that it's ready. And the second thing is that some people already live in places powered by solar, wind, nuclear. And for those people, charging their car doesn't create emissions. So, like, there is a point. Now, there are still definitely problems with electric cars. You know, mining lithium to make the batteries. That's not a clean process. Manufacturing the cars. That's also not a clean process. I don't know if it's still true. But at some point in time, I heard that driving a used car was actually better for the environment than purchasing a new electric car, just because of the emissions of, you know, mining the resources to build the car and manufacturing it. And then also, the batteries wear down over time. Now, I've never had an electric car. I'm still driving a gas car because I'm a college student. I can't afford electric. But my gas tank is just as big as it was when I got the car. And it still goes just as far on a full tank of gas. An electric car loses range the longer you have it. And I don't know whether it loses enough range to... I don't know whether it loses so much range that a typical user will need to replace it sooner than they will need to replace a gas car. And I emphasize typical user, because I know that if you work on it, you can drive a car... People are still driving cars from the 50s today. They'll last forever if you maintain them right. What I mean is the average person who might replace their car after 10, 15, 20 years. I don't have the numbers in front of me, obviously. I don't know if that's a realistic estimate, but it feels realistic to me. I don't know whether that's an amount of time during which the battery degradation on an electric car would get so bad that you would need to replace it sooner than you otherwise would have. Now, Teslas specifically, I have mixed feelings on. Autopilot is freaking cool. I've never gotten to test drive a Tesla. I want to. But I've seen videos of autopilot, and it is so cool. I know that it's not truly level 3 autonomy because the user is still responsible to watch the road. But even so, that sounds great for road trips. If instead of having to manually drive myself the whole way, I could just sit back and let the car do the work and just keep an eye on things and be ready to take over if I need to. That sounds nice. That sounds a lot more relaxing than what it's like to drive a road trip normally for me. Even if I had radar cruise control, I'd still have to steer. But even that would be nice, because my car doesn't have that. I just have plain old dumb cruise control. So I either need to go slower than everyone else, or I need to constantly adjust my speed setting. Or, you know, just pedal drive manually. Now, it's an automatic transmission. When I say manual, I don't mean that kind of manual, but you know what I mean. Driving by hand and foot, I guess. But yeah, I like autopilot. I don't like that Tesla seems to overblow how safe it is. I don't remember where I read this, and I might be wrong. Please don't take anything I say in this entire recording as gospel. But if I have heard correctly, then autopilot has about 10 times more, creates 10 times more fatalities than human drivers. I think it's something like human drivers have, it's the number of fatalities per million miles driven. I don't remember the actual numbers, but I remember the ratio, and it was 10 times higher with autopilot than for human drivers. Now, Tesla has done some amazing work in very recently with the new end-to-end driving model and auto park and everything. I watch AI drivers' videos on it because I like to keep an eye on what they're doing and see if anything cool is going on with it. And I think that they're actually getting close. I could imagine within the next decade that Tesla could be the first car company to get level 3 certification. And if you don't know, level 3 means that in the words of George Hotz, who is the founder of Comma AI, a different self-driving company, the only difference between level 2 and level 3 is liability. So with level 2, the car can drive itself in some conditions, but the driver needs to be ready to take over at any moment. In level 3, the driver still needs to be ready to take over, but the car is responsible for driving, which means that the driver can do something else, not watch the road, and just be ready to take over when the car tells them that they need to take over. Which of course means that the liability is now on the car manufacturer and not the driver for whatever happens while the self-driving system is engaged. But I could still totally imagine Tesla within the next decade being the first company to get and keep level 3 certification in the United States. But like I said, I don't like that they overplay how safe it is. And from what I've heard, Teslas suffer from quality control problems. People say that the frame is sometimes, there's elements that are misaligned. And you know, whatever. I'm driving a car that was pretty nice at the time it came out, and there's elements on my car's frame that are misaligned. I'm looking out the side mirror right now, and I can see that the trim on the driver's door doesn't actually line up properly with the trim on the backseat driver's side door. But still, when you're paying for that much for a car like a Tesla that's supposed to be really nice, you would hope that the trim would line up. You would hope that there wouldn't be problems with the wheels, you know, mechanical problems. You would hope that there wouldn't be problems with the interior being cheap or wearing down fast or anything. But all of these are problems that people have reported with Teslas. And maybe they've gotten better over time, but I remember a poll years ago on the Tesla subreddit where somebody was asking people if they have had any sort of problems with their Teslas. And it ranged, because there were multiple options on the poll. You know, it ranged from like serious problems that prevented me from driving until they were addressed, all the way down to minor problems that did not bother me. And then of course there were no problems as one of the options. Only a small minority of users said that they had had no problems. It was somewhere between 15 and 30% of users, if I remember correctly, who said that they had had no problems at all. Oh, shoot. Stuff blowing across the road. I'm trying not to hit it. But yeah, I'm keeping my eye on Tesla because someday, if I can afford it, maybe I would be interested in one. Maybe. But it really depends on, you know, number one, are there other companies making good electric cars? And number two, is anybody catching up to Tesla in terms of self-driving capability? Because that's really the number one thing with Teslas, is they're all about software. They're kind of the Apple of cars. You buy the hardware because you care about the software. But yeah, I've never gotten to drive one. I want to try to test drive one, but haven't had an opportunity. Closest thing is I've been inside of one before. Because I used to work at a car wash, and it was a full-service car wash, which means it wasn't just a drive-through. We would actually get out, clean your trim with rags, clean the interior of the car. It was a nice place, actually. Like, I don't see a lot of car washes like that, but there should totally be more of them. Okay, I gotta pee. As soon as I have an opportunity, I'm gonna pull off and use the bathroom. But I don't see a spot yet. It's less foggy now. I seem to have come out of the fog. Goodness. I've been going on for like 2 hours. That's crazy. What else? Is this interesting at all? I feel like hopefully I've done a good job of keeping things moving, keeping the conversation alive. But I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna call this video when I put it up. I was thinking like 9 hours of rambling or 9 hours of unfiltered thought or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. I feel like this video is either going to get almost no views at all, or it's going to be one of the best on my channel, because I think what I'm doing here is a unique concept. I don't know of anybody else literally just turning on the microphone and rambling on with no plan for the better part of a day. But it's probably happened before. I might not be the first person to come up with that. Oh my gosh, I need to pee. I'm looking, I don't see a gas station. Oh, okay, my map says there's a gas station pretty soon here. So when I get there, I'm going to split the recording, and to you it's going to be seamless because I'm going to edit it together. For me, well, it'll be something I need to edit together. But yeah, I am so ready to stop. Stop my car, I mean. Not stop recording. I'm determined to do this for the entire drive. I do not want to give up. Because again, I think hours and hours in is where it will become interesting. When I feel like I've completely exhausted everything that I could talk about and I still have to keep going, I don't know what I'm gonna do. And I'm purposely trying to avoid thinking ahead about it too much because I want to see for myself what I'm going to do and be just as surprised as anyone else who's listening to this. Or maybe not surprised at all. Maybe it'll be super boring. I don't know. Okay. Here's the gas station. I'm pulling in. Oh my gosh. Gotta fill up while I'm here. Okay. I have just pulled into the gas station. I will see you on the other side of the break. I am back. It is absolutely incredible how much easier it is to think when I'm not trying to hold in my pee. like actually. Oh, would you look at that? There's a restaurant across the street that's very creatively named Restaurant. I'm not gonna say where I am. Suffice it to say, it's a town that you have likely heard of. Well, there's a good chance you've heard of it, but not been here, because it's a really small town. Okay, okay. I'm gonna be boring for a minute because my map is telling me to do some really weird stuff for some reason. It's telling me to like go left, but then later on the route I see a highlighted road that's going the opposite direction. Oh, I see what's okay. It's weird. So the entrance to the westbound highway is facing east for some reason, but it does a big loop around, and then I'm gonna get back on the highway. Okay, so now that I am refreshed and emptied and ready to talk again, let's see what else is on the docket. This could have been more interesting if I had like made a list of things to talk about, or even just like looked up a list of conversation starters and kept it off to my side so that I had something to go off of. But no, we're doing this candid. Gotta be careful merging, there's a lot of trucks here. Alright. So I just got on a highway that's going to... It's gonna be about half of the... well, almost half of my remaining drive is just this one highway that I'm on. So I'm gonna be on this highway about 200 miles, let's see. I always use my odometer for this so I can turn my screen off to save battery power. So right now, my odometer ends with 753. I'm gonna turn off my screen and check it again when it gets to about 940. And I'm sure it would probably be easier if I like used the trip counter or whatever, but I have no clue how to actually set that up on my car, and I don't really want to mess with it. I don't even know what the point of that is. Because there's like these two counters, trip A and trip B, and they just seem to count up. But like I'm not sure when you would ever use that. I mean, maybe for what I just said. But like I don't get what the intended use case is. Are people taking road trips where they don't know how many miles they're going to drive, but it's also important for them to have that information? Because that seems like what the trip meter is used for. I don't know. I don't get the point. Okay, well, I might interrupt myself in the middle of this. But it's just something to do since I'm bored. I have told people before that I have the whole script for Portal memorized. I don't think this is correct. I definitely can recite any line from memory if you give me the first few words. Like if you've ever seen that video of from ProZD where he's like, I can recite any line in Peter Pan or any scene in Peter Pan from memory. I can do that for Portal. But I'm gonna try reciting the game's script to see if I can get through it solely from memory without being prompted. Here we go. Hello, and again, welcome to the Aperture Science Computer-Aided Enrichment Center. We hope your brief detention in the relaxation vault has been a pleasant one. Your specimen has been processed, and we are now ready to begin the test proper. Before we start, however, keep in mind that although fun and learning are the primary goals of all Enrichment Center activities, serious injuries may occur. For your own safety and the safety of others, please refrain from... and then it glitches out. I'm back. The portal will open in 3, 2, 1. And then it's... Very good. Please move quickly to the chamber lock after completing each test. First, however, note the incandescent particle grill across the exit. This Aperture Science Material Emancipation Grill will emancipate any unauthorized equipment that passes through it. For instance, the Aperture Science Weighted Storage Cube. Please place the weighted storage cube on the Aperture Science Heavy-Duty On the Aperture Science 300 megawatt heavy-duty super colliding super button. Very good. Please move quickly to the chamber lock, as the effects of prolonged exposure to the button are not part of this test. And then I think the next chamber is the one where you get the portal gun. So it would be... You're doing very well. Please be advised that a noticeable taste of blood is not part of any test protocol, but is an unintended side effect of the Aperture Science Material Emancipation Grill, which may, in semi-rare cases, emancipate dental fillings, crowns, tooth enamel, and teeth. You are now in possession of the Aperture Science handheld portal device. With it, you can create your own portals. These interdimensional gates have proven to be completely safe. The device, however, has not. Do not touch the operational end of the device. Do not look directly at the operational end of the device. Do not submerge the device in liquid, even partially. Most important, under no circumstances should you... Then it glitches out again. Please proceed to the chamber lock. Mind the gap. Well done. Remember, the Aperture Science Bring Your Daughter to Work Day is the perfect time to have her tested. Let's see, the next chamber I think would be... Shoot. Okay, well, I guess I don't know everything. Every line from memory. I think from Chamber 13 onward, I do. So I'm just gonna do a few that I know are before Chamber 13, but I can't remember the exact sequence of them. So there's the one that I'm not gonna do where she glitches out about forward momentum. And then, very good. You appear to understand how a portal affects forward momentum, or to be more precise, how it does not. Momentum, a function of mass and velocity, is conserved between portals. In layman's terms, speedy thing goes in, speedy thing comes out. Here's the energy pellet. Oh no, I don't know the entire line for this one. She says something and then she says, however, the high energy pellet seen to the left of the room can and has caused permanent disabilities, such as vaporization. Unbelievable. You, subject name, here, must be the pride of, subject hometown, here. Let's see. Then there's the second energy pellet test. Warning devices are required on all mobile equipment. However, alarms and flashing hazard lights have been found to agitate the high energy pellet, and therefore have been disabled for your safety. Good. Now use the Aperture Science unstationary scaffold to reach the chamber lock. And then there's the pair of tests that are in the same map. Where the first one, I don't remember the introduction, but the ending line for it is is it due to a required test protocol? I think it's due. Due to a required test protocol, we will not monitor the next test chamber. You will be entirely on your own. Good luck. Then the next chamber doesn't have an introductory dialogue because you're supposed to be alone, but it still has cameras in it. Then you get in the ending room and she says, due to a required test protocol, our previous statement suggesting that we would not monitor this chamber was an outright fabrication. Good job. As part of a required test... As part of a required test protocol. As part of a required test protocol, we will stop enhancing the truth in 3, 2... Whoops. Because she glitches out there. Then there's the impossible chamber. The Enrichment Center regrets to inform you that this next test is impossible. Make no attempt to solve it. And she keeps talking intermittently if you wait around for too long. I don't remember everything she says. Then you solve it. She says, good. You remained resolute and resourceful in an atmosphere of extreme pessimism. Maybe it's not good. Maybe she says well done or something like that. But that's most of the line. Okay, so Chamber 13 onward. I think I know every chamber in order and all of the dialogue in those chambers in order. We're going to see. Chamber 13. Oh wait, no. I have to do Chamber 12 first. Oh, actually, I skipped one. There's the one where the toxic water stuff on the floor is introduced. Let's see. Oh no, I can't remember the entire line. But the second half of the line goes... For instance, no wait, it's... Any contact with the chamber floor will result in an unsatisfactory mark on your official testing record, followed by death. Good luck. And then you finish it, and she says, "Good job. Remember, any appearance of danger is merely a device to enhance your testing experience." Okay, so now we can do Chamber 12, where she says, "The Enrichment Center promises to always provide a safe testing environment. In dangerous testing environments, the Enrichment Center promises to always provide useful advice. For instance, the floor here will kill you. Try to avoid it." Then you get the dual portal gun in this chamber. The device has been modified so that it can now manufacture 2 linked portals at once. As part of an optional test protocol, we are pleased to present an amusing fact. The device is now more valuable than the organs and combined incomes of everyone in subject hometown here. Now, Chamber 13 to 18. Chamber 13. Wait, no, maybe, hold up. No, Chamber 13 is definitely the first one that has its own map after you get the portal gun. But I think it's Chamber 11 where you get the dual portal gun, actually. Because right after that, Chamber 12 is the one where you're flinging again. And if you play the developer commentary for the game, which I highly recommend doing for both Portal games, it's very interesting. They talk about how players, once they got the dual portal gun, they forgot how to fling. And so they added that chamber in so that as soon as you get the dual portal gun, the first thing that happens is the game reminds you how to fling. So there's that flinging chamber. I think she glitches out at the beginning, and then at the end, she just says, "Wee," and then glitches out again. Okay, now, finally, Chambers 13 to 18. Chamber 13. Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline. And then you get to the end of the chamber, and she says, oh my gosh, some congratulations. She congratulates you at the end of like almost every chamber, and it's hard to keep it straight when she says good or good job or well done or whatever. Anyway, then she says, as part of a required test protocol, no, wait. She says, oh my gosh. I have played this game so many times, because if you're quick, even a casual speedrun can be under 30 minutes. So sometimes I speedrun it when I'm bored. And yet I cannot remember this one line. What the heck? And I'm not going to be able to remember it for Chamber 14 either, because in the casual speedrun, you skip the exit dialogue in Chamber 14. But let's see. So Chamber 13, you exit, and she says something about cake. Then Chamber 14 starts out. Oh my gosh. This is the one about compliance information. Let me think. Hold on. I can get it. Let me think. Hold on. That's it. All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma-leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues. No further compliance information is required or will be provided, and you are an excellent test subject. Then I don't know the exit for this because I always skip it. Then we're on to chamber 15. And this is I think this is the longest. It's a toss-up between 15 and 17 for longest chamber in the game. But chamber 15 is really long. It's just a ton of flinging mostly. And when you enter chamber 15, she says, "Oh no. Oh no, I don't know what she says for 15 either." So yeah, I could totally do these lines if prompted, but evidently I don't know the whole script solely from memory. So I will have to stop telling people that I do, or else memorize it properly. But chamber 14, it ends, or 15, it ends. She says, "Did you know that you can donate one or all of your vital organs to the Aperture Science Self-Esteem Fund for Girls? It's true." On to chamber 16, which is the companion cube chamber. The vital apparatus vent will deliver a weighted companion cube in 3, 2, 1. This weighted companion cube will accompany you through the test chamber. Please take care of it. The symptoms most commonly produced by enrichment center testing are superstition, perceiving inanimate objects as alive, and hallucinations. The enrichment center reminds you that the weighted companion cube will never threaten to stab you and, in fact, cannot speak. Then there's a mid-chamber dialogue in this one. The enrichment center reminds you that the weighted companion cube cannot speak. In the event that the weighted companion cube does speak, the enrichment center urges you to disregard its advice. You did it. The weighted companion cube certainly brought you good luck. However, it cannot accompany you for the rest of the test and, unfortunately, must be euthanized. Please escort your faithful no wait, does she say faithful here? No, she doesn't. Please escort your companion cube to the Aperture Science Emergency Intelligence Incinerator. You escorted your euthanized. You euthanized your faithful companion cube more quickly than any test subject on record. Congratulations. The next one is the turret chamber. Wait. 19. 18 is the last sort of real chamber in the game. 19 is the one where the escape sequence starts. So 17 is the turret's chamber. Due to mandatory scheduled maintenance, the appropriate chamber for this testing sequence is currently unavailable. It has been replaced with a live fire course designed for military androids. The Enrichment Center apologizes for the inconvenience and wishes you the best of luck. Well done, android. The Enrichment Center reminds you that Android Hell is a real place where you will be sent at the first sign of defiance. And then, after the turret's chamber, is chamber 18. Yeah, chamber 18. The experiment is nearing its conclusion. The Enrichment Center is required to remind you that you will be thanked, and then there will be cake. Now, the dialogue for that line actually, or the captions for that line say thanked. And that's what they intended, because that's what makes the most sense. But every time I hear that line, I always hear it as, "You will be baked, and then there will be cake." Which is fitting, but it always felt weird to me because as a kid, I played the game without the captions enabled. And I heard that line, and I'm like, why would she tell you that right now? You will be baked? Isn't she trying to hide it from you? Because, spoilers, in the next chamber, she tries to incinerate you to death. Anyway, and then the ending for chamber 18. Be advised that the next chamber requires... involves. Be advised that the next chamber involves... Test chamber? Chamber or test chamber? That the next test... I think it's test chamber. Okay. Be advised that the next... Be advised that the next test chamber involves exposure to uninsulated electrical parts, which may be dangerous under certain conditions. For more information, please attend an Enrichment Center Electrical Safety Seminar. Then you get to chamber 19, and she says... Oh my gosh, what does she say? I don't know what she says here. What the heck? Then she tries to kill you. And she says, "Congratulations, the test is now over. All Aperture technologies remain safely operational at temperatures of up to 4,000 degrees Kelvin. Rest assured that there is absolutely no chance of a dangerous equipment malfunction prior to your victory candescence. Thank you for participating in this Aperture Science computer-aided enrichment activity. Goodbye." What are you doing? Stop it. We are pleased that you made it through the final challenge, where we pretended we are going to murder you. We are very, very happy for your success. We are throwing a party in honor of your tremendous success. Place the device on the ground, then lie on your stomach with your arms at your sides. A party associate will arrive shortly to collect you for your party. Make no further attempt to leave the testing area. Assume the party escort submission position, or you will miss the party. The number of times she says, "Hello, is anyone there?" or something like that. Then you go into the quote-unquote impossible chamber again, which is like one of the coolest parts of the game to me. Okay, the test is over now. You win. Go back to the recovery annex for your cake. It was a fun test, and we're all impressed at how much you won. The test is over. Come back. Then you go down the elevator shaft. Uh-oh, somebody cut the cake. I told them to wait for you, but they cut it anyway. There is still some left, though. If you hurry back, maybe we can save you a piece. You know what, I'm not even going to try to continue from here, because I remember a lot of the dialogue from the escape sequence and the ending, but not in order. And also, wait. Oh, darn it, hold on, there's some weirdness going on. The lanes are changing on the road, and I'm like trying to not lose track of what I'm doing. Yeah, I was saying I know all of the dialogue for that section, but I don't know it in order. And I definitely could not recite all of the lines that GLaDOS taunts you with during the final boss without being prompted. So all I did there, that was something. when I put this video together, I'll have to like put a time code on screen or add chapters or something so that you can skip that section, because I can't imagine it's very fun to just hear me struggle to recite the dialogue from Portal. Alright, other topics. Let's see. Other topics. What else can I talk about? What else can I talk about? What else can I discuss? Okay, see, little rhythmic things like that. I don't actually talk that way usually if I'm recording or if I'm talking to other people. That's something I only do to myself. And it's interesting to me that it just came out without me even having to think about it. This is what I was talking about when I was saying I want to see what happens when the only thing I can do to entertain myself for a whole 9 hours is to talk and record audio. And so that's one thing I wasn't expecting, is that I would do that. I've got some retro consoles I'm taking to school with me. I don't play them very often, but I love having them. I like doing console restoration, but I don't get to do it very often. So I have a Wii, which I modded. It's in good shape. It's the original Wii that my family had, that I grew up with. I've got a Dreamcast, which I worked on myself. Nothing too crazy. I just took the top off, blew all the dust out of it, cleaned the casing, and the disk drive on the Dreamcast was dying. So I changed the potentiometer on it so that it will supply more voltage to the disk reader. And that actually worked great. It reads discs no problem now. It doesn't fail to read them like it used to. That also does shorten the lifespan of the reader, but it's worth doing because it was already failing and now it's not failing. So like, yeah, it'll fail catastrophically sooner now, but I've actually increased the usefulness, the useful lifespan of the disk reader, because when it failed only intermittently, it still wasn't useful. Now it works all the time. And whenever it does fail, I will just try to see if I can find a replacement drive online, because the Dreamcast is actually surprisingly easy to disassemble. And then I have a Nintendo 64. I had a friend sell it to me for $5. I have no clue why, but I couldn't say no to that. I actually don't own any Nintendo 64 games or controllers, and that console doesn't turn on without a game in it. Like, it doesn't boot, it does nothing, unless you have a game cartridge inserted. So the light comes on, I think it works, but I can't test it. One of these days, I want to get a flash card for it and 4 controllers. But the flash card is expensive, and I have yet to find any good controllers that have the same design as the original ones, because that's what I want. But it seems like a lot of them are really cheaply made, and the original controllers have a problem with the analog stick where it'll wear down over time. And I could probably get a new stick assembly, but it's a whole thing to get controllers, surprisingly. It's not as simple as just going online and looking up N64 controller, because apparently it's really easy to get a bad one if you want an original style controller. And I don't want a bad one, obviously. I want 4 good ones. It's especially difficult for me to justify spending the money on the N64 flash card, because I can just emulate the games. And I didn't grow up with a Nintendo 64. I don't have nostalgia for many games on it. I have nostalgia for the 2 Banjo-Kazooie games, Absolutely love those. But that's because I played the Xbox Live Arcade versions as a kid. And now whenever I revisit them, I play the N64 versions. Mainly because I don't have an Xbox, and it's a lot easier to emulate the N64 than to emulate the Xbox. But whatever. Mario 64 is a good game. I've never completed it, but it's a good game. GoldenEye is fun, but it's only fun in like a sort of nostalgic sort of way. Like, it's fun to play GoldenEye because it's an important piece of gaming history. It actually hasn't aged very well, I think. The controls are really janky and difficult to use, especially compared to modern shooters. And there's not much they could have done to fix that because the console only has one analog stick. But still. While I'm on the topic of video games, I could probably talk about video games all day long. One of my favorite games ever, I actually have a document I wrote. It contains, I put a lot of thought into it. It took me several months to put it together because, well, let me tell you what the document is first. It's my top 10 favorite games of all time, and then a handful of honorable mentions. I put a lot of time and thought into it, and it took me a while to write, because I didn't want to sit down and in one go try to think of 10 games that I could say were my top 10. I wanted it to truly only be the games that I thought were absolutely exceptional. So what I did was, every once in a while, a game would occur to me where I would say, oh my gosh. Okay. I would say, oh my gosh, that's a fantastic game. That has got to go in my top 10. Because I love it so much. So yeah, Celeste is one of the games in that list. Like, holy cow. I didn't put those games in any particular order. And not only is Celeste one of my top 10 games of all time, I think Celeste might be my single favorite video game ever. The gameplay is just so good, and it's really difficult, which I like, but it doesn't feel discouraging. Because the game is built around the theme of not giving up. So when you die a bunch in one room, it doesn't feel like a rage game. It feels more like the game, the message I take away from it is more like the game is going, this is really difficult, but I know you can do it if you just don't give up. And the gameplay is designed around that principle, and the story is built around that principle, and it's so good. And the soundtrack is amazing. Lena Raine is an incredible composer. She does songs for Minecraft now. And I want to say she did songs for another game I played, but I can't remember it. Anyway. Yeah, Lena Raine is awesome. The soundtrack for Celeste, I still listen to it sometimes, because it's just like, it's been years since I played it for the first time, and I still replay it sometimes. And I'm still just in awe at how good the soundtrack is. And the graphics are gorgeous, and the gameplay is tight and satisfying and never gets old. And the game is full of secrets, and there's a surprising amount of replay value for a platformer. Like, oh, it's just such a good freaking game. I love platformers and rhythm games. I like Ocelot, like I was talking about earlier, but I haven't played it in a long time. Part of that is because it only really feels good to play with a mechanical keyboard for clicking and a drawing tablet. And I have a mechanical keyboard, that's no trouble, it's the drawing tablet. It's a little bit inconvenient for me to get it out and plug it in, because I don't have any spare room on my desk for it. I have to move my mouse out of the way and then set the tablet on top of my mouse pad. But every once in a while, I'll get really into it. Oh, and Beat Saber. I love VR. I'm not a big VR guy because I feel like everybody who spends thousands of hours on VR is because of VR chat. And up until very recently, I didn't have any friends who played VR chat. And because I get a little anxious taking initiative with strangers in social situations, I didn't make any friends on VR chat either. So it wasn't very fun for me to play. But now I've got a friend who just got a Quest 2 and has been absolutely loving VR chat, so I might try to get into it more. But it'll be hard for me to get into it much until I build a desktop PC, because I can play it on my... I have a Quest 2 as well, and I can play it on there, but the Quest version of the game is not as fully featured as the PC version. There's a lot of stuff that you can't do, and there's a lot of avatars that you can't see, just because there's some things that are too heavy for the Quest to process that a gaming PC can handle. Oh shoot, I was gonna add something else on that topic. Let's see, there's a lot. Oh, right. The other thing is that there's a lot of kids in VR chat, which I don't think there should be, but like the minimum age to play the game is 13. But you can tell some of these kids are even younger than that, and they're just super annoying. I'm not saying they're bad, but you know, they're kids. And if they're playing VR chat, they're probably unsupervised kids. So they tend to be really annoying. And most kids who play VR chat are playing it on the Quest standalone, because that's what they have. Most of them don't have a Quest and a gaming PC, and a setup that lets them use them together in a good way. So the PC only worlds, not only are there a lot of them and they're higher fidelity and a lot of them are more interesting than the Quest worlds or Quest compatible worlds, they also tend to have less kids in them, which is another positive. So I'm probably going to play VR chat a bit still, like with my one friend, until I can afford a gaming PC. But I won't be able to get as into it, because like there's some worlds that I really want to go and re-explore together. There's one called Aquarius, which is, it's so big and it's just like gorgeous. It's like an aquarium, but a really pretty one. And seeing these things in VR, it's like being there. It gives you the same sense of awe as like seeing an actual beautiful work of art in person, because it's so immersive. Even seeing it on a screen, you're seeing exactly what it looks like, but that same sense of awe just isn't there as when you see it in VR. And like, I could play VR chat on my Steam Deck, but then I couldn't play it in VR. The Steam Deck, if you put Windows on it, it can kind of handle VR, but not very well. And I do need to put Windows on it, actually. I'm gonna do that, because I don't have a normal PC at the moment. All I have is my MacBook and my Steam Deck. And there's some games I want to play that only work on Windows, but that don't work in parallels on the MacBook. So in order to play those, until I can get my desktop PC built, I'm going to have to install Windows on my Steam Deck. Which, like I mentioned, I kind of don't like Windows. But whatever. And when I build a desktop, I'm actually not going to run Linux on it. I'm probably going to run Windows on it because it'll be primarily for gaming. My MacBook is my daily driver because I feel like macOS is just really good for getting things done. And it's going to continue to be my daily driver even when I have the desktop PC built. So pretty much all I'm going to be using it for is like gaming or anything else that needs a really high-end graphical performance. So like if I were to ever do 3D modeling, for example, I might render videos on it because it'll render faster than the MacBook will, most likely. Hashcat, so password cracking. That's something that you need a good graphics card for. Password cracking is actually freaking cool. Let me talk about that. So the way that passwords work is the server that has your account information on it, they can't just store the password in plain text. Because then if somebody breaks into the server, it's over. They have your password immediately. So what they do instead is they store a hash of the password. And a hash is basically, think of it like a fingerprint for any arbitrary data, except for it's also one way. So I can plug in the word milk, for example, into a hash algorithm like SHA-256. That's a hash algorithm. That's the name of it. I could plug in the word milk, and every time I would get the same random looking string of characters out as the hash of the word milk. But just by having the hash, if I don't know what it came from, then there's no way for me to know that the word milk is what produced that hash. So the reason that hashes are useful is because it lets you check if something is what it's supposed to be without actually having to store any information about what the thing itself is. So when you store passwords on a server, you don't store the actual passwords, you store the hashes of the passwords. That way when a user comes along and logs in, the password gets sent to the server computes the hash of the password and then checks if the hash is correct. That way, if a hacker steals the database, they still don't know anyone's passwords. And that's where password cracking comes in. What a program like Hashcat does is you give it some set of rules, and then based on those rules, it just guesses loads and loads of passwords as fast as it can and compares the hash of all those guesses against the hashes that you're trying to crack. So usually that's actually done on the graphics card instead of on the CPU. And the reason for that, the reason they do it that way, is because the graphics card can do more things at a time than the CPU. Now the graphics card hardware is also more specialized, but if you're clever with it, you can still get it to do what you want it to, like doing hash algorithms. So a good CPU will have, 8 cores, 16 cores, 32, 64 if you're a really rich boy and get a really fancy CPU. A good GPU, a good graphics card, will have thousands of cores. So even if each core is a little bit slower at hashing than your CPU cores are, it's still so much faster to do it on the graphics card because you can compute so many at a time. Like, you can get into the millions or billions even of guesses every second. And yeah, you need a good graphics card to do that. Some people build machines specifically for doing that, and they will get like the highest end graphics card they can find. They'll get like the RTX 4090 or something, and they'll get 4 of them or 8 of them. Just way too many, and build a computer that is crazy, crazy fast at cracking passwords. The cybersecurity club at my school actually did that. They built a password cracking computer that they called the Kraken. I wasn't really participating this semester that they were doing that, but I heard about it. So that's password cracking. It's cool stuff. I guess I should explain what a core is. A core is basically like a part of the CPU that on its own can do everything that the CPU can do. Which is why sometimes a core is even called a CPU. So let's say I have a 1-core CPU. It can only do one thing at a time, but it can do all kinds of different things. If I have a 2-core CPU, it's basically like if I took the 1-core CPU and added another one. It's the same concept. You're just adding more processors into the chip. And to keep things clear, we usually call that a core, whereas the entire assembly that goes in your computer, we call it a CPU, for central processing unit. That's what a core is. I could talk about technology all day. And video games, even though I didn't talk about video games all day. It's crazy how expensive graphics cards have gotten now, though. I remember back when the GTX 10 series was the latest and greatest. I had a 1060 in my computer, but like the highest end one was the. Well, there was the Titan X back then, but the highest end GTX card was the GTX 1080. That was like $500 or $600. Now their highest end consumer card is the RTX 4090. It's like $2,000. They've gotten crazy expensive, and you know, basically only professionals have graphics cards like that nowadays because they're so expensive. Nowadays, most people will go for a 4060, 4070, you know, the mid-range cards, because they're just so much more cost-effective. You can get a 4060 for like $300, and it'll work pretty dang well for almost anything that a typical user who needs a graphics card would use it for. You know, gaming or light 3D modeling or anything like that. With a 4090, geez, it's just expensive. When I build my computer, I'm actually planning on getting an AMD graphics card. I feel like AMD is a better company, and their cards are a better value in some ways. So I plan on getting probably the RX 7600 XT, which competes with the 4060. And what's really nice about that card I just said is it has 16 gigs of VRAM, or video RAM. So that's nice. I don't want to ramble on about technology too long, because people might listen to this who don't care and get bored if I'm not explaining the details of what terms mean. And then people who do know what the terms mean might get bored because, like, if I do explain the terms, they'll already know. So it's a topic that is hard to discuss for a general audience because you either have to confuse them or bore them. Unless you're a really interesting presenter. But I am not. I am a normal presenter. I've thought about streaming. I've got this idea I want to do where I want to stream every... Yawning again. I want to play every Nintendo Entertainment System and Famicom game ever made. And I'm putting this off for a few reasons. One is the time. And two, a lot of the Famicom games are going to be in Japanese because if you don't know, the Famicom is the Japanese version of what in America and I think in Europe we call the NES, the Nintendo Entertainment System. So a lot of those are going to be in Japanese. I am studying Japanese, or at least I have been. I took a break while I was off from school for a number of reasons. But I'm going to pick it back up again. And I don't want to... Maybe I'll just do all the English language games first, all the NES games. I don't want to do the Famicom games until I am better at Japanese. Because then I won't get the full experience if I can't understand the text that's on screen. And I won't be retreading like international releases. Like the American version and the Japanese version of Zelda, those are the same game. I'll just play it in English. There's no reason for me to play both. If I really want to know the differences, I'll just go look on the cutting room floor. Drinking water, hold up. Okay. Yeah. But I want to do that. And then after I play each game, I am going to give it a letter grade and write a quick description of it and my thoughts on it so that I have the information. And I'm gonna make a massive, probably a tier list, because that'll be easier. Maybe a ranking, but probably a tier list. I'm gonna make a massive tier list of all of them. And there's something like, I think 800 games to get through. There's a lot. And I've already played a good handful of them. And I actually still... Some NES games are still some of my favorites. Not in my top 10. But really good games. Super Mario Bros., the original. Good game. Still play it sometimes. It's always my go-to if I'm playing NES games. Gradius is pretty good. My dad likes Super C. Yeah, Super C. I think that's the... It's Contra, basically. I don't know if the version on the NES was called Contra or Super C or Super Contra. Anyway, that game, the NES one. My dad likes that one. It's fun. It's never one of my go-tos, though. Tetris, of course. But if I'm gonna play Tetris, I'd rather play a modern Tetris. Tetris Effect is my favorite. Oh, is it Master Blast? I think it's Blaster Master is the game I'm thinking of. It's another one. That's a fun game. Ghouls and Goblins or Ghosts and Goblins. That's come out on so many consoles. I don't even remember if there's an NES version. But if there is, I like it. I've mostly played the Sega Genesis version, though. Yeah, Tetris. Tetris Effect is really cool because if you haven't played it and you're like, oh, I don't need to play that, it's just Tetris. No, you're missing out. It is just Tetris, but the presentation is so freaking cool. Because there's all these different themed levels you go through. They all have unique music, and the music is really, like, ambient sounding, but also very... I don't know how to describe the music except for immersive. It's just really good. And the most impressive thing is that somehow, I don't know how they did this, but somehow the sound effects of rotating and placing your pieces on the Tetris board, they are somehow seemingly synchronized to the music and to your inputs, which doesn't seem like it should be possible. Because your inputs aren't always going to be synchronized to the music. But somehow, it feels like it always works out that way. And if you haven't played it, it's hard to understand what I mean by that. But if you like Tetris, you've got to try Tetris Effect. I actually played it in VR because it released on the Quest store. I'd highly recommend the VR version. It's probably just as fun on a TV. But like, part of what's so cool about this game is that it's so immersive I know I keep saying that word, but like it'll put you in a trance. Like I read a review from somebody who talks about having been hypnotized several times and what the a light trance-like state is like, where you're still in control but you're entranced by something. And they described the experience of playing Tetris Effect similarly to being in a trance. And it totally does do that to you. It's almost meditative in a way. Yeah, if you can play it in VR, I would recommend it, because that just makes it even more entrancing. Because you're surrounded by it, it's all you can see. But I'm sure it's still a great game if you play it on a TV or even on a handheld. The ambience. It's all about the ambience with that game. The gameplay is just core Tetris. Ambience, however you want to say it. Yeah. I think there was something else I was about to mention too. So I was talking about... Let me think. Yeah, it's time for me to open another water bottle too. I just finished this one. Because I've been talking so much, I'm having to keep my throat wet. I'm hoping I still have my voice tomorrow. Hoping that talking this much doesn't mess my voice up. It shouldn't, right? Because, like, I'm just talking normally. I'm not doing anything that's damaging to your vocal cords. And some people give really long presentations and stuff. But I don't know. So yeah, I was talking about Tetris Effect. Mentioned a review, it's entrancing. Well, it's not what I was going to talk about before, but I need to give a mention since I'm on the topic of VR. Oh! I just completely forgot, actually, that I was bringing up Beat Saber before. It's good. I don't know what else to say about it. Beat Saber is a really good game. Despite being less accessible than some others because it's a VR game and I need to set up the VR headset, it's still one that I come back to. One of my most played rhythm games. That's what I'm trying to say. It's really good. If you like rhythm games and you've got a VR headset and you haven't played Beat Saber, then what the heck are you doing? No, I need to give a mention to a couple other VR games I like. Super Hot VR. It's like a whole new take on Super Hot, even though it's the same basic concept. Being in VR and having a full range of motion as opposed to just having shooter controls adds a whole new dimension to the game. And it makes you feel like a superhero. Because, you know, you're dodging bullets and winning these fist fights and stuff. It's a really good game. Super Hot VR. The best Super Hot game in my opinion. And I remember trying Super Hot Mind Control Delete and being really disappointed because it's like... I couldn't find anything special about it. Maybe I missed the point, or maybe it's just like the name of a special edition of the game or something. But it seems like it was just the original Super Hot. That's it. It just seems like it just felt like the original Super Hot. Okay, it's 12:30 p.m. right now. I'm pulling past a place. I need to take a look and see if there's somewhere to eat. If not, I'll just keep going. But if there's some place I can stop and get lunch, I'm gonna do that. No, it looks like it's just a gas station. Okay. Yeah, Super Hot VR, great game. And then the Five Nights at Freddy's VR game actually is really good. So I've played I played the first 3 Five Nights at Freddy's games myself, and then I watched Markiplier play all of the rest of them. And I've kind of become desensitized to it. Like, if I've had a really stressful day, I don't want to play it. But otherwise, like, I could play it right before bed and be fine, like, not even creeped out. Playing it in VR makes it absolutely terrifying again. Because you're literally seeing them, the animatronics. They are walking up to your doors, and it's different from just seeing them on a screen and knowing that you don't want to get jump scared. Because when it's in VR, it feels like a really genuinely threatening and terrifying presence when you see the animatronics in front of you. Like, to the point where I haven't even finished the game. I haven't even finished it because I'm too chicken to finish it. Like the vent maintenance game. Oh gosh. I don't want to mess with that just because I know I'm on the base games in the VR one, like, I know what I'm doing. Because I've played the first 3 Five Nights at Freddy's games, and they're basically the same in VR. So I know that there's always a chance of getting through. Vent repair, it gives you no instructions. I know that I'm gonna die the first time that I try it. And that scares me, like, genuinely. Because it, again, so immersive. That's the whole thing that VR does, is it immerses you in content. It makes you feel like you're there instead of just looking at it. And the vent repair one is the one that it gives you no direction. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing. Every time I try it, I chicken out. And it's so cheeky the way they introduce it too. The narrator is all like, because you're the vent repair expert, you need no directions, so we won't give you any. Good luck. Yeah. That's a good game. And I've had my eye on the second one. I know they made a second Help Wanted game. Because that's the name of the Five Nights at Freddy's VR game, is Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted. I know they made a Help Wanted 2. And I've had my eye on it, but I'm waiting for it to release on the Quest instead of the PC. And I don't know when it's going to, because as far as I know, they haven't set a release date for it. The Quest store says that it's releasing April 2024. Or not April, it says spring 2024. But as of recording this, today's date is, shoot, what is today's date? Let's see. Today's date is April 20th, 2024. So, like, it's almost summer. Is this game gonna release or not? I wouldn't be surprised if they announce a delay on it. But yeah, waiting for it to come out standalone on Quest. The first game, the first Help Wanted, I have on both Quest and PC. Because when it first came out, I didn't have a Quest. I still had the original Oculus Rift. The CV1 is what it was called. That was a really cool headset, actually. Like, by modern standards, there's a lot of things wrong with it. Mostly the... actually, no, there are several things wrong with it. It used up so many ports on your computer. Because it was not inside-out tracked like all of the modern VR headsets are. Instead, it was tracked by external sensors that looked at your room. And in order to get good coverage of the space, you had to have 3 of them. So each one uses 1 USB port. They would use up the sensors alone would use up 3 USB ports, and then the headset would use up another USB port and an HDMI port. So it hogged up all the ports on your computer, and you had to worry about setting up these sensors all over your room. And also the resolution on it is not as good as modern headsets. It had a very strong screen door effect, which that's what it's called when you can see the black space in between pixels. So it feels like you're looking through a screen door. Had a very pronounced screen door effect. But despite all of that, it still felt like such a cool and just good product. Because, for one, the headset was crazy light. Like, I could wear that headset for a long time and not get tired, just with the strap that it came with. Whereas my Quest 2, I have an aftermarket head strap. It's the Bobo VR M2. I highly recommend it. Even with that strap, which is way more comfortable than either the stock strap or the official Elite strap, because I've tried both of them. It's way more comfortable, better weight distribution. Even with that, it starts to feel heavy on my head after like an hour or so, and I find myself constantly having to adjust it. Now, it's good enough that I can keep it on for long periods of time, whereas with the stock or Elite straps, eventually it got so bad that I had to take it off. But it's still not as comfortable as just the original Oculus Rift, because that thing was so light. It didn't have hardware in it, it didn't have cameras in it. It was just the screens and some lights, basically, and speakers. You know, it needs some chips in there, but it's mostly just screens and lights, so it was crazy light. And then also just how magical it felt to get it working. I feel like some of that is lost on the newer headsets, and for good reason, because the original Oculus Rift was difficult to set up. You had to take up all these ports on your computer, had to use all these USB extenders, had to find good spots to put the sensors. I had one mounted on my wall. But then once you finally get it working, it's like, oh my gosh, this is working. I have my very own virtual reality chamber in my house now. And it works, and it's amazing. The future is here. Sci-fi is now just science. But with the Quest devices, it's so easy to set them up. It's like, just take it out of the box, turn it on, and you're set. That's it. It works. And it's a good thing for the medium that it's so accessible now. But the fact that it's so easy to set up and it's so much harder to see how it's working, I just feel like some of the magic is gone. Like, I still marvel at how incredible it is when I use my Quest 2. But it doesn't feel magical. It just feels like it's a technological marvel, but it's not the same vibe. Now, I've been very tempted to upgrade to the Quest 3 as well. I got to try it at a Best Buy once because they had an interactive demo. The idea of mixed reality is very exciting to me, and the screens in the Quest 3 are shockingly clear. Like, when I first put on, going from the original Oculus Rift to the Quest 2, I put it on and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so clear, because it's a higher resolution and there's no real screen door effect that you can see when you're using the Quest 2. When I tried the Quest 3, it was almost the same level of shock. It's like, wow, this is so clear. Nothing is blurry at all. But I'm not upgrading because the Quest 2 is still good enough for me for now. I am very excited by the idea of using virtual reality for productivity. So, like, using it as a screen for my computer, for example, like what Apple's trying to do with the Vision Pro. Or using it to edit documents or stuff like that. That idea is very exciting to me. But the screen on the Quest 3, it looks crisp and clear, but the resolution is still just low enough that it doesn't feel like a replacement for a monitor. And then the pass-through too. The pass-through is exciting because I could keep it on and be able to see the space around me, have it feel natural, and then also have like my content, my VR content floating in my real space. It's an exciting idea. But the cameras are just about not quite there. Like you can look at your phone through the pass-through, and I tried this at the Best Buy demo. You can look at your phone through the pass-through, and you can see your phone screen well enough to tell what's going on, and even to read some texts. But it's still just blurry enough that it's not comfortable. You've got to strain your eyes, or at least I do, in order to read a phone screen or any other screen through the headset. So it'll probably be years now before they release a Quest 4, because it was a couple years between the 2 and the 3. When the 4 comes out, I'm going to take another look. I feel like they're so close to having it just right. And I feel like when the Quest 4 is announced and released, it's going to be the first one that gets everything clear enough to do what I really want. But for now, the Quest 3 just isn't quite there, which means I can't justify buying it, because those are really the upgrades that excite me, and the upgrades are not big enough to do what I want. I should have brought cough drops in the car. But yeah, I'm still happy with my Quest 2 for now. It works well for pure VR entertainment content. I even watch movies in it sometimes. Not very often, but sometimes. Most of the time, if I want to watch a movie, I find I'd rather watch it on like my computer monitor than on my Quest. Obviously, the ideal situation is a nice TV, but I live in a school apartment with 5 other guys, so I feel I'm habitually very private about the media that I watch or listen to or whatever. Even if there's nothing wrong with it, it just makes me feel a little uncomfortable to watch something that I know is not mainstream and have others see me watching it. Which is dumb. I shouldn't care so much, but I do. And I'm trying to get over it, but I'm not there yet. So I don't end up watching stuff on the apartment TV very often, because that's the shared living space. And I don't like that everyone can see what I'm watching. Sometimes I still do, because I know it's good guys that I'm living with. I know they're not judging me, but yeah, still. Oh, okay, I see a billboard for a McDonald's. Let's see. Oh, and there's highway guide signs. So I'm probably going to stop for lunch soon, that being the case. Let's see what we've got. Okay, this one is... that sign is for lodging. And I'm not going to have lunch at the Econo Lodge. There we go, that sign is for food. We got McDonald's, Subway, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, and... I'm not going to read that one because I think it's a local place. I'm probably going to get McDonald's. Shoot, I forgot to read the name of the exit. Okay, that sign has the exit name on Yep, and there's a billboard for McDonald's with the exit number on it. So that's where I'm gonna go for lunch. McDonald's is kind of underrated. And I know them's fighting words for me to just say that. Like, I feel like a lot of people act like McDonald's is terrible. And McDonald's has a lot of stuff that's mediocre and overpriced. But they're not that bad. I like their Quarter Pounder. That's what I get almost every time I go. It's a double Quarter Pounder cheese deluxe. And it's pretty good. They use different beef for those. The other ones, I think they're like frozen patties. The Quarter Pounder meat is like actual, like they use... I'm sure the beef has been frozen at some point, but they actually form the patties out of ground beef instead of using like pre-formed patties that get shipped in from corporate. Yeah, I like it. It's a pretty good burger, actually. Sometimes I'll get nuggets. Their nuggets are okay. They're not really noteworthy or good. They're just sort of nostalgic for me, and I like them. Kraft mac and cheese is the same way. I often have Kraft mac and cheese on weekends. Sunday is my cheat day. I mean, I don't watch my diet super closely, but I try to eat relatively healthy. But on Sundays I cheat. So on Sundays I'll often have a whole box of Kraft mac and cheese for lunch. Let's see here. Navigating up to the McDonald's is weird. Yeah, and then there's a Taco Bell right next to it. I've never liked Taco Bell much. I like their chicken chalupas, those are alright. Their steak quesadillas are okay. There's a person walking here. I can't tell if they're okay, whatever. And the other thing, Cinnabon Delights. Taco Bell has these. They're like Cinnabon flavored fried dough filled with Cinnabon icing. They are absolutely incredible. Easily the best thing that Taco Bell has. Maybe my favorite thing at any fast food place. It's hard to say. They're so good. It's the one saving grace of Taco Bell. Go out, get yourself Cinnabon Delights. They're so good. I have just parked at the McDonald's. So this will be break number 2. We'll see you in several seconds for you. I am back once again. And, oh. Hang on. Okay. I had to put my phone in the holder. So something funny happened while I was in McDonald's. There seems to be 2 ways that McDonald's operate. Hold on. Gotta back out carefully. Okay, I was saying there seems to be 2 different ways that McDonald's can operate for dine-in orders, and it varies not just by region, but even like over time at the same location. They'll switch between the 2 systems. And one system is where your receipt has a number on it, and they call out that number, and you go up to the front counter and get your food. And the other system, which is what they were doing at this place, is you grab a table tent, you order at a kiosk, you grab a table tent with a number on it and type in the number on it, and then you set the tent on your table and they bring your food to your table. And so this McDonald's was doing it the second way. And when the guy came out with my food, he set it down. He was nice. He said, here's your order. Let me know if you need anything else. I said, thank you. And then he walks into the back of the restaurant again. Like, how am I supposed to let you know if I need anything else if I cannot get to you, and, you know, it's not a full-service restaurant, I'm not gonna see this guy again. He's not gonna come around and check on me. Oh, shoot, I just turned the wrong way. I'm gonna have to make a U-turn. Oh, great, there's an opportunity to take a side road and turn around that way. But yeah, I'm like, what do you mean, let you know if I need anything else? I'm not gonna see you again. Anyway, nothing against him. He was just being nice and doing his job, and he did a good job. I just thought it was a really funny choice of words. Okay, I was talking about fast food before, and I think that's a good way to go from here, because there's a lot that I can talk about. One of my favorite fast food places is Freddy's. Okay, I'm actually about to give you a second hint regarding my location. I have hardly ever been to In-N-Out because I haven't really lived near one. But I have tried it a few times. I've liked In-N-Out. But the thing I like about Freddy's is that they're consistent. They make a good burger, and every Freddy's that I've ever been to anywhere in the country has been to the exact same level of quality. The staff is, oh my gosh. There's potholes here literally like a foot deep. That just caught me off guard. Yeah, every Freddy's I've been to has been just as good, and it's good food. You know, by fast food standards anyway. I think they make a pretty good burger. Oh wait, let me see. Getting back on the interstate. Okay, I'm gonna be boring for a second here because I just need to watch what I'm doing and make sure I'm taking the right entrance. Which I think I am. Yeah, yes, this is it. Yeah, I like Freddy's. I like Culver's a lot too, actually. Actually, I think I like Culver's more than Freddy's, and for all the same reasons, but Culver's is also cheaper, and I love their cheese curds. I think they've got like the best cheese curds of any fast food place. I've never been a fan of Pizza Hut. I feel like they're the worst of the big pizza chains. Little Caesars is a step above Pizza Hut. They're still not my favorite, but they're all right. Little Caesars is good for like if you're throwing a party and you want to feed a lot of people cheap. Little Caesars is good because they are fairly cheap. They actually had a pretzel pizza for a while. I got it a couple times. It was pretty good. Like, it was probably one of my favorite things that I've seen there. Or, sorry, I said seen because I lost my train of thought because I saw someone on the opposite direction highway getting pulled over. Where was I? Oh yeah, the pretzel pizza. One of my favorite things I've had there. It's that, crazy bread, and cheese bread are like my 3 favorite things I've had there. And I got the pretzel pizza twice, and then they discontinued it. It was like months after they introduced it that they already discontinued it. I was very sad about that. And then above Little Caesars, I'm gonna say Domino's and then Papa John's. Papa John's being better, I mean. But I think Domino's has the best cheese bread of any of the pizza chains, like the American pizza chains. because it's just so much cheesier, and it's very nicely seasoned. I should stop for gas, but technically I have enough to make it all the way there. So I'm gonna live dangerously and not stop for gas. I have almost a full tank still. If I stopped, I would only be putting in like 4 gallons, if even that much. I think my car's tank is only like 15 gallons, which seems low. But if I'm on the highway, it gets around 450 miles to a tank, which is nice on the highway. Driving at slower speeds, like on city roads, it gets around 300 miles to a tank. But that still seems like a lot for only 15 gallons or so. And having a car is expensive though, because my parents' house, who I was just staying with them, my parents' house is pretty decently far away from like anything. I have my phone screen on because it turns out the way I have it charging right now, it's good enough to keep it on forever. But I don't want to see the timer constantly. I don't want to know how much longer I have to go. Anyways, yeah, my parents' house, it's like a half-hour drive from anywhere useful. So I was working 2 jobs, and one of them was about 40 miles away, and that was my commute. So I was putting like 80 miles. I was only working that job 2 days a week, but I was putting like 80 miles on my car each day. So just to get around town, I was having to pay for like almost a whole tank of gas every single week, which is like $40 to $50 depending on prices. And that's a lot. And on top of that, you know, I had to get an oil change, and my brakes had worn down, so I got my brakes replaced. Like, I have spent hundreds of dollars on just making my car drivable over the past few months. And it's annoying, especially because the city that my college is in is extremely walkable. I drive less than once a week there, and I basically only drive to the grocery store or sometimes to friends' apartments that are across town. But I mostly walk everywhere. And so going from that to having a 40-mile commute, such a big difference. I forgot how expensive it is to drive everywhere all the time. Oh, and the speed limit's going back up to 80. It was 75. There's stuff rattling in my car. Oh, I see. I've still got my cup of Sprite from McDonald's. It was rattling the way I set it down. Yeah, I probably will have to clean up this audio. I listened to a little bit, at my first stop at that gas station, just to make sure that it was clear. Because if my phone wasn't picking up my voice, I wasn't gonna bother doing this for the whole rest of the drive. But it was. But I think I'm gonna have to clean the audio up a bit before I post it. Which is annoying because making even the smallest edit is gonna take a while because it's gonna be 9 hours of audio. Where was I? I got sidetracked. I think I was talking about cars. Yes, I was talking about cars. I want trains. That's the point I'm making. I want good rail-based public transit. A couple of years ago, my family visited New York. I'd never been there before. And we spent a few days on/in Manhattan. I don't know how people usually say it, since it's in... Anyway, Manhattan was our location. And I liked getting to take the subway everywhere. And I even know that the New York City subway is not the best subway system out there. Years ago, I have family that works for the State Department, and they used to be stationed in Tokyo, Japan. So in 2018, I was lucky enough to go with my family to visit there for a week, that was like a bucket list item for me, was to visit Japan. And I still want to do it again. Like, there's so much in Japan that I want to see. Anyways, their rail system is amazing in Tokyo. And I want that so bad in the US. Or at least I want to live somewhere with something like that. Because I really, really prefer that mode of transport, of taking the public train and then walking anywhere else. It just feels better to me. Whenever I'm driving, it feels like I am wasting my life away driving just to get somewhere. Whenever I'm walking, it's like, it feels refreshing to me to be outside walking. And when I'm taking the train, I don't have to keep my eyes on a road. So even though I'm just sitting down on the train, I can do other stuff. Whereas when I'm driving, I'm just driving. I can listen to stuff, I can talk to people on the phone or people in the car, but like, I'm just driving. It feels like I'm wasting my life away in the car. Now granted, the city that my college is in doesn't have very good public transit either, but it's small enough that I can walk it, so it doesn't matter. I've actually, for a while now, I've been meaning to get a bicycle, but I haven't gotten around to it. I've been looking for a good deal on one. On a good one, I mean. But I haven't found one yet. But yeah, getting to visit Japan was super cool. And I'm a total weeb. It's not just media though. I mean, I'm very interested in a lot of Japanese media, but it's not just anime and manga. I think a lot about Japan is really fascinating. And the more I look into it, the more I am engrossed in the culture of Japan and their media. Because, you know, media is the only way that I can access it, because I'm not in Japan. And I feel like the language barrier is the thing that's holding me up from doing that the most. And that's why I am wanting to learn Japanese. But despite being so interested in Japan, despite wanting to visit again a whole bunch, and really enjoying my time there, I do not want to move there. Just because, from what I understand, it is not, for most foreigners who move to Japan, unless they are absolutely obsessed with what the daily life is like, it's not an easy move to make. And maybe I'm overblowing that a bit, because there's loads of people who do move to Japan and are happy. But like, it doesn't seem like what I want in life. What I mostly want is stability, security, and comfort. I want to be able to sleep at night in a comfortable bed in my own home, knowing that everything will still be the way that it is now tomorrow. And I know change is like a constant in life. It can never truly stay the same forever, and it shouldn't. But I don't want to have to worry about, is my country going to last until my retirement? Will inflation cool down enough that I can ever afford to retire? Will I ever be able to be financially independent? And I'm thinking a lot of that will come once I'm done with school, even if I don't get a job in the field that I'm studying, just because I will be working full-time. And I'm confident enough in my ability to handle money to think that I'll be able to take care of myself and hopefully retire someday. But it's still a little unsettling how chaotic the world seems to be now. And all I want is stability. Comfort, security, and stability. And I don't think I could get all of those things in Japan. Japan is a very work-heavy culture, from what I understand. And I don't think I'd be able to get a very good work-life balance there unless I already had like a good offer. Japan, they're slipping economically. I actually just saw a few months ago Germany is now the world's third largest economy. For decades, it was the United States and then Japan. Then for a while it was the US, China, and Japan in that order. Now it's US, China, Germany, and Japan is number 4 because they've been in a recession for decades. And I listened to an academic forum on this topic once about what's going on with Japan, and well, it wasn't actually on that topic, but it was on a related topic of disruptive innovation, and he related it to Japan. He's an economist. He has a friend who is an economist who was hired by the Japanese government to help them develop their economic planning. And the thing that this friend decided is that the main problem that Japan has is that there's no real venture capital. There's no room for new businesses. They have these huge businesses. They have Toyota, Sony. I think they have the world's biggest steel company, but I can't remember the name of it. And all of these companies started out making super cheap stuff that competed with non-consumption. Because like back in the day, you could buy a super cheap Sony radio, and it was cheap. It wasn't good quality, but it was either that or nothing. So people who otherwise wouldn't even be able to afford a radio were buying Sony radios. And that's how Sony sort of got started on their rise. It's stuff like that, where ideas come from the bottom and make their way up to the top until you have something huge. That's happening all the time in America. Apparently, that just doesn't really happen in Japan. And so their economy has stagnated because it's just going to continue to be made up of the same stuff. Anyway, yeah, it's hard for me to feel comfortable talking about this because it's like, I'm not Japanese, I've never lived in Japan, everything I know about it is stuff I've learned from the internet and going there for a week once ever. So it's like, I could be so wrong about so much, and there's probably loads that I don't know. But it seems like a lovely country. It just doesn't seem like what I want. Realistically, I'm probably gonna just stay in the United States. It's where my family is, it's where all my friends are. It's obviously the easy option. I understand American economics better than those of any other country, which makes sense since I live here and everything I've read and studied on the topic is supposed to pertain to America specifically. So like there's plenty of reasons for me to stay here. If I were to move out of the US, I would probably want to move to Germany or Switzerland. And it's a toss-up because from what I've heard, Switzerland supposedly has a better quality of life than Germany, or at least a lot of people have said that it does, that they felt like their quality of life was better there. But if I were a German citizen, that would also make me an EU citizen. And there's a lot of Europe that I want to see. But this is all so hypothetical. I'm probably never going to move out of the United States full-time. I did spend a few months living in the Philippines for reasons, and that was cool. I don't think I would want to move back, but I would totally visit. I will not elaborate on this. This is new citric dolphin lore that will just remain mysterious. Is that I lived in the Philippines for about 6 months, I think. And I speak Tagalog. I'm a bit rusty because there's not a lot of good Tagalog media for me to keep up with it. And I can't even use Duolingo to keep up with it because Duolingo doesn't have Tagalog, which is crazy to me because there are millions of Tagalog speakers. Filipino is like the formalized official version of Tagalog. It's a language. And it's the official language of the Philippines. Loads of people speak it. It's a useful enough language. Like, if Duolingo has Navajo, I feel like they should have Tagalog. But they don't, for some reason. And they even have, like, constructed languages on there. Duolingo has Esperanto, it has High Valyrian, it has, what's the one from Star Trek? Klingon? I think it has Klingon. It has constructed languages. But it doesn't have Tagalog. And I don't get it. I wish it did. But it is what it is. I think, actually, I would move to Japan under 2 conditions. I would retire there if it looks like their economy was stable. Because it's stagnant, but it's stable as far as I'm aware. It's not like their economy is crashing, it's just not growing. Or at least not growing very much, if it is. I don't know, I'm not an economist. I would consider retiring there. Or if I had a good job offer, like if I had a job already lined up, where I knew that I would have work, I knew that I could get housing, and I knew what the working conditions were going to be like, that I would be able to have a good work-life balance, then I would consider moving to Japan. Because there really is so much to see there that I want to see, and there's a lot to like. I just have concerns about practically what would it mean for me to move there. But you know, the whole family and friends thing, that can never go away. My family is fairly spread out across the United States, but we're all in the United States. And I can drive to people. It's different if it's different if I'm on an island. You know, I'd be a Pacific flight away from everyone I know. From everything I grew up with. That's a long way. And the same applies if I were to move somewhere in Europe. But this is all just me thinking out loud. I mean, that's the whole point of this entire recording thing. But this part especially, I'm just thinking out loud. Because I have no real intention of moving out of the United States. This is sort of just like, what if I did? What then? I have family in London right now. It's the same ones that were previously in Japan. Now they're in London. And I think this might be their last assignment. I don't know. I don't keep on top of how they're, of everything that they're up to. I thought I remembered hearing somebody mention that it might be their last assignment though. But yeah, my mom went to visit them, which I'm jealous of because I've never been to Europe. And it was funny because she didn't tell me that she was going. I remember it distinctly. I was in the kitchen at my apartment. I called her for something. I don't remember what. And she was like, okay, well, I've got to go. I'm in London. I was like, what? Like England? What are you doing there? And apparently she had a week off or something like that and just decided to hop over. See a lot of, oh, never mind. I was almost about to describe what the land around the road looks like. Nope. No more hints. No more hints for you. You will have to fruitlessly guess at where I could possibly be driving from and or to based on the things I've already told you. And if you forgot what those things are, tough. Tough. I'm not going to tell you again. When I was thinking about doing this, I knew that I was going to be, at the beginning, I knew already that I was going to introduce what I'm doing and probably talk about the audio content that I listened to for a while. But I thought to myself, if I tell them how far I'm driving, they might be able to figure out where I am based on that. And it occurred to me like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Because there's so many roads in the US, like, there's practically an infinite number of ways that you could make a drive of the distance that I'm driving. And I've purposely not said the names of any, or the numbers of any highway exits, or the names of the interstates that I'm on, or anything like that. Like, if somebody can actually figure out from this alone where I'm coming from and where I'm going, I will be extremely impressed. Shoot. I'm gonna have to stop and pee sometime because I've almost drank this entire Sprite. The fact that I'm not dating is weird. It's not because I don't want to, it's because I don't feel like I know how to. Like, I've been in 2 relationships when I was younger, and neither of them were really even like a normal, like, full-on relationship. So I feel like I'm in this weird limbo where, like, I know what it's supposed to look like, but I have no experience whatsoever with actually doing it, with being in a relationship, I mean. And with with having some social anxiety, it makes it really hard for me to date. And I feel like I've tried like dating apps and stuff. I've been on one date through a dating app that I didn't go super well. It was kind of awkward. But like it's weird. I feel like I don't understand any of the rules, so to speak. Like, how the heck do you engage with someone? Silly me, I thought that if you swiped on each other on a dating app, then it meant that you were both interested. Let's go on a date. But no, everybody is like, well, that's weird if you ask right away, because you want to get to know them first. And I'm like, well, just go on a date then. Get to know them that way. You know, I talk to people online all the time, so it's not like I don't know how to do that. It's just weird to me that it's an expectation in the context of a dating app, where the entire point is to find someone to date. It's weird. Like I mentioned, my school offers they have a number of counseling services, and I've used them before, and I found out that they offer basically like a social skills group. So I'm going to be joining that this semester. I'm actually really looking forward to it, because it's to me, it feels like I don't understand how people make friends. I have friends, but they are all more extroverted and more aggressive in a sense than I am, because I don't take initiative with people. Which means that I only make friends with other people who are very good at taking initiative. Because every step of the way feels awkward to me. I feel like I don't have any clear idea in my head of how you go from not knowing someone at all to being good friends with them and hanging out with them. Like that path is not clear to me. I can make small talk, I can become acquaintances with someone and be on good terms with people with whom I am naturally already engaging. So like classmates, for example, people I work on projects with, people where I have some externally imposed reason to talk to them. In those contexts, I'm okay talking to people and getting along well. Going from good acquaintances to we should hang out, it feels like there's a disconnect to me, because I don't feel comfortable in any case taking the initiative. It feels really weird to me to say to a classmate, hey, we should hang out, when we have never done so before and we only really know each other in the context through which we met. But you've got to do that at some point, because that's the only way that you get to interact with the same people in a variety of contexts, is if you start inviting them or they invite you. So it's like, I don't know how to make friends. I know how to be friends and how to interact with people who are my friends, and I can interact. Context really is important. I'm going to loop back around to that, because I said I'm okay talking to people in contexts where there's like some externally imposed reason. I feel super uncomfortable engaging with someone unless there is already an expectation that I'm going to talk to them. Whoa, wait. Okay, side note, there's these two gas stations across the street from each other, and one of them has diesel that's like almost, it's 19 cents cheaper than the other place for the gallon. Per gallon is what I'm trying to say. Like, the gas is the same, usually the prices are the same, but one place just has cheaper diesel than the other, and that's weird. Anyway, yeah, talking to people. So for example, if I'm in a class and the teacher says, turn to your neighbor and discuss this. I can do that because I have a reason to be talking to this person. It's not awkward because they know exactly why I'm talking to them, and I know exactly why I'm talking to them. They know what I expect, and they don't think I'm expecting anything that I'm not. It's comfortable. And basically in any context where where there's some external reason to talk to someone, I'm fine with it. What I get really uncomfortable about is just the go talk to people thing. So like social events, when I try to attend them, like meet and greet sort of things at school, always feel incredibly frustrating to me. Because I am going there for the purpose of having context for why I'm going to talk to someone. And then the host of the event will say, talk to the people near you and get to know them. And I'm like, if I could just talk to somebody and get to know them, I wouldn't need to come to this event. If I could just walk up to somebody without any external context for why I'm doing that and say, hi, my name is Citric Dolphin, and strike up a conversation and feel comfortable doing that, then I would just do that. I would do that instead of going to these organized events that they make for the specific purpose of helping you meet people. Because I'm exposed to people all the time. I go in public spaces. I study at school and stuff. It's not like there's a shortage of people around me. You don't need to organize an event just to get people together. People are already together. The reason I'm going to the event is because I'm hoping it will provide some reason for why I'm going to talk to people so that I can feel more comfortable doing it. Some sort of context or structure that makes it to where I am expected to talk to a specific person. That, even if it's not about anything in particular, that would make it so much more comfortable for me to engage with people. But instead, whenever I go to these social events, they're just sort of like, all right, go talk to people, introduce yourself. And I'm like, why'd I even come here? If that's all if that's all this was, if all you're gonna do is tell me to go talk to people, well, don't worry, I've got everyone in my life to tell me to go talk to people already. I know that's what I'm supposed to do. It's just really freaking hard to do it. I am more comfortable with public speaking than I am I'm more comfortable with public speaking than I am with initiating contact with a stranger. Which I think says a lot in a number of ways. I think I'm more okay with public speaking than a lot of people. I don't fear it. It stresses me out a little bit, especially if I'm not prepared. But I'm not afraid of it. I can speak in public. I can speak to an audience. I'm okay doing that. And if I'm well prepared, it can even be fun. But I do still get stressed about it. Public speaking is just inherently stressful. Even if I know I'm super well prepared and I'm very confident in the material that I'm going to speak on, my heart still pounds when I'm about to speak. Initiating contact with a stranger without any clear reason for why I'm doing that is like orders of magnitude more stressful for me than public speaking. Like, debilitatingly stressful. And I'm getting better at it. I've talked to my therapist about that, and he's given me some advice that has been helpful. And I'm going to be taking this social skills group. My intent here isn't just to whine and say, woe is me, if only I could be better. I'm actively trying to get better. And I think I am making progress. But that doesn't make it not frustrating. And, like, I wonder, how the heck do people make friends once they're out of school? Like, while I was staying with my parents, I was just working. And I was working in jobs where it was basically just me doing the jobs, too. So, like, when am I supposed to interact with people like that? And I've heard the advice about, like, interact with people who share your interests. And that's good advice, except that it's like, when am I supposed to be in a context to interact with people at all, let alone people who share my interests? And it's weird, because having friends and interacting with other people seems like such a fundamental part of life. Like, such an important human thing, because we're such social creatures. It's like, we need human interaction. It's just a basic thing that we do, is we interact with people, we have friends. And it's weird to me that it can be so hard. I mean, obviously it's hard for me to make friends, but even outside of me specifically, it's weird that it can be so hard to find context at all in which you even can make friends. Drinking more water. My odometer just crossed 900. I've got, well, let me look at my map again. Got another 57 miles until my exit. 5 more hours of driving. Goodness, I'm not even halfway through this thing. What else can I talk about? I could talk about the thing my school did that I hated. Well, not my school specifically. It was I tried taking calculus last year, and I ended up withdrawing from that class because I wasn't keeping up with it. But I tried taking calculus for the first time. I've never taken math that advanced before. And I will probably come back around to calculus eventually. Just not yet. Anyways, the online program that we were using for homework, besides the quizzes and exams, was set up in such a way where it gives you a problem that is supposed to be representative of a certain type of problem. And you're supposed to solve it. You get 2 chances. And if you don't solve it, it gives you an easier problem. And it keeps doing this until you can solve the problem it gives you, and then it tries to build you back up. Which sounds fine, but the problem with this is that you don't progress through the material until you get the question right. So if there is a particular concept that a student is having a lot of trouble with, it is not possible for them to submit the homework and just take a slightly lower grade, like a B or something, on the assignment, and then work on thing that's giving them trouble once they're able to work on it and discuss it with a teacher or tutor or whatever. Because it will not allow you to progress through the assignment until you have demonstrated mastery of the topic that it's presenting you with immediately. There's a semi-truck that is riding my butt right now, and I'm not comfortable with it. I'd brake check them, but you know, it's a semi-truck. I would not win that battle. But yeah, so it basically meant you had to be perfect, or else you don't get any credit for the homework. And it made it so much harder for me once I got behind in that class. It made it so much harder to catch up, because I couldn't even just start with what I did know and then fill in the gaps. It was starting me with things I didn't know, and I had no way to continue. It's a terrible system. The concept of the concept is fine, where they're like, okay, you couldn't get that problem, let's give you an easier one and then build you back up. That part is fine. It's the fact that you cannot jump between question sets that makes it a problem. It was really stupid. And that alone is not the reason that I ended up dropping out of that class. But I'd argue that it was a factor. The fundamental problem I had was just that I was not managing my time well. I wasn't trying hard enough. I got behind and would procrastinate, and just wasn't putting in the effort to learn the material. Because it was a big class. It was a 4-credit class. But this stupid online homework system certainly didn't help, because it meant that even when I would resolve to get myself caught up, it was not possible. I would be presented with problems I couldn't solve, would have no way of trying different problems instead. And it was so stressful that I would stop, because I couldn't handle my stress well either. I handled stress by avoiding. And it's hard because I know that I can handle the material. The only reason I've ever failed a class or gotten a low grade is from not trying in that class. But it's really hard to learn to put in the effort. No, it's that gifted child thing or whatever. Like my whole life, a lot of things have come pretty easily. And as a kid and a teenager, I always had people telling me that I was smart. And so I never had to learn to try. And now that I have to try, now that I'm being challenged, it's hard. And I'm getting through it. Like I said, I'm just thinking out loud right now, talking about what I've been through. I know how to deal with this. I am not just venting and trying to solicit advice that nobody is going to give me on the internet. I'm just talking about what I've been through, what my thoughts and feelings on it all have been. It's really hard to learn how to put the effort in. And I feel like I'm starting to figure this out. I have a goal this semester to get straight A's, because I know I can. I know that I'm capable. I just have to put in the work. And I have a lot of plans in place for what's going to help me to get the work done. to force me to put in the effort. But it's still hard. It's a major change for me. I mean, I got through several semesters by pushing off most of my coursework until Saturday and getting through it all in a day. Passed all my classes that way. But I didn't always get good grades. And I know I can get better grades if I just try. Shout out to Answer in Progress. They're a YouTube channel. I don't remember the names of the 3 people that do it. But they're a great channel. Very interesting. The people who run it they just feel like good people. They're very engaging. It's high production value. They have a video on that channel. I think it's called How I Fixed My Attention Span. And like, oh my gosh, how in the world has nobody made a video or book or anything like that before? Because it's such a universal issue of, okay, I need to do the thing. How do I make sure that I actually do the thing? It's such a fundamental problem, and one that I have been facing against for years and years and never understood how to deal with it. It didn't ever feel like there was an answer. And I've read some books that have provided really good pointers, like Atomic Habits. It's been a bestseller for years now, and for good reason. It's very good. It's a fantastic read. But it didn't feel like they helped me. And then this video comes along. It's only like, what, 16 minutes long, if that? Specifically on the topic of attention span and staying focused. And it has pointers in it that are actually immediately actionable and are things that I have not heard before anywhere else. It's like, this is exactly what I needed and exactly what I think a lot of people need. How did this not come sooner? Meditation was a key piece there, which I was surprised to see. I already do meditate, but not with any sort of consistency. I mostly meditate as a way to de-stress. It seems like one of the most effective techniques to me. There's 2 kinds, if I remember correctly, which is exclusive and inclusive. And inclusive meditation is where you're just like trying to exist and let your thoughts float around naturally while observing them passively and not judging them. And then that's inclusive. And exclusive is when you are trying to empty your mind as much as possible, usually by focusing on one specific thing to the exclusion of anything else. And they're just different techniques. I don't know if they have different results or anything like that. I generally do exclusive because, I don't know, it just feels better to me to try to think about nothing, especially when I'm doing it to de-stress. When I've tried doing it inclusive, it is difficult for me to be passive about my thoughts. It's difficult for me to allow my mind to naturally continue to think about the thing that's stressing me out without being stressed out. So exclusive meditation is a lot more, it's more useful for me. It's more de-stressing. I can do it for longer. I usually do it for about 10 minutes at a time. I've tried increasing that number. I don't know exactly what the benefits are supposed to be of longer sessions. But anyway, I've basically only meditated as needed to de-stress. And something that this video brought up, the one from Answer in Progress about attention span, was how like all of the productivity advice that they were trying didn't seem to work. Like it worked for a while and then they just crashed. But introducing meditation into it like instantly made everything else start working. And nothing's magic. There is no magic solution. But it does even logically seem like it makes sense, because anytime I've had a burst of really high productivity, the reason that it's not sustainable is because I need to rest. I can't just be productive all the time. I need some downtime. And meditation is so effective for that. It feels like time is... When I meditate, it feels like time is expanding. Like the 10 minutes that I spend on it feels like way longer than 10 minutes. I come out of it feeling like I've been more affected by it than what should be possible for something that only lasts 10 minutes. As far as internal processes go, anyway. Trying to fill the air. Just saying words now so it's not too quiet. I feel like I've reached ahead with that train of thought. When I brought up this idea in the main Discord server that I'm in, the one that I spend more time in than any other Discord server, when I brought up the idea of doing this, of just talking for the entire 9 hours of this drive, one person said to me, it was something to the effect of, unless you're very skilled at conversation, a lot of those 9 hours are going to be empty or silent or something like that. And I want to prove him wrong for no particular reason. And that's not the only thing too. I really do want this to be something that somebody can get something out of. I don't know what the context is for a person to listen to this much aimless rambling. But I would imagine that if they are listening to it, if someone is listening to this, that person probably wants something to listen to besides road noise. So I'm really doing my best to keep coming up with things to talk about. And that actually just reminded me, perfect. When I was at McDonald's, I stopped to check my Discord. My friend randomly sent a list of his favorite candies for some reason. And so I guess I'll talk about that too. My number one favorite candy is probably... Oh my gosh, this is harder than I thought already. Usually I say Reese's. If someone asks me what my favorite candy is, usually the reason they're asking is because they're going to get me candy. And I know I always like Reese's, so I usually say Reese's. Peanut butter M&Ms are up there too, though. As are Butterfingers. Those are all... Alright, new plan. Candy tier list, because I can't rank them. Okay, so S tier. Reese's Cups, peanut butter M&Ms, Butterfingers. What else? Anything else goes in S tier? Nope, not that I can think of. Let's go down to A tier. Actually, no, I'm gonna skip down to B tier. I feel like B tier is easier to fill. Because there's a lot of just sort of okay candies. Like, alright, Three Musketeers belongs in B tier for me. It's just okay. It's nice, but I've never craved one before, ever. Same thing with Milky Way, Twix, Snickers. They're good, but I've never craved them. Drinking more water. Oh, Junior Mints and Yorks, also S tier, both. When I was a kid and we would go to the movies, Junior Mints were always what I would pick out. I'm not a fan of Reese's Pieces, actually, which seems weird because I like Reese's Cups and I like peanut butter M&Ms, and you would think that would mean I'd also like Reese's Pieces, but I don't as much. I feel like there's not enough peanut butter taste, and the taste just isn't strong enough in general. They taste weak to me. Reese's Pieces, B tier. Mike and Ike's, Red Hots, both C tier. Never been a big fan of either. I'm not a big fan of most fruity candies, although Starburst, I just remembered Starburst. Starburst belongs in A tier. Making a tier list without having like a list of things to pick from, or a visual to help me keep track of what I've put where, is harder than I thought it would be. If I just had a list of candies, that would make this way easier. But I'm driving. I can't find a list of candies. So I guess that concludes the candy tier list segment. Thank you for tuning in. And we will now be moving on. Let's see. I thought I had an idea in the middle there when I was talking about candy. Oh, this is the problem. I keep telling myself I'm going to finish what I'm thinking about now and then come back to this thought. And almost every time I've done that, this whole recording, I have forgotten instantly what I was going to talk about. Which is really annoying because I'm really... Oh my gosh, that voice crack. I am really trying to come up with topics that are at least a little bit interesting. And it's hard because every time I think I've thought of one, I lose it before I'm ready to talk about it. It's very sad. I see a factory or something off in the distance, like smokestacks, and it looks like a vape, because it looks like a perfect rectangle shape from here, and there's just a little puff of steam coming out the top, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Like, it doesn't look like steam is coming out. It looks like there's just a puff of steam floating above the smokestacks. TV shows. I've been watching Avatar: The Last Airbender. Not the new one. I'm talking about the good one. The old Nickelodeon cartoon. I have a problem with all of these live-action remakes. And the problem is that they all suck. That's a little bit of an exaggeration. I feel like Disney's live-action Cinderella comes the closest to having a good reason to exist. And it's the best of their live-action remakes. Because I've never been a fan of the original Cinderella. And I feel like the presentation of the live-action movie is so radically different from the presentation of the old animated one that it's justified. But otherwise, in almost every context, I would rather just watch the animated one. And it's like, if you're remaking a movie in a way where nothing is really changing and it's not better than the original, why does it exist? Like, the Beauty and the Beast live action remake. Beauty and the Beast has always been one of my favorite Disney plays, or Disney movies, partially because I think it's good, and partially because as a kid, me, my sister, and my mom did a community theater presentation, or we were involved in a community theater presentation of Disney's Beauty and the Beast, the stage play. And so it's kind of nostalgic and special to me in a unique way that the other Disney movies aren't. And I feel like the live action remake just didn't do it justice. It doesn't, it's only a few years old, and already the animation hasn't aged very gracefully, whereas the original still looks fantastic. And they auto-tuned Belle like crazy. Like, I almost feel bad for Emma Watson, because from what I understand, she can sing. But they made her sound like a bad singer by auto-tuning her to death and back. So, anytime these live-action remakes come out, instead of watching them, well, I don't watch them. If they pique my interest, instead of watching them, I'll just go back and re-watch the original. And almost every single time, the live-action movies have been worse. So I can do that with total confidence that I'm not missing out on anything, and in fact, I'm having a better experience than I would if I went to see the live-action remake. Like, it's not even exciting to me when they announce these. I never saw Mulan. I heard Mulan was the one that I thought maybe this has a reason to exist. Because apparently the original one bothered a lot of people in China for being kind of flippant with the way that they handled the legend and the... Well, not a legend. Mulan was a real person, I think. But just the way they handled it. Apparently the Chinese didn't like that. And I really thought Disney was going to take this opportunity to make something super different and really re-earn favor with the Chinese. And I don't know if they did. I still haven't seen it. Because even that, I still don't care that much. Because their track record for live-action remakes is just so bad. And it's not just Disney, it's everyone. The live-action... what's it called? That anime. One Piece. The live-action One Piece. I've heard some people really liked it. I saw some of it and felt like it doesn't... I'd rather just watch the anime. And now there's this live-action Avatar. Not the James... Well, I almost just said the James Cameron one. That's Avatar with the blue people. That's a whole different Avatar. Not the, M. Night Shyamalan? Is that how it's pronounced? Shyamalan? M. Night him. His live-action Avatar movie was bad. I think we all agree that it's bad. Now it's getting a series, a live-action series, and I'm like, why would I watch this when I can just watch the original? So that's what I'm doing. I'm watching the original series, and I'm having a great time with it. At the same time, I'm watching Adventure Time. I had a friend, the same friend that recommended The Color of Magic to me, strongly suggested I watch Adventure Time quite a while ago. I think it was my idea, because I had heard good things about it, and I was like, hey, is Adventure Time worth watching? And I got a resounding yes. So I've been watching it. It's really good. I'm in season 9 out of 10. They do these mini-series in Adventure Time sometimes, where it's the same show, and it's produced, it's serialized inside of the show, but it'll be like a unique mini series with its own story arc. So like the first one is called Stakes, and I did a supercut of all of the episodes of Stakes into a movie because it felt to me like it was meant to be a movie. We watched my cut together, and yeah, it felt really right as a movie. So that's the first one they do, is Stakes. There's another one they do later called Islands. And Islands gets good. But the first few episodes of Islands are so bad that I stopped watching the show for like 6 months. Like they're just not good. Oh gosh. I should have stopped before I'm having to pee again. It's okay, I can wait. I see a billboard, I'm hoping it's for a place to stop. Let's see what it says. Can't read it yet. You'll have to have some patience. The billboard. I'm almost there, I still can't read it. They've put really small text on it. I mean, I am only 19 miles away from my exit now. So hopefully there will be... Okay, yeah, it's telling me there's a hotel at my exit. So there's bound to be a gas station or something. I'll be fine. Yeah, I don't want to talk about what makes these episodes of Islands so bad, because I don't want to give spoilers. And I would be perfectly happy just giving spoilers and adding a time code to jump to. The reason that I'm not doing that is because I am not going to listen back to any of this before I post it online. There's just too much. When I'm done, once my drive is over, all I'm going to do is copy the audio recordings off of my phone, stitch them together in DaVinci Resolve along with something to look at, a visual, you know, since it's YouTube, and then just post it. Unfiltered, unedited. I am not going to spend the time to edit or even index 9 hours of audio. And because of that, I don't want to give spoilers, because I can't come back and add a time code unless I go back and listen to all of the audio over again to figure out when it was that I was talking about this. My phone says 4 hours, 31 minutes to go. Which means I'm about halfway there. Speed limit's still 80, which is nice. I'm driving past a really long train that is stopped. Thank goodness it doesn't, the train doesn't intersect with the road. At least not here, it doesn't. There's a place in the city my parents are in where the train tracks do intersect with the road, but sometimes the train just stops on those tracks and just blocks up all of the traffic. There was actually one time, it's funny, my dad was driving. So my parents, my grandparents on my mom's side live with my parents right now. So all 5 of us were in the car. My dad was driving. And I think my grandpa jokingly, we saw that the rails were closing. There was a train coming on the tracks that we were going to cross over. My grandpa jokingly said, like, you can make it. And then my dad was not going to try to jump the rails. He was fully planning on stopping. But he had stopped at a stop sign, and after my grandpa said, you can make it, my dad starts speeding up again because he's moving from the stop sign. So we all feel the acceleration, and collectively, the whole car, we're all just like, no, you can't, don't try. My dad is like, chill out, I'm gonna stop, I wasn't going to try. I'm not going anywhere with that thought, it was just a funny thing that happened. Okay, so this next gas station, or this next stop, I mean, hopefully it would be my last stop, because I'm going to refill my tank here and then have it more than enough to get where I'm going. But I will probably have to stop again anyway, because talking this much, my throat gets really dry. And I'm drinking a lot of water to keep it lubricated, which means that I'm having to pee more. Actually, when I stop, I'm gonna look at the convenience store, see if I can pick up some cough drops there. That would be much better. Yeah, I even had cough drops, I just didn't bring them. So, looking at the road, thinking about stuff in my car, if any of that is interesting. I have a standing desk. I like those a lot. And it's adjustable. If it were only a standing desk, I probably wouldn't have even gone for it. But the fact that it's adjustable is really nice. Because sometimes I do like to stand while I'm at my computer. And it's nice to have the option. Only thing is it's a little small. I have like no spare desk space because my PC setup, like all my peripherals, my monitor, keyboard, mouse pad, plus a spot to put my laptop, all of that uses up basically the entire desk. So maybe eventually I'll get a bigger one. Right now it's perfectly fine, especially because the apartment that I'm living in at school has a desk built into my bedroom. So obviously that one's not adjustable. It's like it's built into the wall. But I can put my my adjustable desk next to it, and it basically, when it's down, it feels like a big corner desk. And when it's up, it's still kind of like a corner desk. It's weird that the heights are different, but it's fine. But it's I take it apart whenever I travel, or whenever I move. I mean, I take the desk apart, and then because I don't have the original box that it came in, and because even if I did, that box wouldn't fit in my car, I wrap up all of the parts in my blanket and then put that in my car. And last time I did that, it was almost too heavy for me to carry. But I was smarter about it this time. So I use a weighted blanket. I really like that too. I highly recommend weighted blankets. But I use a weighted blanket. And because you can't really put the blanket itself in the wash, it has a cover. And the way that it works is you put the weighted blanket in the cover, and then at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at 8 points, so all 4 edges and all 4 corners, the blanket ties onto the inside of the cover, so that when you move the cover around, the blanket and the cover don't become misaligned. It feels like just one, it just feels like a weighted blanket, as it should. So what I did last time was I wrapped up all of the parts of my desk in my weighted blanket, which weighs like 20 pounds, all together. And it was really heavy. I had a hard time getting it to the car. What I did this time was I took the blanket out of the cover. I wrapped the top surface of the desk in the weighted blanket, and in the actual weighted part, the blanket itself, because the top surface is the lighter part, it's just particle board. And then I wrapped all of the metal parts in the cover, which weighs next to nothing. And that was so much easier to get into my car. And it also made it easier to fit into my car because it's two smaller things as opposed to one bigger thing. So I had more flexibility about where I was going to put them, how I was going to fit them in. But it was still tight. My car is still just like, it's loaded with stuff. I'm actually getting to school a day early, well, a couple days early. Today is Saturday. School starts on Monday. I made sure that I planned to get there early because I want to have time to unpack. I don't know if I'm ever going to come back and listen to this. I might. I don't know. But I am curious how much of this has been silent so far. I feel like I've had strings of thoughts that I can just keep going on and on about. And then I've had moments where I have no clue what to talk about next and it's silent. Or even just when I'm taking another drink of water. I do wonder. Reduced speed zone ahead. It went from 80 to 75. I guess 75 counts as reduced speed. Technically. And it is lower. "5 miles until I can pee." Let's see, any other TV shows? I used to watch Miraculous Ladybug. I stopped, but every once in a while I'll come back and check in on it again and just watch the most important episodes to see what I've missed. Because any sort of long, like the main storyline, any sort of progress on that is super slow going in that show. But I'm a little bit invested. Not enough to watch it all the time, but enough that every once in a while I like to check in and see where the show is at. And I have a friend who sometimes sends me like fan art of Miraculous Ladybug and talks about like, I want such and such to be how it is in the show or whatever. This same friend who recommended Adventure Time goes by the screen name Jezebel. I'll just... Jez. It's Jez. That's the friend. Shout out to Jez. But... where was I? Oh my gosh. What the heck was I just talking about? Same friend who recommended Adventure... Oh, yeah, Miraculous Ladybug. Jeez. See what I mean? As soon as I keep forgetting what I was thinking. Yeah, sends me like, doesn't watch the show, but sends me fan art, sends me like headcanons and short fan theories and stuff. And it's funny because I always end up saying, you know, this stuff is way more interesting than anything that's actually canon. And it is. There's this character in the show called Chloe, who's basically just like a generic, unlikable bad person. That's her whole thing. And for a minute, it looks like they were trying to do something with this character. Because they like... They started giving her some more positive roles, some positive things to do in the show. She's friends with one of the two main characters. And then they just stopped and like backed out, made her a terrible person again, and literally introduced a new character to replace all of her positive roles in the show. And it's like, what are you doing? Just do anything with this character. She has so much potential. And they just don't use any of it. They refuse to develop her. And anytime they almost develop her a little bit, they freak out and they're like, oh, nope, we can't do that. That changes who this character is. We have to make sure that she continues to be bad. It's really disappointing. And then conversely, the same friend has recommended the show Heart of Dixie to me, which I don't really watch, but we've watched a handful of episodes together. And like, the funny thing about that show is that I do kind of like it, but I don't like the main character even a little bit. Like, the main character doesn't strike me as very likable in that show. And a lot of the core conflict is like, she's a doctor, she moves to this small town, and she's shaking things up in the small town, and the small town people want her gone because she's shaking things up and they don't like her. But I watch the show and I'm kind of like, no, yeah, everyone is completely right to not like her. She actually totally is just showing up and messing things up for everyone. And every time people complain about her, they're completely justified in doing it. I was about to turn right to go to this gas station, but I noticed that it's a diesel-only gas station, which is weird. So now I'm trying to turn left into this other one. There we go. There was a semi-truck blocking it. Okay, so I'm gonna fuel up, use the bathroom again. Oh, there's a bird on the ground. Okay, I want to make sure I'm not hitting it. I'm gonna fuel up, use the bathroom again, see if I can get some cough drops. So, this is break number 3, I think. I will see you again very soon. I am back once again. The store did indeed have cough drops. So, I've never had this flavor. Hang on. Let's see. It's warm enough where I am now that I can take my coat off. You may remember it was snowy when I left, but it's not snowy here anymore. I just set my coat aside. Yeah, so I've never had this flavor of cough drops before. It is Hall's honey lemon flavor. I usually go for just like plain old menthol because it's I know that I'm good with that taste. We'll see how this is in just a second. I need to get myself on the highway. Alright. Well, that's okay. I would have preferred the normal menthol flavor, but this is fine. Oh gosh, this turn is going to be a nightmare. I need to turn left at a I need to turn left, but there's a whole bunch of semi-trucks here. But actually, I got an opening and it was fine. Okay, turning left. The map seems a little confused. Okay, I'm on track again. Yeah, I saw something interesting at the gas station because I took the opportunity to refuel too. And you know how some pumps now, they have ads that play on the screen, and it's like the worst thing that has happened to gas stations ever? This one, I could tell it was supposed to play ads because I could hear ads playing from other pumps. This one, instead, it just like displayed a status screen. It was just like white with some text on it. And the text was, it had like media player ID and then a number. Then it said like downloading 0 files. So I guess that's what happens when it doesn't have the advertisements saved. It just shows you the information, I guess. But I also wiped off my windshield. And that gave me an idea for another thing I can talk about, which is what I take on road trips. This will be a short topic, maybe. But over time, I've sort of built up a list of basic necessities that I always take with me on road trips. The first thing, and I got this from my mom, peanut butter. Because if you get stuck somewhere, a big jar of peanut butter will get you through it if you're hungry. And it's really easy to take that much. It's obviously not the thing I'd prefer to eat as a meal. It's just straight peanut butter. But if my car broke down in the middle of nowhere and I was stranded there for days, I'd have peanut butter to eat. I'd be fine. And then obviously water. Toilet paper, for the same reason as the peanut butter. Let me just double check that my map is taking me where I think it is. I'm a little paranoid. Yep, it is. Okay. Toilet paper, for the same reason as the peanut butter. You're going to want to have it if you get stranded. I always take Tums. You could have any antacid tablets. I just go for Tums. Because I have gotten sick on the road before, and having to do a long drive and being in the middle of nowhere while your stomach is hurting sucks. And the Tums really help. Tylenol, similar reason. If I got a headache on the road, taking a long drive with a headache sucks. And then let's see. Tums, Tylenol, peanut butter, water, toilet paper, and energy drinks. I almost never actually use them. I don't even drink caffeine. Well, I do a little bit, but like I don't drink coffee or energy drinks. I'm not dependent on caffeine, and I prefer to keep it that way. But I always bring energy drinks on road trips because I prefer to get them done in a day if I can. You know, I'm not someone who will stop halfway just because it's more comfortable. A couple weeks ago, I took a 12-and-a-half-hour drive in one go, and then I made the same drive a week and a half later. That's that trip I mentioned before that I took. And so if I'm getting tired, but I'm just a couple hours away, I want the energy drinks there to push me through. But usually I don't even have to use them. I usually get the orange sherbet flavored Reign drinks, R-E-I-G-N, Reign. But this time I've just got plain old Monster because the Walmart that I was shopping at when I was preparing for the drive did not sell Reign. So I've got a 4-pack of Monster. I'm probably not going to drink any of them, and then I guess I will see if any of my roommates want it. Because like I said, I am not caffeine dependent and I prefer to stay that way. And now I guess I have learned that I should add cough drops to my road trip loadout. Because they're good to have. And yeah, you could get any of these things at a convenience store. They're gonna be more expensive. And pretty much everything except for the energy drinks, it's stuff that I can hang on to and have it around for the next trip or have it at home when I need it. So I just prefer to stock up on it. It's cheaper that way. I mean, this is a small bag. This is a small bag of cough drops. It only has 30 drops in it, and I paid almost $5 for it. I could have gotten a bigger bag at the grocery store for probably like $3. I just like to plan ahead is all. Let's see. Just talking about road trips. Yeah, I get that from my mom, I think. That I like to go through the trip in one go. I mean, I know a lot of people are like, oh, if we're taking a road trip, then we should look beforehand and see if there's going to be any interesting places to stop. Whereas I'm more like, stop? Why would I want to stop? I want to be done driving as soon as possible. Just go all the way through. And with the places that I've been traveling to the past couple of years, most of these road trips have been through just expanses of nothingness. And throughout the United States, there's various different types of nothingness. The landscapes look different. But it's still just been a whole bunch of empty land. Undeveloped empty land. Or farmland. Sometimes it's pretty. Sometimes it's not. But I do like traveling. I've actually always enjoyed air travel, which I know is weird. Because a lot of people don't like flying. For some people it stresses them out. For some people I think it's just uncomfortable. No, I've always liked it. I like hanging out in the airport, relaxing, getting something to eat. If there's a lounge, that would be nice, but I'm not a member of anything that would entitle me to access to any of the airport lounges. I know the airport's cool usually, there's restaurants and stuff. Oh gosh. Oh, the cough drop just started tasting bad. I'm just gonna live with it. Because I'm probably gonna have to keep taking these. But man. No, I have decided I do not like this flavor. Honey lemon, would not recommend. The Halls has a cherry flavor that I actually like. Not just tolerate, I actually like. But I don't usually see it. Usually I see the menthol ones, which is why I get the menthol ones. But yeah, and then even on the actual flight, when I do air travel, I enjoy the flight. I think it never gets old to me to look out the window and just see how high up we are. Like the fact that we can not only fly, but fly tens of thousands of feet off of the ground for hours at a time never ceases to amaze me. It's cool every single time. And then, obviously, I'm not going to spend the whole flight staring out the window, especially if it's a longer flight. But, you know, I'll bring stuff to do. I'll bring a game on board. I'll bring stuff to read. I'll download movies on my iPad before the flight. And it's just nice. Because you're not connected to the internet. You're kind of stuck. You're not going anywhere. It's nice to have a couple of hours to just sit there quietly, keep myself entertained, just relax. Like that's the core of it. I find the flights relaxing usually because I don't have any obligations. I'm just sitting there, just chilling. And I guess I'm a smaller person in both respects. am fairly slim, and I'm also not very tall. I'm 5'8". So I fit comfortably in the airplane seats. If you're bigger, then I could see how you would find it uncomfortable, because sitting in a chair that is too small for you in any way for hours at a time doesn't sound like fun to me either. But I'm fortunate that even coach class, because that's all I ever fly, even coach class, I fit in the chair relatively comfortably. Yeah, it's small, but it's enough. Someday I want to take a really fancy flight, like at least once. That's a bucket list item for me. I've seen videos of like the super nice first class tickets. Like what is it? Emirates Air, I think, has one of the nicest first class experiences, whatever you want to call it. At least I think so. I think that I'm thinking of the right one. Because, you know, on some flights, first class is just like, you get a bigger chair and fancier food. And on other flights, first class is like, you get a private room in the plane with a bed in it and a full-size TV. And it's like, the amount of money that you pay for that, I cannot imagine that money being worth it unless you already are pretty dang rich. Because between visiting Japan and moving to and from the Philippines, I have been on 4 14-hour-long flights. And even on those flights, I flew coach. And even on a flight that long, the amount of extra money that you pay for that first class experience, it's like you're paying thousands of dollars for an experience akin to a hotel room that only lasts you one flight. Tens of hours at most. And if you've got the money for it, I guess. But like, that's so much money. Even if I could afford it, being able to afford it would not be enough to justify the price to me. I would have to somehow have so much money that like that the price difference between a coach class ticket and a first class ticket was insignificant to me. Because otherwise I just can't justify how expensive that is. But yeah, even those super long flights I mostly enjoyed. I mean, would I do them if I didn't have to go anywhere? Like, would I want to get on a plane, fly in coach for 14 hours, and then land exactly where I took off? No, probably not. But out of all the ways to travel, air travel's easily my favorite. Train, close second. When my family visited New York, which I also mentioned before, we took a train there. And the train experience was really nice. It was actually kind of similar to flying, but more comfortable. The problem is the trains are not very fast in the US. I think there was one stretch of rail where we got up to like 100-something miles per hour. And that was it. And it only lasted for a few miles. Trains in the US are pretty slow. And I have hope that that will get better. Because the United States is just begging for a bullet train infrastructure. It makes so much sense. Because we have so much land. Places are so far apart. We could at least connect the major cities by bullet train. And it would be a really happy middle ground between driving and air travel. But we don't have that yet. I hope we'll see it in my lifetime in America, but maybe I won't. But yeah, the out of all the travel experiences, I prefer air because it's quick and it's relatively relaxing. And quick is a big part for me. I mean, this is a 9-hour drive I'm taking right now. If I were flying, I not only would have been there, I would have gotten there a couple hours ago. I think it's only like a 2 or 3 hour flight between my parents' place and the city that my college is in. It was a little sad, actually, late last year. I was looking forward to flying home for Christmas. But when I decided to take that semester off, that meant that I was going to be moving home, which meant I had to drive because I can't take all my stuff with me if I fly. And obviously I can't take my car with me very easily that way either. I was a little disappointed I didn't get to fly, honestly. Even if someone else is driving, I still prefer flying over a road trip. Although a road trip is way more fun if someone else is driving. Or even if like you've got one other person with you and you can trade off of the steering wheel. Although for whatever reason, every time I've taken a road trip with a friend, like if it's a group of people, I usually don't end up driving much. But anytime I've taken a road trip with exactly one other person, I always seem to do most of the driving. Years ago, my close friend of mine and we went to Nashville to see a Ben Folds concert, because we both are fans of Ben Folds. And I think I drove most of the way in both directions. Just worked out that way. And I don't mind it. It's just funny that it worked out that way. Yeah, the cough drop helps. The cough drop helps a lot. I'm glad I got it. It's pretty clear out right now. Clouds are doing that thing where they look like Andy's wallpaper from Toy Story, where it's just like a pattern of small individual clouds rather than any sort of cloudy skies. I always think it's funny when that happens, because where I grew up it wasn't like that. Oh, but there I go, sharing hints about location again. What the heck, I'll keep sharing hints, whatever. Yeah, where I grew up was a lot more humid. And I prefer humidity. I know a lot of people don't, but I have really dry skin. I actually have eczema, and it's triggered by dryness. If my skin dries out too much, it will form a rash that is first itchy and then painful, and it will spread. So I need to, living in a drier climate, I need to constantly be moisturizing. Gotta put lotion all over, like every day. But I didn't have to do that where I grew up because it was so much more humid. It wasn't an issue. And the humidity also meant it rained more, and I really miss big rainstorms. That was one of the things that I actually loved about Japan, is that it rained all the time. And I really like a good rainstorm. Not when I have to be outside, caught in it, but just having it there. I feel like it's such a nice atmosphere to have some heavy rain going on outside. And we just don't get heavy rain at all where my college is. I mean, I've been attending a couple years. I think I've seen it rain less than 10 times in that amount of time, which is crazy to me. And out of all of those times that I've seen it rain, well, okay, I've probably seen it rain more than that. I've seen good rain less than 10 times. Like where it actually rains hard to where you can hear it, not just sprinkling. And it's funny because I can tell some people who are from that part of the country have a completely different idea of rain, because it'll be just raining moderately outside, like there's like enough that you can hear the rain while you're, like if you open your front door, you'll hear the rain. And people will say things like, "Oh, it sure is pouring out there, isn't it?" And I'm like, "No, this is just like moderate rainfall." What pouring would be, there's so much rain that you are scared to go outside. And I miss having rain like that. It's just a really nice vibe to have rain like that. Part of that might be because I Pavloved myself into it, because I think I mentioned earlier, I used to work at a car wash. And when it would rain, there was no business coming in. So the car wash would close when it rained, which meant that on rainy days, I got the day off. So I came to like when it would rain, because it meant I had the day off. But I don't think that's the only reason. I really do just like the atmosphere of rain. Like when I picture cozy rain, I picture like rain falling on a city street at night and maybe walking through it with an umbrella. I don't picture a gray day where I'm home from the car wash. I really don't think that's the only reason I like rain, but I do think it's a contributing factor. But even the times that we've gotten rain, I couldn't see it very much because my apartment doesn't have a view. And it's a shame, because some of the apartment buildings in my complex, some of the units have a view of like the entire city. And it looks really nice. I live in a floor unit near the back of the complex. So the view from my bedroom is, and my building is even like slightly sunken into the ground, maybe 4 feet down. So like the floor level at the inside the apartment is lower than the ground level outside, is what I'm saying. You have to walk downstairs in order to get to my apartment from ground level. But so that being the case, the view from my bedroom is grass and the other apartment. So I don't even bother opening my window. I keep it closed because there's nothing to see. There's no good view. And that's unfortunate, because when I'm studying, I like having a view. I like having something pretty that I can look at while I'm thinking things over, just to stare out into space. And I don't really have anything like that from my bedroom. Although I've thought about getting a lava lamp, because they're just mesmerizing. I can stare at those things forever. And a lava lamp would just be something nice to stare at. Okay, I'm passing a car, because I'm on one of those roads where it's mostly just a 2-lane road, but every several miles there will be a passing lane for a short stretch. So I'm passing while I can, because the car that was in front of me was mostly going the speed limit, and I try to stay on the speed limit because it's the speed limit, but more practically speaking, it just means if I can set my cruise control at the speed limit, I will probably be able to keep it at that speed for much longer than if I set it higher. So I was passing to get ahead so that I can set my cruise control at the speed limit and be able to actually keep it there. Because this car that I was behind, I don't think they had cruise control. They were like, they'd slow down going up hills and stuff. Yeah, I do not have an apartment with a view. And that's okay. I somehow managed to survive. I bought some blackout curtains from Walmart. They said blackout curtains on them, and they let light through. So they're not blackout curtains, they're just curtains. And I'm okay with that, actually. But it was still frustrating at first because it wasn't what I wanted. I wanted blackout curtains. Instead, I just got some regular gray curtains. Before I got my adjustable desk, I put all of my computer stuff on the desk that was built into my apartment bedroom. And the desk goes all the way to the wall, which means there's no possible way to route the cables anywhere except for on top of the desk. And so, in order to hide the cables, what I did was I got a blackout curtain, and that was a better one, but I don't have that one anymore. That one actually properly blacked out light. I got a good blackout curtain, put it in front of the window, used tacks to hold it in place so that it formed a light seal around the window, never let any light in. And then I cut a hole in it where I could route all of my cables behind the curtain on the windowsill. And that actually worked pretty well because my monitor hid the hole. Yeah, that was the only solution that I could come up with to have any form of cable management with that desk. Because I can't route things under the desk because it goes all the way to the wall. There's one hole off in the corner, but that hole is clearly meant for like running a power cable up from underneath. And that's not even useful because there's an outlet next to the desk, like above the desk. So you don't need to use the one that's under the desk. You can use the one above the desk. I really don't know how that hole is supposed to be useful in any way, if I'm being honest. But it's there. So I guess if people want it, they have it. Yeah, I had to use the windowsill as my cable management spot, and it worked. It wasn't perfect, but the cables were as hidden as I think they reasonably could have been. I'm excited to get back and set my bedroom up again. I've been living in the same unit. I've moved in and out a few times, but luckily the apartment complex I'm at, they allow you to reserve time in advance when you're going to be renting. And so that's what I've done. They've always been very accommodating when I've moved out, and I told them, this is the semester when I plan to be moving back in. Can you reserve my spot? And they say, yeah, sure. So they let someone else move in the meantime, and then and that person joins with the understanding that they are going to be asked to leave because the room is already reserved. I have a friend who used to be my roommate. He's getting married today, actually. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to the wedding because just because it was too tight. I couldn't make it work with my schedule and all the travel that I'm doing. But shout out to Derek. If you're listening to this, you're probably not. Shout out anyway. Congratulations. Anyway, he's obviously going to my same school. He was my roommate. Oh, it's one of these Going through what looks like a speed trap town. The speed limit just went from 75 to 45. Gotta slow down. The population is less than 300. They had a sign, I mean, with the population on it, and it was less than 300. Yeah, he was my roommate. He was studying computer science, or software engineering. Still is. I don't know why I said was. He is studying software engineering. And when I was gone, apparently there was this guy that nobody liked who was staying in my bedroom in my absence. And my friend told me when he was taking a Python class, that the final project for the class, this other guy, we'll call him Jim. Jim is the guy nobody likes. Jim was taking a Python class, and in that class, the final project is an open-ended project where you write a project proposal and then you write the code for it yourself and submit the final program. And his proposal was, I'm gonna make something where you can plug a USB drive into a computer and it connects to your computer and automatically downloads all of your files onto the USB drive. And if you know anything about USB drives or how computers work or about Python, you'll know that that's not a thing that you can do in the way that he described it. He wanted it, his program was literally going to be a USB drive that the moment you plug it in, it automatically does that. It automatically copies all of your computer's files onto the USB drive. Lots of problems with this idea. So, this was his idea. My friend tells him that's not going to work, and Jim is like, no, it'll work. Believe me, it'll work. And think about Jim, apparently he had no clue about anything regarding coding. He wasn't good at it. He didn't have any of it figured out, even by the end of the class. So whatever, he works on it for a while, definitely doesn't come up with a working product because it's not possible the way he described it. Then he comes to my friend, and Jim says, hey, can I plug this into your computer to see if it works? He's got a thumb drive. And that's a bad idea for a number of reasons. My friend tells Jim, I'll tell you what, if you can show me your code and explain to me what every line of code does, then I will let you plug that thing into my computer. He says, okay. He pulls up the code on his own laptop. Jim does, I mean. Jim pulls up the code on his own laptop. My friend starts pointing at it. Points at a line of code. Okay, what's that do? I don't know what that does. Okay, what does this part do? I think that part is like listing all of your files. That's not what it did at all. So he had no clue what any of his program did because it consisted entirely of functions written by ChatGPT without any rhyme or reason, and code snippets that he copied from the internet. And copying code from the internet isn't even an inherently bad thing. It's very normal in programming to copy small bits of code from the internet, but you don't copy your entire program. You write most of the program yourself, and then you copy the parts that do the things that you need it to do that someone else has already written code for. Because why reinvent the wheel, right? If somebody has already written code to do a certain thing, you may as well use the code that they've written. Yeah. Or was that? And then apparently the complex. It's not just that like my friends didn't like him. He was just a generally unlikable person because apparently the apartment complex almost evicted him. and he pleaded, apparently, and the complex did not evict him, but they did tell him that they're not going to let him live there again. If he applies for an apartment there again, they are going to turn him down. And I could tell more stories I've heard about this guy, but I don't want to spend a ton of time just ragging on one guy. He's never going to hear this, probably. But just in case, and also because I only told these bits because they were stories that I could tell. I thought they might be interesting to hear. I don't make it a habit to just smack talk people. I don't want to just talk bad about someone. What the? I just saw a sign that said turn headlights on for safety next 36 miles. It's just a straight road. That is perfectly clear outside. Yeah, no one has their headlights on. I don't know what that was about. Need another cough drop. That does remind me, though, on my trip before this one, I drove on, I didn't know it was marked. I drove on the first ever interstate highway. There was a road sign that indicated, like, first section of U.S. interstate opened 1956, next 8 miles. So, that was cool. Now I can officially say that I have driven on the first interstate that was ever opened. I didn't even know that was a thing that would be marked. As I'm young enough that the interstate highway system was already very well established by the time I was born. To me, it's just a given. It's just a given that you've got interstate highways, some of which have speed limits as high as 80 miles per hour. I didn't realize until fairly recently that it was only in the last while that they allowed speed limits to get that high. Apparently up until, I want to say, sometime in the 80s, but I'm not sure. I wish I could check the dates, but I can't, obviously, since I'm driving. But sometime in the last several decades, up until that point, there was a federal law capping the speed limit at like 50 miles per hour. And then for a while longer after that, I think until 1996, it was still capped at like 65. I had no idea that speed limits were so low, so close to my birth. Because to me, it's like, oh yeah, I'm driving 70 miles per hour, 80 miles per hour on this trip. 800 miles in a day? Yeah, that's totally doable. But at that speed, I mean, if you're doing 50 miles an hour that whole way, that's what? 16 hours versus 12? Makes a big difference. It's a wonder anybody ever got anywhere moving that slow. And I also think about, like, how incredible it is that I can make a trip like this in a day at all. Like, I'm going hundreds of miles. Like I mentioned at the beginning, I'm driving about 600 miles in 9 hours. And it's like, back in the day, it wasn't possible for somebody to even go 100 miles in a single day. That was inconceivable. You couldn't do it. You know, before cars and trains. And I once read a journal entry from someone who was riding on a train for the first time back when trains were still new technology. And he was describing it, and it was so interesting to hear what this guy thought about trains that were relatively slow by modern standards. and how he's like, it speeds up to a blistering 35 miles per hour, speeding along the countryside at 35 miles per hour, and that was fast. Now it's like 35 miles per hour. That's a slow road. I've got to use my brakes to go that slow on some roads. And it's just crazy. And he was describing the way that, like, you know how when you're going really fast in a car, you look out your side window and everything sort of blurs together unless you focus on one point? If you drive past a crowd of people, all their faces blur together. You can tell it's a crowd, but you can't make out a person. He was describing that. But he was describing it in a way where it was like such a brand new and unexpected experience for him. It's just so crazy that not only can we move so fast with modern technology, but even these crazy speeds that we're moving at can be considered slow by the standards of what's possible nowadays. Like, I'm driving at 70 miles an hour right now. Oh, wait, there's a road sign. Let me read this. State historic marker. I'm not going to read which marker it is, but it's a historic marker, apparently. It's not a landmark, it's literally just a marker indicating that something important happened there. And I can't say what, because that would give away where I am. But yeah, like, I'm driving 70 miles per hour right now. And that's slow by some definition. Because if I got in an airplane, I'd be going at hundreds of miles per hour. I could have already been to where I'm going hours ago. The fact that that's possible is crazy. And we can go even faster. It's just not commercially available. Rockets can get places stupid fast. Like, imagine if commercial space travel ever becomes a thing during my lifetime. Imagine how fast we could get places. You could go from one side of the world to the other in like a couple of hours. It's already crazy that we can get across the world in under a day. You know, because I mentioned going to Japan. 14-hour flight out of California. It's crazy that that's possible. Because that would have been a journey a long time ago. That would have been get on a boat. You're going to spend several weeks, if not months, getting there. It's not something you take lightly. Nowadays, you can wake up on one side of the world and then go to sleep on the other side with how fast you can get there. It's crazy. Excuse me. See the cough drop. I took another one. It's tasting bad again. So I'm having to keep drinking water after all, because I need to try to wash some of the taste out, even though the drop is still there. I should get a different mount for my phone. Maybe like a fancier adapter for it too. Because I think I mentioned earlier, I have a Pixel 6. And tragically, it doesn't have a headphone jack. I wish it did. But no. So I have a phone mount that is also a wireless charger for my phone, but it generates so much heat and it's not high enough wattage. So as I mentioned earlier, my phone continuously loses battery even while it's charging in my phone mount. But I have it plugged in through USB right now because I don't need to hook it up to my stereo, which usually requires me to use up the USB-C port on my dongle. And it's staying at 100%, not losing battery. So what I ought to do is ditch this wireless charging mount, get just a normal dumb mount, like the rest of my family has, and then get an adapter that will let me charge and play music at the same time. And it's so dumb that an adapter like that is even needed. I hate that Apple removed the headphone jack from the iPhone, and I hate even more that everybody else followed suit. Like, they saw that Apple got away with it, and then they all said, oh, we can get away with that too. And you know what? Everyone who's doing it sells wireless earbuds. It's no coincidence that Apple removed the headphone jack from their phone around the same time that they launched the AirPods. And that's not even a conspiracy theory. That's just straight up, it's so obvious that's what they were doing. They wanted you to have to buy AirPods. I should just be able to charge and play music at the same time without using a stupid adapter thingy. But no. Samsung makes Galaxy Buds and they don't have headphone jacks anymore. Google makes Pixel Buds and they don't have headphone jacks anymore. Almost just said at all, like ever, but then I remembered that Pixel phones have actually been around for a little while. I forget about that because they weren't good until the Pixel 6. Like, yeah, people used them, but they weren't very popular. Starting with the Pixel 6, though, Google's phones actually started becoming popular. I think that was the first generation where Google started making their own chips. When it comes time to replace this phone, I'm gonna get another Pixel. I've already made up my mind about that. Unless something goes horribly wrong that makes Pixel phones suddenly terrible, I'm gonna get another Pixel. Ah, shoot. Oh, great, okay. Sorry, that was, I was about to pass this truck on this 2-lane road, but the yellow line went solid, but then another lane started, which allows me to pass anyway. Yeah, when I get a smartphone, I aim to get at least 5 years of use out of it. And my Pixel 6 is on track right now to probably last much longer than that. Because I've had it since 2022, which means I've had it for 2 years, and it's not showing any signs of slowing down. I might have to replace the battery eventually, and I'm comfortable doing that myself. But other than that, it's still working great. It's still snappy, the cameras are still good enough for me. The screen is good, like, I've got no reason to upgrade anytime soon. Come 2027, which is, when, like, my minimum, the soonest year that I will want to replace this phone would be 2027. When that year comes, I would not be surprised to find myself holding on to this phone. Now, maybe something else will happen that'll make me change my tune by then, but yeah, it's going strong. I like it. And since I'm not using the stock OS, I'm using, like I said before, I'm using Graphene OS. So that's maintained by a third party, not by Google. I can keep using it as long as Graphene keeps supporting it, which may or may not be longer than how long Google supports it. Even if Graphene drops support, I bought the phone factory unlocked. So the bootloader is unlocked, which means I can put whatever operating system I want on the thing. Somebody is bound to have a ROM that I could put on this thing that would have modern software on it. Like, if I really wanted to, I could probably keep using it forever, but I'm probably not going to want to. Eventually, it'll be old enough that I'll want something new. Speaking of unlocked, I hate buying phones from cell carriers. Drinking some water. I hate buying phones from cell carriers. I never do it. It's such a scam because, first of all, you take out a loan for the phone. They call it financing. It's just a nicer sounding word. Don't kid yourself. You're taking out a loan. You are going into debt over a smartphone, which is something nobody should ever do. There's smartphones as cheap as like $90 that you can get. If you can't afford a nice phone, don't go into debt for one. Just get a cheaper phone. I used a really cheap phone for a while. It was a Galaxy A10. Paid like $90 for it. It was fine. Wasn't glamorous. I didn't love it, but it worked fine. It worked. It was all I needed. But so, even if you don't finance the phone though, even if you buy it outright, you're paying full price for it, and yet it's locked to your carrier, which means that if you want to use a different cell carrier, you can't. You have to go to your current cell carrier and get their permission in order to make your phone compatible with a different carrier, which is just so dumb. It's a trick they use to lock you in. And you could pay the exact same price somewhere else and get it factory unlocked, take it to your carrier, and put your SIM card in. There is no upside whatsoever to buying a phone from your cell carrier other than financing and the games they play with upgrade programs. And I'm like, my smartphone is an important piece of hardware. I said before how it's like the centerpiece of my tech life. It's the computer that I interact with the most. I want to own it. I want to have complete control over the thing. I don't want it locked to a specific carrier. I don't want the bootloader to be locked, because oh yeah, if you buy an Android phone, which some of them can have unlocked bootloaders, meaning you can put a custom operating system on it. If you buy it from your carrier, almost always the bootloader will be locked, which means that you're stuck with the official operating system no matter what. So dumb. Don't buy phones from your carrier. Oh, and the upgrade thing. It's all games they play. They're trying to bring you into financing another phone. It's a way to keep your bill high. I don't mess with it. I just buy my own hardware, which is how it should be. You spend money on stuff and then you own the stuff. None of this playing games with, oh, every 2 years you get an upgrade as long as you pay us this much for the plan, or oh, you can finance your phone, but we'll forgive the financing if you finance another phone later on. You know, just pay money for stuff and then own the stuff as a result, and then take it to your cell carrier and say, put your service on my device that I own, please. And they'll do it. Seriously, you may think they won't. No, they'll do it. It's not even like a questionable thing. This happens all the time. Earlier this year, I switched from AT&T to Verizon because AT&T in one place that I was in for a while, or no, it wasn't earlier this year, it was last year. In one place that I was staying for a while last year, AT&T has terrible service. Like there's constant outages and dead zones. And Verizon is just better in that respect in that area. So I switched to Verizon. My Pixel 6, I didn't buy it from AT&T. I bought it myself and just put my AT&T SIM card into it, and it works fine. I go to Verizon to set up my account, and they're like, do you want to get a phone? I say, no, I have my own device. And not only were they cool with that, but they put a credit on my account as like a discount because I brought my own device. They have a specific bring your own device discount. So you totally can and totally should buy your hardware yourself from the manufacturer or from Best Buy or Amazon or wherever, and then take it to your cell carrier and have them set up service for you. Don't play their games where they want to, because all their money is in phones. They have so much incentive to not only give you a phone, but set you up with a bad deal that's going to keep you paying them for more phones in the future. Because that's a lot of where their money comes from, is selling phones. It's all just a game. Buy your own stuff and take it in. I feel like I'm going in circles now, but that's my point. Buy your own stuff, take it in. And that's all I have to say about that. I just don't... Financing in general just seems like a bad idea to me. I get there are times when it makes sense. Student loans, I'd prefer not to have them, but there's reasons for them to exist. Although that's a whole other can of worms that I'm not going to open right now. Yes, there's problems with the system. I'm not going to talk about that right now. But like, okay, a home loan. A home loan is reasonable. A car loan? Less reasonable, but still reasonable. I can understand why someone would have a car loan. A financed phone. No. If you can't afford the fancy phone, get a cheap phone. A financed computer. No. If you can't afford the fancy computer, get a cheap computer. These things are not necessities. I mean, yes, in the modern world, you might literally need a computer, like, for your job. But you don't need the highest end thing at the store. You can get by with a cheap computer. And if you have a job where you need a really high-end computer, then either your employer will supply one, or you're self-employed. Or you can afford it. I mean, I just can't imagine having a job that would require me to have a really high-end computer and would also not provide that computer, and would also pay me so little that I would have to go into debt to get the computer that I need to do my job. I mean, that for the first while, that's less than worthless. That's negative net income, or that's a negative net effect on your net worth. If you're taking a job that's not paying you enough to afford the thing that you had to buy to do your job. Like, if I'm earning $100 a week, I know that's a crazy low number, just pretend for a minute. If I'm earning $100 a week, okay, differences makes this example work. If I switch jobs and my new job pays me an extra $100 a week, but requires me to spend $5,000 on a computer for myself, and they won't front me the money, I have to take on that loan myself and pay for it out of my pocket, then I haven't gained $100 a week at first for doing that. I have to wait almost a full year before it starts being an increase, because before then, what I've actually done is I've lost $5,000. And I'm using that extra $100 for the first entire year to pay off the dang computer. Stop financing stuff that you can afford to either pay for with cash or get a cheaper alternative. And look, I actually don't care what you do with your money. I'm not going to be upset with someone for taking out a loan, ever. It's none of my business. And some people who are perfectly good with their money might have legitimate reasons to finance things. I'm just saying, I think it's a bad idea, and I never want to do it. I want to live with as little debt as I can. I used to listen to Dave Ramsey, if you couldn't tell. I stopped because it occurred to me I've learned everything that I'm possibly going to learn from his stuff. And what I've figured out, because I've branched out, I've read books from other people on topics like investing, retirement, stuff like that. Dave Ramsey's advice is very good for getting you out of debt. And his advice is generally good for staying out of debt, although it's not perfect and doesn't apply perfectly to every situation. But if you follow Dave Ramsey's most basic advice, then you will have a healthy relationship with debt. You won't be drowning in debt, ever, if you follow his advice. Once you get past that stage, his advice on investing is just bad. Like, objectively bad. He tells you to do... So like Dave Ramsey's advice has always been to focus on growth stock mutual funds. And what that means is that a mutual fund is where you basically pay in for a share of the fund, and then the fund owns a bunch of stocks or property or whatever, and you get paid dividends from what the fund owns. It's an investment. A growth stock mutual fund puts their money in growth stocks, which is stocks that are not worth a whole lot now, but that they are hoping will see aggressive growth in the future. And that's a pretty volatile investment. There is a very real chance if you put a lot of your investments, if you put a majority into growth stock mutual funds, there is a very real chance that you are going to lose a lot of the money that you've invested. Because it's risky. And these phones usually... why did I say phones? These funds usually have high load fees. Which means that you have to pay to put money in. And the money that you pay just for the privilege of putting money in, you never get it back. That's not money you're investing, it's just money that you're paying. It's gone. It's like buying a hamburger. The money you paid for it, it's gone. That hamburger is not an investment. So economists generally say that the safest investment to make is broad-based index funds with low to zero load fees. So an index fund basically means, a broad-based index fund basically means they're trying to pick a bunch of stocks that are a good representative of the stock market in general. And what that means is that your return on investment will be the same as the growth of the stock market. And you shouldn't go all in on stocks. You need to diversify and stuff. But that's still a much better and safer option than growth stock mutual funds. And that is not the only way in which he gives advice that can be bad for you or let you lose an investment. Another thing is home loans. Generally, it's good to have less debt. If you're drowning in credit card debt, yes, you want to pay all that off as soon as possible. If you have a car loan, yes, you probably want to pay that off as soon as possible too. But if you have a home loan, if you have a mortgage, then the thing is, the money that you're paying on the house, that's money that you're keeping. Because the housing market, your house could go up, down, or stagnate in value. So rather than renting, where the money is just going away, if you have a mortgage, the money that you're paying isn't going away, it's just building up value in your house. And later, you can get a lot of that money back if you want or need to by selling your house. The thing is, if your interest rate on your house is lower than the rate of inflation, then you actually gain money, or you gain value, by paying off your house slower. Because if $5 today is worth $10 tomorrow, if the $5 of today is worth the same value as the $10 of tomorrow, then it's better to wait until tomorrow to pay off your $5 loan and only really be paying half the value instead of paying it off today and paying double. And I get it, that's a pretty nuanced situation, and it's not always even going to be possible or applicable, but it can happen. And the point here is that Dave Ramsey is kind of an extremist when it comes to debt. And I agree with him in a lot of ways. I don't want to have debt. I want to avoid it as much as possible. But even though his advice is generally good, and his advice for getting out of debt is really good, the rest is just okay at best and actively harmful at worst. So, and then there's that, and the fact that I don't agree with his politics, and he has a penchant for going off on political rants sometimes for no reason. But that's neither here nor there. So I don't listen to his stuff anymore. Although he was my introduction to the very concept of being careful with your money. I was homeschooled as a kid, but I went to a homeschool network, and the personal finance class that I took was the Dave Ramsey Foundations class. And that class did teach me a lot of good stuff. It's what got me interested in finance in the first place. And I'm glad I did it. It was worthwhile. But if I were to homeschool my own kids, I don't know that I would have them do the same class. I might find out if there were a different finance course that had better investing advice, more detail on things. You know, because it's all behavioral finance. It's not much numbers. It's not much here's how to actually do stuff. It's all here's what you should do. And that's useful information, but it's not the end-all be-all. And as I mentioned, Dave Ramsey's what you should do stuff isn't even always the best. I do want to have kids someday, and I really wonder about schooling. Because I'm very fortunate to have been homeschooled because my mom has a teaching degree. She gave my sister and I very good educations. I don't think that I would know as much as I do and be as educated as I am if I had been to public school. And with my own kids, I'm like, I don't know if I would want to homeschool my future children. I don't know if I'd want them in public school. I don't know if I would want them in a private school or if I could even afford to do that. Luckily, if that ever becomes a relevant concern, I'll have someone to discuss this question with. But it's still something I think about. That and about and about the appropriate relationship for kids to have with technology. Bo Burnham has a clip where he's talking about this and says something to the effect of like, if I say what age is appropriate to give a kid a phone, that advice will no longer be relevant by the time that kid is that age because technology changes so fast. That was the effect of what he was saying. He said it in different words that were probably more entertaining. But it really is like, I'm fortunate that I actually have a clear vision of what I want to do for a career. I know a lot of people around my age don't have that sort of vision. They've just sort of, they're getting a business degree or else just they kind of pick something that seems sort of interesting and are rolling with it. I feel fortunate that I actually know what I want to do and am passionate about it. But I don't think that would have happened if I weren't allowed to mess around with technology as a kid. Because that's how I came to appreciate computers so much, is by messing with the computer that my parents would let me use. The old laptop when I was pretty young, like 10, 11, 12. messing with computers taught me about computers. And I think it is important. Whoops. I said whoops because I hit my cruise control when I didn't mean to. I think it is important to be computer literate. At the same time, with what the internet has become, I don't know if I would be comfortable with my future kids having the same sort of very open relationship with technology that my parents allowed me to have. I don't know if it would be safe for them to just be able to mess around on the computer like the way that I did. But it's also like that's how I learned, and I don't want to deny them the opportunity to learn. It's hard, and I don't know what the answer is. Guess I'll just have to play it by ear when I get there, if I get there. Let's see. I feel like that topic just came to a head as well. I think the field that I'm driving next to is supposed to have cows in it, but it doesn't, right? Oh, wait. Okay, there was a little ditch, and now I see horses. This van in front of me has some weird stuff going on. I'm not quite sure what all of it is. There's like a bunch of black boxes mounted on the side, but I can't tell what the purpose of any of them are. And they're also going below the speed limit. I'm gonna see if I can pass safely. Yeah, it looks like I'm good to pass. Because it's a 2-lane road. I'm always very careful about passing. There was one time when I've never gotten into a real wreck. I've had 2 incidents with my car. One of them, I was parked, and somebody dented my car while it was parked. And I don't know who did it, so I couldn't do anything about it. And the other one, it was the other person's fault. Somebody tried to merge into my lane when they didn't have room and sideswiped me. But luckily it wasn't too bad. I was fine. The car was mostly fine. It was just a bump. Okay, I've got to pull over and stop here. Use the bathroom. I find that whenever I take these little breaks and then come back to the microphone, I feel like every time I've had more things to talk about afterward. So hopefully that'll happen again. Okay, I have parked the car. All right, more incredible conversation is coming at you after this lack of messages. Well, the inside of this convenience store smells like cigarette smoke, and it's like crazy quiet outside. So there's that. What the? Oh, come on. All right, I just accidentally canceled the navigation on my phone. I had to start it back up again. All right, back on the road. About 3 hours left of this. Already, I can tell you I am never gonna do this again. I'm gonna finish this because I want to finish it. I've been hyping it up. I've told everybody that it's gonna be 9 hours long, and gosh dang it, I'm gonna reach the full 9 hours. But yeah, I'm never going to do something like this ever again. It's been fun in some ways, so far. But is it preferable over how I normally do road trips? Absolutely not. Like I am sort of enjoying myself. But like I'm totally having to force myself to speak. Oh, something I forgot to say earlier, because when I stopped for fuel before, I also wiped off my windshield. And yeah, gas stations, they have those things that you can use to wipe off your windshield. Use them. This may sound super obvious, but it never occurred to me to actually use those things for the longest time. Until I had somebody else who every time we stopped for gas would wipe off the windshield. And it's just like, of course you should use it. It's there, it's free. Wipe off your windshield. They provide that to you as a courtesy. And there's never anything wrong with being able to see better where you're going. I always think it's interesting when I get into the tail end of a trip like this. So I just mentioned I have another 3 hours to go. And it's interesting how the last 3 hours of this drive feel completely different from a 3-hour-long drive. Even though I even just stopped. So it literally is a 3-hour-long drive that I'm doing right now. But somehow all the driving that came before it makes that 3 hours feel bigger. Because being on a long trip and then seeing that there's still another 3 hours to go, that sounds like a much longer amount of time than if I'm going on a trip out of town and I find out that it's only 3 hours away. It's interesting how that works like that. But part of the problem with stopping is that everybody who is slower than me that I've already passed, if they weren't that much slower, then they will have passed me again. Which means I'm going to have to pass them again. I don't know what kind of place I want to live in. And this thought is brought on because I'm driving through a small town right now. But like, I have really enjoyed the trips that I've taken to some small towns. And I've also really enjoyed seeing some big cities. And I grew up in a suburb, like 15 minutes away from a pretty big city, but still in a neighborhood with plenty of, greenery around. It wasn't the urban jungle. I don't know what I want. I think I would prefer a suburb. But the problem with suburbs is that they are not generally walkable. Small towns are often more walkable. But I don't like how far removed from everything small towns are. I prefer being able to go places and see places and do things. Plus, there's the convenience of having more stores around. I mean, whenever I've lived near big cities, there's always been a store for whatever I need. When I've lived in smaller towns, it's always, I feel like I'm constantly having to order stuff online because there's nowhere I can go that sells what I want. Or if there is, it's like, I don't know. It's not like I don't have access to the stores that I need from a smaller town. Now, if it were like a tiny middle of nowhere place, yeah. I'd have to get stuff shipped in all the time. But just from like a smaller town with a moderate suburb near it, everything I need to buy, I can probably buy within a 45-minute drive. which is how long I would have to drive from the suburbs to get to where I'm going anyway. But I don't know, it just feels different. I can't rely on everything being around. Also, import arcades. I've been to a few of those. My parents have moved several times, and I've come to live with them at both of the last 2 places they've moved. And both of them have had an import arcade, like an arcade with imported games within driving distance. Which I like, excuse me. I like that because I'm a big fan of rhythm games, as I mentioned. And a lot of the best rhythm games are Japanese arcade games, which are, most of them never release officially in the United States. But there are arcades like Arcade 1-Up that import Japanese games and let you play them here stateside. Arcade 1-Up is the big one. There's some like small independent import arcades. There's one not too far from my parents' house. And they're so cool. I love going to them. And it's sad that there's so many places that I could live where they wouldn't be accessible. Those are llamas. I'm driving past llamas right now. I did not expect to see that. I've seen horses and cows out here all the time, but no, those are llamas. Llamas and sheep. That was cool. Wish you could see it. Yeah, I forgot to mention when I started this why I'm doing audio only. And it's for 2 reasons. Number 1, because I don't want to give away information about where I am, or too much information anyway. And so, by having it be audio only, that means that I don't have to blur out my car windows from the video. And that wouldn't be too hard to do, but it's the fact that I would need to go through and watch the entire 9 hours back in order to be confident that I didn't let any information leak through the video. And I don't want to do that. Like I mentioned, I'm not even going to listen to this before I post it. I'm just going to cut it together and throw it online and hope that I didn't accidentally say anything embarrassing. But the other reason is just practical. It is a lot easier for me to record audio in my car than video. Because audio, I'm just using a voice memos app on my phone, which can run in the background while my map is displayed. For video, I would need probably a second phone, which I've got a second phone lying around somewhere. But then I would also need to find a way to keep it steady in my car, because I've only got the one holder. And while it's being held steady, also point the microphone at me, or have a lav mic. And like I said before, I don't want to mess around with a lav mic, because even though the audio quality might be a little bit better that way, there's too much. When I'm doing something that takes this long and where I can't actively monitor it, I just have to trust that it's working. I don't want to risk losing a bunch of audio because the mic came disconnected or anything like that. That would suck. I mean, I would not be doing this if I weren't recording it and posting it online. I would not just talk to myself for the entire drive normally. But the fact that I feel like I'm doing something unique, doing something that at least a few people online might appreciate. I'm doing something that is an experiment for me to see what it's like. That makes me okay doing it. Oh goodness. I'm on one of those roads where it's like, it's clearly a road trip road, but it's also going through a bunch of small towns. So every 20 miles the speed limit goes down. It's annoying. And all of these really small towns, a lot of them tend to set up speed traps as a way to generate revenue for the city. And I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to go the speed limit through these places, but it's just annoying that I keep having to change. Yeah, it just went from 70 to 55. Now it's about to go down to 40. Oh, wait. I think I know where I am. I'm not quite sure, but I think this is a city that I've been through several times. Yes, it is. There's the city sign. I'm not going to tell you the name of the city, but this is a city. I've got a friend who grew up here. I've visited here before, and just about every time that I make the trip to or from my college, I drive through this city. It's always kind of nice because I know it's not too far from school. It's just a few hours from school. And it's nice, after I've been driving through the middle of nowhere forever, to see some place that's kind of familiar. You know, even though I'm not going to stop, I've already got enough gas. I don't need to buy anything while I'm here. It's still nice just to drive through a town I recognize. I'm driving past this gas station, which my friend has warned me never to fill up at. I don't know how it is bad, but he's told me they have a reputation for people's engines having problems after they fill up at that gas station. I don't know how that could be the case. It's a big chain gas station. I can't imagine the gas is any different than I would get in any other installment of the chain, but I don't know, maybe there's something weird there. Maybe there's something in the tanks. I don't know. This is one of those cities that doesn't have any stoplights. It's just one major road that goes all the way through, then a bunch of tiny little branches off, but no stoplights. They do have crosswalk indicators though, which kind of trick you into thinking that they're stoplights, but they're just indicators. They don't work like stoplights. And they only face the road in two directions, even though it's a four-way intersection. Yeah, I'm currently behind a semi-truck going 26. I think I can go faster than that, actually. I'm gonna pass him now while I have the chance, because it might go back down to a one-lane road once I leave the city. But yeah, it's a really small town. I'm about to drive past a hotel at the edge of town, and then I will already be out of the city. There's a couple dollar stores, because dollar stores are somehow infiltrating every city in America. Especially Dollar General, but that's not actually one that they have here. That was a Dollar Tree and Family Dollar combined into one building, and they even shared a sign. No! Oh. So what just happened is I was trying to stay ahead of this semi-truck so that I'm not stuck behind them once I leave town. I was in the left lane, the semi-truck was in the right lane, and the car in front of me stopped to turn left. I got stuck behind them. The semi just passed me, and now I'm behind the semi again. It's just unfortunate. Oh, I'm driving past that hotel now. Already leaving. This is a nice little town. I've always liked coming here whenever I've come up. But it's not... Oh, thank goodness, the truck is turning right. It's not the kind of place that I would want to live. It's too small for me. It makes me uncomfortable to think that I could be hours away from any major hospitals. And, you know, also just... There's certain conveniences that you get by living closer to a larger city. Doesn't even have to be a big, like, major metropolis. Just living closer to a sizable town with real stores and stuff. There's certain benefits that you get from as I was just talking about. I just turned off my cruise control instead of starting it. Oops. Turn headlights on for safety. Next 11 miles. What is with these signs? What I'm in broad daylight. It's a clear day. Why would I turn on my headlights? And only specifically for the next 11 miles. Coming through this part of the country, I did actually almost hit a deer one time. Jumped out in front of my car. Had to slam on the brakes. Okay, speed limit's going back up to 70, which is nice. I have technically lived in all 4 time zones because I was born in California. My parents lived in California when I was born, which now that I say that out loud, duh. That seems really obvious if I was born there. I was born in California. And then my family moved twice. I was in the central time zone, and then after I came home from the Philippines, I was in another time zone, and I'm saying too much. I do not want to tell you what time zone I live in. All you need to know is I'm American. I'm a real American boy. I am here in these 50 United States of America, and that's good enough. That's all you gotta know. There's a little spot there that there's a sign that creates a blind corner. And I've been told to always be careful there because that's a common place for the police to set up speed traps around here. This might technically still be under the jurisdiction of that city I drove through before, but I'm out of the city. It's just a couple houses and more empty land. Don't know what I'm gonna do for dinner. I'm gonna try to stock up on groceries today once I get to town, so that I don't have to do it later. Well, I will have to do it later, but so that I don't have to do it tomorrow. I can just spend tomorrow being calm and unpacking and stuff. But I don't know what I'm actually going to do for dinner tonight. I already ate out earlier. I don't want McDonald's again. But I don't think I'm going to feel like cooking after this long trip. And by the time I get there, my phone says it'll be about 7:15 by the local time when I arrive. So I'm going to be ready for dinner again. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think a new place just opened in town. But I can't say what. I'm being so careful throughout this whole thing to like not say things that could reveal where I am. And at this point, it's not even that I'm paranoid that that would be a bad thing in any way. At this point, it's more just like I want to see if I can catch myself whenever I almost reveal where I'm going or where I am. But I might go to the new place that opened in town. It's a regional chain. I don't know if they're open yet, but the place I'm thinking of is a regional chain that's one of my favorites. But they might be busy because it's a Saturday. Shoot, everywhere is probably going to be busy because it's a Saturday. So I don't know. I'll figure it out. Nowhere fancy. I'll be getting fast food again because I'm a college boy. I don't got money to go out fancy eating. And besides, there's nowhere really fancy in town anyways. We'll see where I go. There was this one time, years ago, when I rode around in the trunk of my friend's car for a while. And it was a weird series of events that led to this. So we were going to prank his friend. It was me and my friend. We were hanging out. We were going to pick up a third person and we were going to prank him. I was going to hide in the trunk. The other guy was going to think that I wasn't there yet. And then I would like pop my hand out through the trunk hatch. Because his car was also a sedan. So I was in the trunk. And then I was a stupid teenager, and it was really fun being in the trunk while he was driving. So I just stayed there. And it was actually really fun. So stupid. Never do that. Because if someone had rear-ended his car, I would have died. The trunk is a crumple zone. But it was fun to do anyway. And while I was in his trunk, there ended up being several of us in the car, including me in the trunk. And we decided to go drive through this place that people around there call the Gates of Hell. It's like these 7 abandoned underpass bridges that allegedly lead to hell. And of course they probably don't. It's just sort of an urban legend. They were gonna do it anyway. Something to teenagers do at night to go get themselves freaked out because it's fun. So they get through, I think, the first 3 quote-unquote gates, and then they start hearing noises. So they stop the car, kill the engine, turn off the lights, and just wait to see if they're hearing noises. And I can't hear anything, but they swear that they thought they heard someone walking towards the car. So they're so quick. They turn the car around, drive out of there real quick without going through the rest of the gates because they had wigged themselves out about it. And then they stopped at a stop sign. And see, I told you. My map is warning me that there is a speed trap coming up, and I bet that it will be there. Stopped at a stop sign. They popped the trunk for me so I could get into the cab, and that was that. Not something that was smart, not something I would ever recommend that anyone do, but it was a fun night. Let's see, is this a speed trap? Is this still here? No, I don't see a cop. Alright then. Drinking more water. That was weird. I was climbing up to about 55 miles per hour. And for just a second, the speedometer display on my phone dropped down to say 46, and then it jumped back up to around 55, which is what I'm actually doing. I wonder how much money they spend on these signs that say no passing zone and pass with care. Because, like, yeah, the signs themselves have got to be not too expensive, but they're all over the US. There's so many of them. Actually, it's kind of crazy how many roads there are. I mean, you think about, like, if you're anywhere in America, in North America, from Mexico to Canada, if you're anywhere in North America, the continuous North America, and you want to get anywhere else, there's not only a road that will take you there, there's a road that will take you there without even deviating too far from a straight line. You're not going to have to go hundreds of miles out of your way to get anywhere, because there's so many roads. Now, that might not be true. I haven't checked. But still, there's so many roads, and it's an unbroken network is the craziest part. If you go outside, if you're in North America right now, and you go outside and you stand on the road that you are standing on, 100% guaranteed is connected to the road that I am driving on right now. If you stand on the road in New York, the road you're standing on is connected to the road in San Francisco. Some road in San Francisco. It's just, the fact that it's unbroken is what's interesting to me. I just saw a sign for a fish hatchery, that's interesting. When I lived in the Philippines, there was a place that I spent a lot of time at that was near a catfish farm and hatchery, and that was pretty cool. There were all of just these segmented off ponds full of catfish, and they grew fast. The hatcheries were completely open, they weren't gated off or anything. When it would rain, sometimes we would stand under them for shelter. But yeah, they grew fast. I was only in that particular area for, let's see, maybe 3 months or so. And in that time, no, I only ever saw them harvest the catfish once. But my apartment was across the street from a rice field, and I saw them harvest the rice field 2 or 3 times just in the time that I was there. Because rice grows quick, that surprised me. And it's also interesting over there how imported things are seen as like more valuable, which is kind of opposite from how it is here. Here in the US, it's like if it's seen as desirable for something to be made in America, and something that's actually made in America will be more expensive than the same product imported from somewhere else, because we like domestically produced stuff, I guess. Over in the Philippines, stuff that was imported was usually more expensive and seen as more premium. Even stuff like rice. Rice that was grown locally was cheaper than rice imported from Japan, which was interesting. There was a guy there. Wish I could remember his name. I know what city he's in, though. If he's still even there. Well, there were a couple guys that we met that ran a fried chicken stall at the local market. Literally the best fried chicken I have ever had anywhere. Like, they've got it down. Their fried chicken was amazing. I wish I could shout them out. I can't remember their names. So dang good. Good fried chicken. Good food in general over there. The Filipinos are, all of the Filipinos I met were always super accommodating and nice. And anytime I'd eat with them, they knew which food were the weird ones, because they've got some weird food over there, but they knew which ones were the weird ones, and to be accommodating, they would try to avoid serving them, which was just so nice. But I did try some weird food there. I tried balut, and if you don't know, balut is a cooked fertilized duck egg. So imagine a hard-boiled egg with a duck fetus inside of it. It was not my choice to try it. I was pressured into it. I tried it only the one time. I did eat the whole thing and will never do it again. I did not enjoy it. And I tried, they call it isao. I tried chicken intestine. That's what that is. I did not like it. It was not good. It tasted really bitter. And I did not have the nerve to try chicken feet. I didn't want to try that. But Filipino food, the stuff that's not super weird, it's so good. They have this one dish that I love called sisig. And I might be describing this wrong. But sisig is basically like crispy chopped meat of some kind, fried in a small skillet with some like peppers, I think. I think there's usually chicken liver in it, which, don't be turned off by that. Chicken liver is pretty good if it's fried because it's really fatty. And then an egg dropped into the middle of it, cooked there sunny side up in the middle of it all. So good, because of course it is. It's crispy fried meat. How could that be bad? And then they have a restaurant chain there that I fell in love with called Manginasal. That's Manginasal. Manginasal. Which basically means like Mr. Inasal, kind of. And inasal is a particular chicken dish. It's like a roasted sort of chicken with seasonings and stuff on it. And that place is so good because the chicken's good and you get unlimited rice. And on all of the tables, they have vinegar, soy sauce, and chicken oil. And the chicken oil is basically like all of the oil that runs off the chicken while they're roasting it. So you load the rice up with chicken oil, put a moderate amount of soy sauce on it and a little bit of vinegar, and it makes the rice taste absolutely amazing. And you get as much rice as you want, plus the chicken. And you get all of this for really cheap because stuff over there is a lot cheaper than it is here in the US. Around the time that I was there, the conversion rate, 1,000 pesos was worth about $20. But you would think that 1,000 pesos, wait, hold on. If I remember correctly, 1,000 pesos was about $20 US. And because it's like yen, how the unit they use is equivalent to the cent, not the dollar. But you would think that it was more like double that. That's what I was trying to say. You would think that it's more like $40 to 1,000 pesos, but it was really like 20, I think, if I remember correctly. So yeah, it was so good. And Manginasal has never opened. They've definitely never opened in the United States. I don't think they've ever opened a location outside the Philippines, but they are absolutely amazing. And I wish they would open in the US because they're so good. I miss it. Instead, we got Jollibee. And I've never been a fan of Jollibee. It's okay. And it's kind of cool that the menu we have in the US is basically the same as the menu they have in the Philippines. But Jollibee has never been my favorite. It's just okay. I was surprised by how much of a presence McDonald's has there. Like, yeah, McDonald's is everywhere. But McDonald's is like just as big a deal in the Philippines as the actual Filipino chains were. They were all over the place. Like, And their menu was a bit different, because it's a bit different everywhere. So they had a lot of the same stuff. They still had Big Macs and Quarter Pounders, and I think they had nuggets, basic hamburgers. They also served fried chicken. Because if it's not clear by now, fried chicken is a popular food over there. And it's called the Chicken McDo, or I always read it as Chicken McDo, because McDo is like slang for McDonald's there, but they spell it MCDO, which I read as McDo. Oh my gosh. I think I just drove past a dead bear. That's nuts. But yeah, their fried chicken was alright. Wasn't my favorite. I still preferred the fried chicken from the guys at the stall. It's in Bustos, Bulacan, Philippines. That's where the fried chicken stall was. Best fried chicken I've ever had. No clue what their secret was. If I ever go back, gotta get their fried chicken again if those guys are still selling it. Gotta get Mang Inasal again. Sisig. Filipino food is just really good. That's the point I'm getting at. And then transport was interesting too, because the two main forms of transport were trikes, which is basically like a motorcycle with a welded-on sidecar, and you just sort of stop a trike wherever you see them, or they'll park alongside the road, and you walk up to them and ask for a ride. You just tell them where they're going, and then they say a number, and you're like, yeah, okay, I guess that's how much I'll pay you to take me there. And then they do. And then there's jeepneys. And jeepneys are nuts. So with jeepneys, it's like a bus, except inside the bus, instead of having comfortable seats, it's just two long benches that run along the two sides of the back of the bus. Like, as in, the back as in not the driver's section. And you get in through the very back of the bus. You wait around on the road until you see a jeepney with the name of the place that you want to go painted on the side. You wave them down, and they stop for you, and you just hop in the back. You ask the driver how much to the place you're going, and he says a number. You pass your change to the other passengers on the jeepney, and they pass it up to the driver. The driver receives your money, makes change for you while he is driving the jeepney. And mind you, a lot of these things are manual transmission too. Holds the change out behind his head for some other passenger to grab, who will then pass it back to you. It's a pretty unique experience. And despite how it sounds, actually not that inefficient. Because the jeepneys are just riding around all over the place. Now, yeah, because of the more lax traffic laws, I did see some heavy traffic sometimes. But Bustos, that first place that I lived, that was a much more rural area. Like I mentioned, we lived near a catfish farm and hatchery, and there were a ton of just miles of rice fields that we would go past sometimes. And then the second place that I lived in was called Valenzuela. Not Venezuela, Valenzuela. And it is part of the Metro Manila area. It's like night and day. So different between the two places. I think I preferred the first. It was a lot prettier. It felt like there was more of a sense of community there. But it was still pretty cool to get to see both sides of that. I'm driving through a national forest, apparently. I didn't know that was going to happen. I can see why they've designated it as such. It is very pretty. You know, Valenzuela was interesting because there were parts of the area of the city that I was in where you would go through some back alley, and then you would find just like a field, like a grass field with little house, like shack houses in it, surrounded by concrete walls, unlike anything else I've ever seen. And then there were also these like entire, I'm not sure if neighborhood is the right term for it, but I'm gonna say neighborhood, like these entire neighborhoods, except there's no roads, it's all just tight alleys, where the whole place was built like on stilts. Everything is on stilts. And in some spots you can look down and see the ground below. Such a good experience to go there. I would totally go back. At least for like a day or two or something. I'm not sure what all I would want to see. But you know, it's south of Japan, so when I went to Japan with my family, we even had a layover in Manila. So if nothing else, if I ever do get to visit Japan again, I can try to plan a stop in the Philippines and spend a day or so, see if I can get out to Bustos again. It was cool. Love to go visit. Let's see. What else can I talk about? That's really the most intense traveling I've ever done. I don't have a lot of travel stories. I've mostly traveled domestically. Like I said, I've never been to Europe. I went to Canada once, but that's hardly any different from the United States, especially because my family went, it was when I was a kid, we went to see Niagara Falls. And so we were like right on the border the whole time. Could barely even tell it was a different country. But that was the first time I left the country, so it was still exciting for me to just be in a different country. Because it's kind of mind-boggling to me that some people spend their entire lives inside of one country and never leave. Now, in America, it makes more sense to do that because there's so much of America. There's more stuff in America than anybody could explore in a lifetime. But still, it's just interesting. And then I've been on one cruise ever. I've never had the opportunity to do another one. But I did a South American cruise once with my family, again, when I was a kid. Stopped in, I think, Mexico, Belize, and Honduras. And in one of those places, we got to see the Mayan ruins, which was cool. I don't remember where it was, but it was cool to see it. And not too long before that, like maybe a couple years before that, because like I said before, I was homeschooled. My sister and I did a history unit on ancient American civilizations. And I always like whenever I get to cap off learning about something with getting to go see the thing in action. So like I took a class at my school. It was basically a natural history class. So it was trying to cover everything from the origin of life and hypotheses about how that could have happened, all the way up to the emergence of Homo sapiens, humans. And it was covering it in broad strokes. It was not a deep biology class or archaeology or anything like that. It was just a broad strokes because I'm not in any sort of majors like that. It just fulfilled a science requirement for me. But it was a really interesting class. And for a lot of the class, we were seeing pictures of some of the displays that they have at the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History. That was my first semester of school. And after that semester, I was fortunate enough to, like very shortly after that semester, go and see the Smithsonian. And I got to see the Natural History Museum and actually walk through it and see all of it. And I felt very fortunate that I was able to do that, because I really like whenever I'm able to cap things off in that sort of a way. And the Smithsonian museums are amazing. I only got to see 2 of them. There's a third one. I think aviation is the one I didn't see. I think that's one of them anyway. I want to go back and see it, but I don't know when that'll happen, because I don't have any other excuse to make my way over to that part of the country right now. But yeah, the Smithsonian museums are very cool, and they're free, which is amazing. Highly recommend it if you like museums. For some people, that's just not their thing, and that's okay. Anywhere else I've traveled? Been to Nebraska several times. Because I used to have family there. Well, I still have family there, but been there a few times. The family that I used to have there that has since moved, it's my same family that now lives in London, that used to live in Tokyo. They used to live in Nebraska. And we used to go up for Thanksgiving a lot of years. I think we did that maybe on 3 or 4 different years. Not in a row, though. We would do it on just select years. We would go for Thanksgiving. It was always fun to go visit there. I wouldn't learn until later that Nebraska has a reputation for not having anything in it. Because we were near Omaha when we would visit, and Omaha does have things in it. So I didn't know that the rest of it was notoriously somewhat empty. The Omaha Zoo is pretty cool. St. Louis Zoo is pretty cool too, and it's free. Let's see. Oh, Omaha Steaks is great. They're based in Omaha. Don't know what else to say about Nebraska. By happenstance, I've got several friends in Nebraska that I talk to online. It just kind of worked out that way. I keep seeing all these trucks drive past me with like barriers on the front, or whatever they're called. I don't know if they're unmarked police or if people just like having those on their trucks around here. I don't know. Been to California a few times. Been to Orlando a few times. Opposite ends. Yeah, I do like traveling. I can't understand how someone wouldn't like traveling. Because it's like, there's so much of the world to go and see. There's so much of America to go and see. I mean, I think I've been in less than half of the states. There's so much I can still go explore. Why would you want to stay in one place forever? traveling just seems like such a basic way to experience the world. And it confuses me when people don't have any interest in it. Like, really? You never want to see anything new? Or at least go visit people? No, my family's more spread out than I think a lot of families are, though. A lot of my friends seem to have families all concentrated in, like, one city, or at least in one state. Like, their extended families and stuff, I mean. Even my immediate family is not all in one place. Me, my sister, and my parents all live in different places. And then all of my extended family is kind of scattered all over. I've got a lot in California. Other than that, kind of scattered all over the country. And I've got some relatives living outside the country. It's all over the place. And to me, that's normal. So it's weird to me that so many people's families are so concentrated together that, like, they're always seeing their cousins and aunts and uncles and grandparents and stuff all the time. Because my family just isn't like that. My family is nomads. We travel. We go places and settle down. Which I guess would not be what nomads means, but I can't take it back now. No editing it out. I don't even feel bad about saying things that are weird at this point, because it's like, if you had been talking for the last 7 hours and still had another 2 hours to fill, you'd probably be saying random weird stuff by now too. Like, I don't know if this sounds like it takes a lot of effort to keep up, but it does. It takes active effort for me to make sure there's not more than a couple minutes of silence. Driving through another tiny little town. I must be out of that national forest. Got another 2 hours to go. 2 hours. I can count to 3 in a lot of languages. 1, 2, 3. See, that's English. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Isa, dalawa, tatlo. That one's Tagalog. That's the language I actually know more than just how to count to 3 in. Ichi-ni-san. Japanese. I have no clue how to count in Chinese, actually. That just occurred to me. I know almost nothing about Mandarin. I think it's fascinating. Every time I learn something about it, I find it fascinating. But I don't really know hardly anything about Mandarin. I've thought about learning it, but that's something for the far future if I ever get around to it, because it'll be really confusing to try to learn Mandarin and Japanese at the same time with all the shared characters that are like slightly different across them and may or may not have different meanings and pronunciations even. But it's crazy to me, like, how complex of a language Mandarin is, because it's so complex that the Chinese government has to take an active hand in standardizing and maintaining the language, which you don't see for most languages. Like here in America, we've got English. It kind of takes care of itself. We only have 26 letters. Over in China with Mandarin and Chinese, they've got so many characters and so many different regional variants of characters that, like, it takes active effort for them to make sure that everybody is writing characters the same way everywhere, and that everybody is able to read the characters wherever they are. It's just crazy. I once read that China was considering replacing their official... They were considering making the official Chinese script Pinyin instead of Hanzi. Hanzi is like the characters that they use now. Pinyin is the English characters that are standardized for It's the standardized way of using English characters to represent Chinese words. Because Chinese has a lot more sounds in it than English does. So there's all kinds of accent marks and things that you need to put on the English characters in order to represent all of the sounds that exist in Chinese. So supposedly they were considering making Pinyin the official script, but they didn't for some reason. Maybe there's good reasons for that. Maybe the language doesn't work as well without Hanzi characters. I don't know. But from my perspective, it's like, if they had switched to Pinyin, it would have made the language so much easier for other people to learn. But then maybe not, because like, I do know some things about Japanese, definitely more than Chinese. And Japanese has 3 different scripts. It has kanji, which are the characters that they took from Chinese. Then it has 2 different syllable-based character sets. Syllabaries, I think is what the word is, or syllabries, something like that. Hiragana and katakana. And when first learning about Japanese, it was like, oh shoot, why didn't they just get rid of kanji? Why didn't they just make everything be hiragana and katakana? That would make it all so much easier. And the more I learn about Japanese, the more it's like, no, that really would not make it easier, because the kanji characters, yeah, they're hard at first, but once you get familiar with them, it makes things easier to read. And it's in a way that I don't think I can possibly describe unless you've experienced it, but I'll do my best. Japanese doesn't have spaces, so the divisions between words is not entirely clear. But the kanji characters sort of provide some of that division between words. And they also provide, because you'll have hiragana, then kanji, then more hiragana, then maybe kanji, and then katakana. You get the idea. All 3 scripts can be used in a sentence. Sometimes 2 scripts can even be used in a single word. But yeah, it makes it easier. I once saw somebody describe trying to read Japanese written only in hiragana or katakana as being similar to trying to read English written in all capitals with no spaces. Like, yeah, you can do it, but it is more difficult, and you have to have a really good understanding of the English language in order to be able to do it. If you're a beginner to English, then reading something in all caps with no spaces is going to be extremely difficult. Yeah, Japanese, I know hiragana and katakana. Last year, I spent a couple months and studied all 2,000 something of the Joyo kanji, which is the official list of general use kanji, and it's like the minimum that you have to know to be literate. I've since forgotten a lot of those kanji, but it was something that I had tried to do for years and kept giving up on, and it felt like an amazing accomplishment when I finally managed to do all of them. I did 50 a day over the course of a few months, and I was not learning how they were pronounced. I wasn't learning all of the nuance to them. I wasn't practicing writing them. All I learned was one keyword to associate with every character. But that alone, I've forgotten a lot, but I'm sure it'll come back to me the more I learn. That alone is a huge help. You'll learn the pronunciations and stuff through context. But having a keyword to associate with each character makes it so much easier to associate characters with their meanings in words. So I did that, and then about that time is when I stepped away from Japanese for a while, because everything felt like it was kind of falling apart. And I'm good now, but I wasn't at the time. So when I pick Japanese back up again, what I'm planning on doing this time around is I'm going to give the Genki textbooks another shot. I've tried a whole bunch of different things. I have a document like over 20 pages long that's basically just a journal of my experience of trying to learn Japanese over the course of several years. And due to motivation and just not knowing how to work hard, I still barely speak the language at all. When really, if I were studying properly that entire time, I could have been pretty proficient in it by now. But, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the Genki textbooks and specifically not use flashcards. I was using Anki for the longest time, and Anki is how I learned the kanji. Anki, by the way, is a spaced repetition flashcards app. So spaced repetition basically means that the amount of time that goes by between looking at any individual flashcard keeps going up. So if you get a flashcard right, then maybe you'll see it in 10 minutes. If you get it right again, an entire day. If you get it right again, 3 days, then 5 days, 7 days, 2 weeks, etc. But if you get it wrong, it resets and you start seeing it more again. And it's a fantastic way to memorize things. It is also painfully boring. Like, I cannot stand doing it. And the only reason I was able to get through all of the kanji with Anki is because I'd made up my mind. I knew it was only going to last for a few months, and I needed to prove to myself that I could do it after failing to do it for so many years. And I did it, but it was not fun. And I just cannot stand reviewing flashcards in Anki. It is so boring, and it takes all the fun out of trying to learn Japanese or any language. So I've decided I'm just not going to use flashcards. It means that I will probably learn slower. It means that it will take more time. I will have to put more time into the language in order to retain the same amount of information. Because that's all that spaced repetition. That's all that spaced repetition flashcards are for, is saving you time. It allows you to remember information without having to put a ton of time into it. And they're great for some things. I'm going to keep using them for school where it's applicable, but not for Japanese. It sucks all the fun out of learning the language and makes it so boring that I stop learning it. And learning slowly is better than not learning at all because I can't stand to do it. So I'm not going to be using Anki or any spaced repetition flashcards anymore for the purpose of learning Japanese. I'm going to go through the Genki textbooks, which will take a while. I hope to be done with them by the end of the year. And then once I'm through those, at some point you've just got to, with any language, at some point you've just got to take the plunge and start immersing in media. And from what I understand, you never feel ready. But once you start immersing and making note of it and learning words through immersion is when it really takes off. That's when you really start to learn. And I think that's how I was that's a large factor. It's not the only reason, but that's a large part of why I was able to learn Tagalog quickly when I was in the Philippines, is because I was surrounded by it all day, every day, and had to use it. So the hours of exposure that I had added up so quick. You know, me living in America, it can take a long time for me to have 100 hours of exposure to Japanese. Me living over in the Philippines, I just naturally got over 100 hours of exposure every week. Immersion, it's how you learn. It makes such a big difference. It makes all the difference. If you're learning a language and you feel like you've stagnated or like you've studied for so long but still can't use it, it's probably because you haven't tried immersing yourself. It's probably because you keep studying out of textbooks or off of Duolingo. And even though you're ready to start watching movies, reading books, trying to talk to people, you don't do it. And I get it, because textbooks and drilling and Duolingo, those are all comfortable. They're things that you can do reliably, and immersion is not comfortable. It feels like you're doing it wrong. It feels frustrating because you do it and there's things you don't understand, and it's so freeform that it can feel like you don't know how to do it right. But seriously, it makes all the difference. So that's where I'm at with that. I plan to start studying Japanese again as soon as school starts. Maybe not as soon as school starts, actually. I might give it a little bit more time so that I can get comfortable with my classes and the course load. But probably at least within the next 2 weeks, I'm going to start picking it up again. And unfortunately, it's just not something that is highest priority for me. So even though it's something that I really want to do, it's a personal goal, it's just something where if life gets crazy, that's the first thing I'm going to have to drop. Well, not the first thing. I can drop other things first. Video games, movies, maybe gym. But it's pretty low on my list of priorities if I'm being realistic. I really, really want to do it. I'm going to do my best to keep with it and make it a priority. But if push comes to shove, it's something that's not super... It's important to me on a personal level, but that's it. I don't need to do it for any practical reason. I just want to. Late last year, I became a little bit obsessed with Scott Pilgrim. Because the Netflix show came out. And I had never seen any Scott Pilgrim media, but the Netflix show, I was drawn in instantly by the animation, because the animation is gorgeous. It was produced by Science Saru, and they are... I hadn't heard of them, but apparently they're a very prestigious Japanese animation studio, and they did an excellent job with the Scott Pilgrim series. I watched the first few episodes, then I watched the movie and realized what was going on with the show, how it diverges from the other media. Watched the movie, finished the show, loved the show. I've already rewatched it, and I usually don't rewatch anything more than once a year. But I've already watched the Scott Pilgrim series twice. Read the comics, loved those. And then I got the game. I haven't played the game really because it's a beat 'em up and I'm not really big on those. But I thought I'd give it a shot since I liked all the other media so much. It's just so good. It has a certain vibe to it. I'm trying to think. I used Tumblr briefly. I tried it out for a couple months when Reddit went to crap, because I used to be a big Reddit guy. And it was fun, but I left because there were a lot of things I didn't like about just what the experience of using it was like. And I've also since deleted my Reddit accounts. So pretty much my only social media is Facebook, which I mostly only use for Facebook Marketplace. And even Marketplace I mostly only use for entertainment value, because it's so easy to find really funny listings on there. Anyway, somebody on Tumblr made a post that I did like. It was something about how any piece of media has to... There's always like a standard level of nonsense or something like that. Which basically says that like any piece of media sets the bar for itself about how closely it wants to have self-consistent rules. And in Scott Pilgrim, the standard of nonsense is extremely high. There's a lot of nonsense all the time, but it works because there's consistent nonsense. It doesn't take itself too seriously, and right from the beginning, it sets up that there's going to be weird stuff that doesn't make any sense, and that's okay. You just got to roll with it. Whereas something like, say, Star Trek has a very low standard of nonsense. They try very hard to make sure that everything that happens in Star Trek is justified in universe. And so some of the stuff that works in Scott Pilgrim would not work in something like Star Trek, not just because they're radically different pieces of media, but because they have different standards of nonsense. You'll tolerate more nonsense in a piece of media that has established that nonsense itself is normal than in a piece of media that tries to be self-consistent and logical and then suddenly has something nonsensical in it. I stopped there because I had to hit my brakes pretty suddenly because everyone else was hitting them. Just drove by a whole bunch of goats grazing right on the side of the highway, not fazed by the cars at all. That was kind of cool. Lots of wildlife out here. I have no cell signal where I am now, which makes it kind of a good thing that I'm doing this, because, as I said, if I weren't recording this, I would be listening to that Quentin review series, and I would not be able to do that if I didn't have, because I don't have cell signal here, and I didn't download it. I would be streaming it, which means I wouldn't be able to listen to it here. I'd be stuck with nothing to do. And speak of the devil, I have service again, actually. Not very good service, but it just came back. But yeah. Scott Pilgrim is just a wild ride in the best way. The characters are so good. The characters, like, even with how little you get to see the characters, because there's not a whole lot of media for the franchise, they still feel so deep and real, and yet somehow also still so clearly defined. If you've been avoiding it because it's stupid, or because it looks stupid, stop avoiding it and just embrace the stupid and have fun with it, because it really is. It's such a fun franchise. Franchise, that's a weird word. Isn't it weird how, like, franchise usually means a company that sells a license to operate instances of the company, and yet it's also come to mean a collection of media all revolving around the same intellectual property. Like, those are two completely different things that have nothing to do with each other, and yet somehow both of those things have come to have the word franchise behind them. Just weird how it worked out like that. I wonder if there's a book about McDonald's, because I watched The Founder years ago, and I've since rewatched it. It's a pretty good movie, and I feel like it is a surprisingly honest in spirit depiction of the history of McDonald's. They're not trying to cover it up. They're totally being upfront about the fact that Ray Kroc basically stole the company from the McDonald's brothers. Oh, I see a gas station. I'm gonna see if I can pee again. Good movie though, and I wonder if there's a book about the same topic, like a good book about the same topic, because I would like to go through it. I like going through stuff like that so that I can understand more of the reality of what happened, because in my experience, books just tend to be more accurate to history. Movies, they take creative liberties because they want it to be entertaining, and that's to be expected. I never watch a movie because I want complete historical accuracy. But after I watch a movie about something historical, it does make me want to read the book, oftentimes, if there is a book, and learn about the truth of the topic. Okay, I'm stopping again to pee. Surprise, it's me again. Less than 2 hours to go. And I have always felt like less than 2 hours is a special mark for any sort of countdown for some reason. Because if you've got over 2 hours to go, it's like you still have multiple hours. Hold on, I need to back up carefully. Okay, I was saying, if you've got more than 2 hours left on anything, more than 2 hours left to work, more than 2 hours until an event starts, it's still like, oh, I've got multiple hours. Once you drop below 2 hours, it's like, oh, I now have 1 point something. That's like just one, and then some more. But it's no longer multiple hours. It's now just 1 hour plus some extra time. Then obviously once you drop below the 1 hour mark, that's also noteworthy because, you know, less than 1 hour to go. It's countable reasonably in minutes now. But yeah. Oh no, I'm almost out of water. Shoot, I should have thought this through and pulled another bottle out when I was stopped. Because I've got a bottle of water in the back seat, but I can't actually get to it from the driver's seat. And I don't want to stop again. I will if I have to, if I get really thirsty, but in the meantime, we're opening cough drop number 3. There is a very real chance that I'm gonna lose my voice tomorrow. And I'm still thinking about what I'm gonna call this when I post it on YouTube. Because it's like, I don't know, I want to make it really clear what this is. Which is, me talking to you for 9 hours with no plan of what I'm gonna talk about. But I also want it to be have a really short and punchy title that really emphasizes the 9 hoursness of it all. You know, gotta have a title like 9 straight hours of aimless rambling or something, or like 9 hours of candid conversation, driving 600 miles with no entertainment. I don't know, because the road trip part is also part of it, because the fact that I'm on the road, I think really emphasizes that there's nothing else to entertain me. Like, I can't even look at my phone mid-recording or anything. Literally all I've got to do right now is talk while I'm driving. And yeah, there's things to see on the road, but like, I've made this drive before. None of it is super special to me. I've made this drive before, and I will probably make it again. So, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll ask ChatGPT. See what titles it comes up with for me. I'll have to remember to do that later. I'll probably remember when it comes time to actually post it and I realize that I don't have a title. Because I genuinely don't know if anyone's done this before. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's not like it's a complicated idea, but like, it's the doing it part. And I feel like I'm in a unique position to do this right now too, since I just took a road trip that was a lot longer than this one. And I kept myself entertained with audio on that trip the whole way. So it's like, I've already had so much time to consume audio content, and I'm gonna have so much more because I'm listening to stuff all the time. So I don't feel like this is a waste at all. It doesn't feel like, oh, I'm taking a road trip, which isn't a thing I do very often, and I'm gonna waste it on just talking. It's not like that at all. Because I've done so much driving. It's a little absurd. Okay, yeah. So this truck in front of me is getting passed by a school bus right now, which I think should be a sign that you're driving too slowly. So, yeah, I'm just trying to get behind the school bus. I think that's the way to go. Weird place for a school bus. I guess the population is so spread out that they need to drive on these highways to get kids back and forth. I don't know. I didn't realize until like just a few years ago that the yellow school bus is apparently a pretty distinctly American thing. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that that's the case. You know, on the internet, Europeans love to give crap to Americans for not knowing things that they know. And I remember seeing a post once about someone, I think they were from France, and they were talking about, like, why do Americans take flights inside their own country? It's so excessive. Just get in your car and drive. I can drive to another country in just a few hours. And everyone was giving them crap over it. And I saw one comment that was like, I'm so glad that everybody is giving this European the same kind of crap that Europeans give Americans all the time. It's reminding me of back when Twitter was still Twitter and it was also still good. There was a thing where somebody was complaining about tablespoons, and they're like, "How big is a tablespoon?" And people are like, "It's a tablespoon. It's a standardized unit of measurement." They're like, "But which spoons do I use? This is why you should measure by weight and not volume." It's like, what do you mean, which spoons? It's a standardized, it's a tablespoon. It was kind of funny. Let's see. I just looked out to my left at the water that I'm driving next to, and I randomly thought of the underwater section from a game I used to play called Cameo Elements of Power. And I feel like that's a game that came out during Rare's short-lived Second Wind, which I do feel like was a thing they had. Because Rareware, you know, they were a third-party developer for Nintendo for a long time. And then in the N64 era, they became like one of the most respected game studios. They made a ton of bangers. Perfect Dark, GoldenEye, the Banjo-Kazooie series, Donkey Kong 64, Donkey Kong Country on the SNES. Like, they were really good at making video games in like any genre. They just kept popping out bangers. Then they were sold to Microsoft for some reason, and at Microsoft, people say they made some of their worst stuff. But for a brief time there, in the mid to late 2000s, they made Viva Pinata, which is a fantastic little gardening game. And they made, in 2008, they made Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, which is a bad Banjo-Kazooie game, but I feel like it's actually a good game. Like, yeah, they shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have gotten everybody hyped up for Banjo-Kazooie only to release Nuts and Bolts. But if you can overlook the fact that it's not the Banjo-Kazooie game we all wanted, then it's actually a pretty fun game. And then in the middle there, I think it was 2007, maybe it was after, I don't know. Somewhere in there, they released Cameo Elements of Power, which was a action-adventure game where the main gimmick is that your main character can transform into all these different character monster thingies that have their own unique abilities, and the game is built around those abilities. And throughout the game, you unlock more of them that you can transform into. I've actually never completed it. Part of that is because I don't have an Xbox 360 that works at the moment. I have one, but the disk drive is busted, and I haven't ordered a new disk drive for it. And I got it super cheap since it needs repair. Which means that I'm perfectly comfortable trying to mod the hardware, even if it breaks it. But I haven't gotten around to that yet, because installing the mod that I want to put on it requires you to solder some stuff, and I don't own any soldering equipment, and haven't gotten around to getting any. Yeah, Cameo. It's pretty fun. And I remember one of the character monster thingies that you unlock, I don't feel bad about spoiling it, I guess, because no one's playing this right now. It's called Deep Blue, I think is his name, because that's creative. And Deep Blue is basically like a little blue octopus, and he has good underwater controls. He's easier to move around underwater than any of the other characters. And as a kid, I was just like always obsessed with anything underwater for some reason. I thought being underwater was just the coolest thing. So even though a lot of people dreaded underwater segments in games because they usually had difficult floaty controls because they're supposed to, I was always excited for them because I wanted to see stuff underwater. And this game had such a huge underwater environment to explore that, like, I loved that part. Yeah, I need to pick that game back up again. I know RPCS3, which is a PlayStation 3 emulator, can run on my MacBook, surprisingly. I haven't checked whether Xenia, the Xbox 360 emulator, can also run on it or not. Maybe not. And, well, they do also make Linux versions. So maybe. I don't know. I'll have to check. And if it can't, then I will either have to wait till I have a beefy desktop that can emulate it, or wait until I can repair and or mod my 360. I do have a physical copy of the game sitting around somewhere, probably at my parents' house. But yeah, the problem with that 360 I got, it's the slim model, not the ugly one that they released near the end of its life that looks like a like a dumber version of the Xbox One. I'm talking about the one that released alongside the Kinect. There was like the little kind of bow tie shaped model. It's that. And there's a problem with the disk drive where it gets jammed. I've taken it apart, I've taken the disk drive itself apart, and I was able to see what was wrong with the mechanism. I unstuck it, reassembled it, and then the mechanism worked once and then jammed itself again. So I can only conclude that there's something physically wrong with either the motor or the mechanism. And in either case, I will have to completely replace the disk drive. And I have not got a disk drive that I can put in it yet. But I should, because I grew up with the 360. We had all the consoles. We had a Wii, a 360, and a PS3. And even though I've always preferred PlayStation more, I feel like, with the exception of Little Big Planet, one of my favorite games of all time, with that exception, I feel like I ended up playing games on the 360 more than I did on the PS3. So I really should get it working, because a lot of these other retro consoles, they're cool because I like retro and vintage hardware, but they're not things that I actually grew up playing very much. But the 360, I did. And I think the line with retro is interesting because not everyone seems to agree on it. Like, to me, the GameCube is a retro console. But the last time I was talking to my sister about it, so I set the definition for retro as 2 generations ago. So you have current gen, last gen, and then you have everything before that is retro, and everything more than 4 generations ago, in my mind, is also vintage. So like, Xbox Series X. No, let's do PlayStation, that's easier. PS5 is current gen, PS4 is last gen, PS3, PS2, and PS1 are all retro, and PS1 could also be called vintage. That's how I define it. My sister disagreed, and her specific reason was because that would make the GameCube be defined as retro, and she said that didn't feel right, which is fair. We both grew up playing the GameCube, and the GameCube's certainly not modern, but you know, the difference between the GameCube and current gen feels smaller than the difference between, like, the SNES and the GameCube. I still define it as retro, though. I take a hard line on this, just because it's... I like having self-consistent definitions for things. I've never been a fan of the you'll know it when you see it kind of way of defining things. Of just saying, it's undefinable, but you'll know it when you see it. Well, that's not a definition. If anything, that's just saying that it is a subjective thing, and things can be subjective. And even if something is subjective, I think it should still have a clear definition. So like retro, for example. 2 generations you may not agree with, fine. I think we can all agree that retro means outdated, at least. Or that it means old in some way. I'm struggling to put it into words. Okay, well, let's try to put it into words. It's not like I'm going anywhere. Retro. Being sufficiently old as to be considered more part of the past than part of the present. How's that? Does that work? And because that's still subjective, but I feel like that definition is a good way to describe what attributes make somebody subjectively call something retro. I don't know. retro stuff. Eventually I might pick up a PS3 as well. But paradoxically, the PS3, despite having really weird hardware, seems to be easier to emulate than the Xbox 360. And it's kind of crazy that Xbox emulation is still so young. I remember when I was a kid, Dolphin was already a thing. RPCS3 was already a thing, but it was still pretty new. So that's GameCube and Wii emulation and PlayStation 3 emulation. There was a 3DS emulator while the 3DS was still being sold. There is a Switch emulator right now. There's two, actually. Suyu, previously Yuzu, and Ryujinx are the Switch emulators. And despite all of that, for the longest time, there was not any good emulator for the original Xbox. If you wanted to play original Xbox games, or games for any of the Xboxes for that matter, you had to have the actual hardware. And it's weird that it took so long for that to happen. Supposedly it's because most modern emulators are high-level emulation because that's generally more efficient. And what that means is, so with low-level emulation, you are actually basically simulating the real hardware that the console runs on. With high-level emulation, you are only simulating the behaviors of the parts of the console that the game will talk to. So let's say, for example, that a game wants to draw a triangle on the screen. Low-level emulation would actually simulate all of the hardware that does the process of drawing the triangle to the screen. High-level emulation would just write some code that when the game says to draw a triangle, it will draw a triangle. So you can maybe see why that's more efficient. And apparently, for whatever reason, high-level emulation with the Xbox was extremely hard to pull off. But because it was so much more efficient on every other platform, everyone was trying to do high-level emulation, and it wasn't working well. And then only when people started doing low-level did it start coming together. And now there's good Xbox emulators. Earlier when I talked about deconstructing and re-implementing that function from the Xbox source code, I don't even own an original Xbox. I was able to test it in XEMU, the Xbox emulator. So yeah. What was I saying? Was that what I was saying? I think that's the point I was trying to make. I'm very sorry if there was some other point I was making that I just never finished, but I don't think there was. I feel pretty confident that that's what I was trying to say. Okay. Emulation is cool. Actually, emulation is what got me interested in a whole bunch of tech-related stuff. The first emulator I ever used was GBA for iOS, which was a Game Boy Advanced emulator for the iPhone. And it's still... it's a solid piece of software. And I think it's since been replaced with Delta, a multi-platform or a multi-console emulator for iOS made by the same developer, Riley Test Hut. But yeah, through GBA for iOS, I got interested in trying to understand the process that made it possible to install. And then when that was patched, it got me interested in like jailbreaking. Jailbreaking somewhat is what got me interested in computer security. It was a whole chain of things that just started me down a rabbit hole. But yeah, the way that GBA for iOS worked, or the way that it was possible to install it, is through enterprise certificates. So on the iPhone, in order for You might remember earlier I explained code signing in basic terms when I was talking about Insane Aquarium. On the iPhone, everything that runs on the iPhone has to be signed by Apple in order to run. If it's not signed by Apple, it will not work, or at least it's not supposed to. And that's what makes the iPhone a closed platform, is that you don't have control over what is and isn't allowed to run on your phone. Apple has control about what apps are allowed to run on your phone. You may have heard that. That was my cough drops falling over. But anyway, if you're a big company and you have some special software for your employees to run, but you don't want to put that on the App Store because it's not meant for most people, you can get an enterprise certificate, which basically allows you to install an app from outside the App Store, but it's still signed by Apple. And these are meant for private use only, like for companies and things like that. And what GBA for iOS did is somehow it was signed with an enterprise certificate. Now, when this got out, Apple revoked that certificate, basically meaning it's not valid anymore. You can no longer use that certificate to install apps. But then people discovered what was called the date trick. And the date trick was where people found out that if you opened up the web page with the install button, and then you set your phone's date back to the 1970s, went back to the web page, then pressed install, it would install successfully even though the certificate was no longer valid. And the date trick worked for a long time. It worked in iOS 6, iOS 7, some versions of iOS 8, I think, and I think that one of the versions of iOS 8 is when it was patched. They finally fixed the date trick. After the date trick came the airplane mode trick, which was a similar thing, but the timing was harder. Airplane mode trick was patched real quick, and then there was no possible way after that to use revoked enterprise certificates. You had to have a valid certificate. And so sites like iEmulators were constantly having to hunt down more valid certificates, and it's a losing battle because you can't do that forever. Nowadays we have solutions like AltStore, which you can look up. I'm not going to explain it. Or you can pay for paid services that will sign your apps for you with enterprise certificates, but just the reason that those ones don't get revoked very often is because you have to pay, so Apple doesn't know which certificates are being used. So there's like, I'm actually not going to name any because I don't want to recommend any. I've never used them. I don't know if they're good. Although, actually, I will name MapleSign. I've heard good things about MapleSign. And I have just crossed over the state border into the state that I am intending to be in. So I've made it to the state, now I just need to make it to the city. But yeah, that's emulation. That's also a big part of why I switched to Android, actually. Was because I wanted to be able to run emulators on my phone. And over time, that grew into something more personally important, because I've already talked about the different philosophies of different operating systems. And that's important to me on a personal level now. Back then, it was mainly just that I wanted to be able to run emulators. And I remember specifically picking out the Galaxy S8 because at the time it released, it was the only smartphone powerful enough to emulate GameCube games at full speed. And that was crazy back then. Nowadays, that's not very weird. Basically, any smartphone can do that now. Because smartphones are just insanely powerful for how small they are. But back then, it was a huge deal that the S8 was the first phone to be able to emulate GameCube at full speed. And the battery life was terrible when you tried to do this, but it was good enough. I remember that in particular was important to me, not just because we grew up with a GameCube, but also because one of my favorite games of all time, not a top 10, but one of my favorites is SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom, which you may or may not have heard of depending on how into gaming and how into like the gaming culture on the internet you are. But it's a 3D platformer akin to like Mario 64 or Banjo-Kazooie, and it's actually really well designed. I have replayed it several times, and I actually just replayed it again last year. It's good. And it released on the PS2, the original Xbox, and the GameCube. So I was really excited to be able to play that game on my phone. Nowadays I still can. When I played through it last year, I played through it on my phone, but not in Dolphin. It's because the HD remake of the game got a port to Android, and it's actually it's a good, respectable port. They did it right. They did a good job with it. Now, the HD remake of Battle for Bikini Bottom, in my opinion, is not as good as the original in some ways. It's kind of a toss-up. So the graphics, they did a great job overhauling the graphics in the remake, and it really does look nice, and it feels like they captured the artistic intent of the original game. In most ways, some things are more questionable, but for the most part, it looks nice, and it looks like how the game should look, like how it's supposed to look. And the character animations are also a lot more expressive in the remake. The downsides are that it's weirdly unpolished in some ways, because they some animations are like, they feel weighty and floatless, whereas in the other game they felt really solid. So there's a perfect example of this actually really early in the game, which unfortunately I can't show you since this is audio only, but I'll describe it as best as I can. Early on in the game, you start the game in SpongeBob's pineapple, and you make your way into his library room, into his attic, I think it is, which is his library. And there's a button you push, and when you push the button, a bunch of cubes drop down from the ceiling. And when the cubes drop down, in the original game, they play this animation where they drop down one by one, and each one has a really satisfying sort of clack sound as it hits, and they form sort of like the corner of a pyramid. And then you're able to jump on them, climb up the pyramid to get some shiny objects, which is pretty much the in-game currency. In the remake, instead of having them all drop down one by one, what happens instead is, instead of the camera panning, there's a hard cut with black in between. So there's a black fade to a different camera angle, where you see all of the blocks as one object gently float into place with no sound, and then it does another black cut back to the player. So it's just not as satisfying, it feels weightless, it feels cheap. And there are several things like that in the remake, but it's still a worthwhile remake. I was perfectly happy to play through it on my phone instead of the original, because it's what was most accessible to me. Because even though phones can emulate the GameCube now, it still uses a lot of battery life. And yeah, running a 3D game also uses a lot of battery life, but not as much as emulating the GameCube. So, may as well just play the remake. Still perfectly respectable. But yeah, that's a good game. And it got a spiritual successor back in the day, developed by Heavy Iron, which was the studio that made the original. And it was based on the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. I was never as much of a fan of that one, but I do feel like it's a worthy spiritual successor. It just it's not as fun. Parts of it feel more like a slog than the original game, and the original game didn't really have anything that felt like a slog. It was all fun. And then nowadays, Battle for Bikini Bottom got another quote-unquote spiritual successor, developed by Purple Lamp, which was the studio that did the remake. And that one is called the Cosmic Shake. I tried the Cosmic Shake, and I feel like a lot of people liked it, apparently. A lot of people said that it was a worthy successor. I wasn't feeling it. It felt oddly disjointed to me, and I didn't really like the level design. I feel like there was too much combat in the level design and not enough platforming. Because call me crazy, but but when I play a platformer, I want lots of platforming in my platformer games. And I don't want a lot of simple, tedious combat and boss fights. Those things are good as like a supplement to the platforming gameplay. But a platformer should be a platformer. And unfortunately, nowadays it seems like a lot of game studios have this mentality that a platformer is not interesting enough on its own. There needs to be something more to it. And no, I really do just want a solid platformer. That's part of why I love the game Celeste so much, is because it's just a really solid platformer. It doesn't try to be anything that it's not. But yeah, the Cosmic Shake is okay. It doesn't remind me as much of Battle for Bikini Bottom. It reminds me more of a different SpongeBob game I played a little bit as a kid, because we would rent it from the library, called Creature from the Krusty Krab. And that one was like a sort of variety game. There were like action segments, racing segments, platforming segments. I don't feel like it's really a very good game. I've tried revisiting it and I don't enjoy it very much. But if you really like SpongeBob, it is a really charming game. It has a very unique style to it, like that I've never seen in any other game. And it goes through loads of different art styles. It has some really unique ideas in it. It has some really memorable environments. Like, even though I don't have fun revisiting that game, and so I don't revisit it anymore, I still think of it fondly when I remember playing it, because it was just a really unique game. And now that I'm remembering it, I'm realizing that for some reason, adjacent to that game in my memory is Toontown Online, which is another game I loved as a kid. And I actually feel like Toontown holds up, believe it or not. Because there's the official game is gone, but you can play on a number of private servers, including Toontown Rewritten, and it very sufficiently recaptures the original experience and even adds to it a little bit. The Toontown Rewritten team is great. They have a lot of care for the game, and are handling it very respectfully. Respecting the original intent behind the game while also managing to add some new content that doesn't ruin the identity of the game. But yeah, I played Toontown Online a ton as a kid. It was a game by Disney, an MMO. I just remember it fondly. And actually, a couple of years ago, me and a bunch of friends got really invested into it for a while. I have these two friends who have since married each other, who both like grindy games, and they're both sort of competitive. So they both like outpaced all of the rest of us in terms of progress through the game, and just like left us in the dust. They might have even finished it, I don't know. But we all fell out of playing the game. We don't play it anymore, but there was a good 4 or 5 months where we were all pretty into Toontown. It was pretty fun. The game is still fun. Even now, all these years later, even now as an adult, it was fun. Okay, I need to interrupt myself because I'm looking over. There's still this lake next to me, and there's ice sheets on top of it, but the ice sheets have a hard line where they stop. And it's weird because there's nothing that could possibly cast a shadow, and there's no reason that it should be that way. It just is. The ice just stops and then it's water. It's according to my car's thermometer, it's 55 degrees outside. So, you know, my car's not always super accurate, give or take 5 or so. But yeah, the ice should be melting, but there's just loads of it. It's actually really pretty to see it like this, because I've driven this way in the summer before where it's all water, And I've driven this way in the winter where it's all frozen over and it doesn't even look like a lake, it just looks like a white void. Seeing it right now, I can actually see the texture of the ice and some of the water. And it looks really pretty. A moment ago, the car I was driving behind finally pulled over. It's a 2-lane road right now. And I didn't even realize, I've gotten so into what I'm talking about that I didn't even notice I was driving really slowly behind them because they were driving really slowly. It's a truck towing a little trailer. And they pulled over, so I was able to get around them, and now I'm going at a more decent speed. I don't know why so many people have trailers here, though. I don't know where you would camp around here. Because it doesn't feel like anywhere that there's a spot to pitch a tent or park a trailer. At least not where you could park it and have it be level in any way. It would be super crooked. I see a lone house off in the distance, which is interesting. I have no clue how people get up to that house. I don't see any roads leading there. But now there's a house high on a hill I'm driving past. It's the only one in the area. That sign says, "Watch for rock. I will look out for a rock band performing music." Also, whoa. So there's power lines next to the road, and one of them was like one of them was on a pole that has like the 2 poles that meet at the top, as opposed to the singular pole. And there was a massive bird's nest in there. I don't know if hawks or eagles build nests, but I would not be surprised if it was one of those larger birds of prey. Birds of Prey was a DC movie, wasn't it? Like about Harley Quinn or whatever? I never saw it. I haven't seen much DC. I watched Marvel for a while, and like, I got into it just like everyone else. I was excited for Endgame and all that. After Endgame, my interest dropped off so hard. I finished through the new Spider-Man movies because I actually cared about those. I thought they were good. And after that, I haven't willingly seen a Marvel movie since. I've seen some, just not willingly. You can only... All the Marvel movies are kind of the same. And if you look for the ways that they're the same, you start to notice how they're all the same. And you can get away with that for a while because it's fun. They're trying out different ideas. It's just fun. But they've done it too much. They're still all the same. But now it's transparently obvious to the point where every one of their movies has become predictable. And I also feel like the quality of the writing has gone down. Like, they're trying too hard to achieve a formula. The earlier movies were part of what makes them great, I think, is that they were actually unique. At least Marvel was unique in its time. You know what I mean. The Marvel movies were unique for their time when they were, or early Marvel. You know what I mean. I'm not gonna keep tripping over my words. But now they're so obsessed with trying to stick to the same formula that's been working for them that it just feels formulaic, and that makes it boring, which makes it not good. You can't use the same formula forever when people are watching specifically because they want it to be interesting. Because if it's the same, it's not interesting anymore. And they're trying to balance comedy and action too much, and they're leaning too heavily into comedy, and it's never funny. None of it is ever funny. I've given up on Marvel. I just don't care about it anymore. I can't be bothered to care. I did watch the new Spider-Verse. I've watched both Spider-Verse movies, and I'm super excited for the next one. Those are fantastic. But I'm talking about like the main MCU Marvel movies. I've given up. I could not care less about them anymore. The new ones anyway. And DC is interesting to me because DC has like over time, at different times, remembered and forgotten how to make a good movie. Because I think almost anyone can agree the Dark Knight trilogy is fantastic, and I love it. The Dark Knight, which is the second one in the trilogy, I looked this up the other day because I was having this conversation with a friend of mine. It goes Batman Begins, then The Dark Knight, then The Dark Knight Rises. The Dark Knight, the second one, that's the one with Heath Ledger as the Joker. Easily my favorite DC movie of all time, and one of my favorite movies of all time. It's just fantastic. And then they made some lame movies for a while that I don't even remember. And then they made Wonder Woman. And I feel like Wonder Woman wasn't actually very good. But everybody had become so used to seeing lame movies from DC that when they released a movie that could even manage like a 5.5 or 6 out of 10, everyone was like, whoa, this is amazing, just because it exceeded their expectations. And so with Wonder Woman, DC got some undeserved confidence that like, hey, yeah, we know how to make a movie. They went on with their whole Justice League, and I didn't see any of them. No one talked about any of them. They weren't good. I saw the last Justice League I saw, and it wasn't good. That's the one with Ben Affleck as Batman. And then I think they made one called The Batman or something that I haven't seen. And I've heard that Batman vs. Superman was really lame and disappointing. Oh, I saw Man of Steel. Man of Steel was kind of boring. Megamind was good though. That's not a DC movie. It's just a good movie. But it was good. I'm sure you have all already heard about the Megamind sequel and the series that comes with it. I haven't watched it. I'm not going to watch it. But I did watch Schaeferla's Productions like hour and 30-minute video about it. And I definitely got more entertainment out of that than I possibly could have out of the movie or the show. So don't check out the new Megamind media, but check out Schaeferla's Productions video about it. It's a good summary. I think we all knew as soon as the trailer dropped that it was going to suck. But he does a good job of breaking down exactly in what way it sucks. Like, it sucks that so many big studios are just desperately trying to cash in on all of their old properties, and it just keeps getting worse. It's like every single year they're quote-unquote reviving so many dead properties, but they're never going to be the same, because the thing that makes a property special is not the literal concept and intellectual property. It's the team behind it that makes it special. That's why you can have game studios, for example, where all of their games, even though they're from completely different franchises, have similar vibes, and people are excited just when the studio announces a new game. You can't just bring back intellectual property and expect it to recapture the same spirit and energy as the original when you don't have the original creative team behind it. Or even if you do have the original team, but they're not passionate about it, they're just there to get paid. Passionate people are what make good media. Oh, earlier, like way earlier, I was talking about how oh gosh, I am losing my train of thought. It is getting, I feel like the longer I do this, the harder it is to string together words coherently. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so earlier I was talking about... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna interrupt myself. There's a your speed sign here, that one of those ones that has a radar on it and tells me how fast I'm going. There is not a speed limit sign to go with it. And my phone is also not telling me the speed limit. So I'm driving through a little town. I'm going to assume that the speed limit is 35 and drive that, because I don't want to get pulled over here. But that's just dumb. Okay, I see a speed limit 55 sign. Way earlier I was talking about how a lot of times when I watch a biopic or a movie about a historical event or anything, I completely expect the movie to not be 100% accurate, and I enjoy it anyway, but it makes me want to learn more about the true history of that thing. The Imitation Game is possibly my favorite movie of all time. It is just so good, and it is what got me interested in computer security. It got me interested in cryptography first, obviously, because cryptography is sort of the subject matter of the movie. And then from there, I got interested in computer security. That movie has been so influential to me. I've studied a lot about Alan Turing, and I guess I should give some context to it. If you haven't seen it, The Imitation Game is a movie about Alan Turing and Bletchley Park. And Alan Turing was a person. Bletchley Park was Britain's code-breaking operation in World War II. The Germans were using a code machine to encipher and decipher secret messages that they could send over the radio. And the machine was called the Enigma machine. And the job of Bletchley Park and of Alan Turing was to break the Enigma code so that the Allied powers could intercept Nazi communication, secret Nazi communications, and know what they were going to do. And some people say that the breaking of the Enigma code made the war several years shorter because of how important it was, and what possibly could have even been a deciding factor in winning the war. But the movie is about that. And I went off, researched a lot about Alan Turing, about Bletchley Park, about how the Enigma machine worked. I just got so interested in all of it. I think twice in high school I wrote, in English classes, I wrote essays about Bletchley Park. Maybe it was only once. It was definitely at least once. I want to say it was twice. It was so inspirational to me. And the movie, even though it's not entirely historically accurate, I feel like it sufficiently captures the spirit of the story and hits all the important beats correctly. And I said the movie hits all the important... Yeah, and the core... It's not a made-up story. It's not like these events happened for the purpose of having a moral message behind it. But if you had to take away a message from the story of Alan Turing and Bletchley Park, the message would be... smart thinking can change the world. Brilliant people coming together for a common goal can change the world and accomplish great things, I think would be the message of the story, so to speak. And the movie captures that perfectly. It's always been inspirational to me. It is an incredible movie. And yet, for some reason, I would easily call it my favorite movie ever. For some reason, it never comes to mind when people ask me what my favorite movie is. I always think of The Truman Show, which is another movie I do really like. But I know that The Truman Show isn't my #1 favorite, But I always think of The Truman Show and then get frustrated because I know there's some other movie that I like more that I just can't think of. And it's The Imitation Game. Yeah, Bletchley Park was important not just for its code breaking, but also because the machine Alan Turing built to break the Enigma machine is sometimes considered the first ever computer. And Alan Turing is widely considered to be the father of modern computing, or classical computing, I suppose. He's the guy who first set forth all of these theories and equations and everything about thinking machines, as he called them, machines that could think and process information. If not for him, we probably wouldn't have computers as we know them today. Bletchley Park was important for that. And it also brought forth the field of cryptography hugely, because prior to World War II, cryptographers, people who study secret codes and things, cryptographers were not mathematicians like they are now, and like they were at Bletchley Park. Before Bletchley Park, cryptographers were linguists. They were people who studied language. Which makes intuitive sense because codes are all about hiding language, hiding information, which is usually in the form of language. But when you think about it more, it really does make sense that cryptographers should be mathematicians, not necessarily linguists. Because cryptography isn't about the contents of the language. It's about what algorithms can we apply to these data that will shuffle them, scramble them. Scramble is a word that's often used in non-technical contexts. How can we systematically, algorithmically scramble these data so that only somebody who knows a certain secret will be able to get the original data back out of it? Because that's the way that codes work now. That's the way encryption works now, is you have a key. Because if anybody who knew the secret could decrypt anything that was encrypted with a certain algorithm, then that would be a bad algorithm. Because the information about how it works is going to be known by a lot of different people. So instead, the algorithm is made public. Everybody can see how the algorithm works, but you have a key. And the key is basically a little piece of data that allows you to it can do one or both of these things. It allows you to encrypt information and decrypt information. You feed your data and the key into the algorithm and it spits out some nonsense looking stuff. And the only way that anybody can get the original message back out of the nonsense is by putting the nonsense and the key into a special algorithm. And it will reverse the original algorithm. It's pretty cool stuff. I don't know a lot about cryptography, but I'm learning. It's really cool. I would love to go into security research. I like reading write-ups on how security exploits work. Basically on like things that allow you to break into a computer system or something like that. People will do write-ups, so they will write down all of the steps that they did to make it possible, how they were able to crack the system. And I like reading those. And I would love to be able to be the kind of person who discovers exploits like that. It is just endlessly fascinating and cool to me. Another cough drop. Another cough drop. 47 minutes away from school. Oh. I didn't know if I would make it this far. I genuinely thought that I might give up. I really thought that I might get sick of talking, that it was just going to drive me crazy, and that I would say, well, that's enough. I've done 4 hours, 6 hours, whatever. I'm just gonna stop recording and listen to some music, or listen to something else. Quentin reviews, probably. But no, I've made it this far. Definitely gonna make it to the end, and I'm so ready to be done. The thing that has surprised me most about this is that it's been tiring. Like I said, the longer I do this for, the harder it becomes to string words together in any sort of coherent and meaningful and interesting way. And the harder it becomes to maintain my train of thought for a good period of time. Like these long spaces that I'm putting in between my sentences. Sometimes I pause for 3 seconds to catch my breath, and I almost forget what I'm talking about. And also, talking for this long continuously without stopping necessarily also means thinking this long continually without stopping. I've been thinking non-stop. I have not given my mind a moment to relax in all of this, because I need to keep talking. I need to keep coming up with subjects to discuss. I need to keep elaborating upon them. And it's really mentally exhausting. And when I get to my apartment at school, the first thing I want to do is just collapse for a bit. Because I am mentally exhausted. Physically, I'm fine. But I'm possibly more mentally exhausted than I think I've ever been. And near the end of this, I'm going to offer some thoughts on what I thought of the whole experience, but that's kind of where I am so far. Or up to this point. I guess so far is a weird word to use because I'm almost done. But I need to keep talking for another 45 minutes. Probably around the 15-minute mark, I'll start wrapping things up. I'll offer my thoughts. But for now, that's where I'm at. Oh, I'm just thinking about Adventure Time again, randomly. Oh gosh. My mom just sent me a text saying, "Look what we found." I don't know what she found, but I'm assuming that I left something of mine at their house. Oh, nope. She just sent me the picture. By the way, don't text and drive. I'm not texting and driving. I just saw the notification. I can't say what it is, actually, because that would give away geographical information. But they found a certain location that we've talked about. And they sent me a picture of it. They did not find any possessions of mine, which is good, because I believe I've packed everything. But yeah, Adventure Time, just because it's something to talk about, I guess. Part of what's so unique about that show is its world building. For the first couple of seasons, it really feels like it's a nonsense show. But it has this way of setting things up that you don't even realize are important. And then later on, they become extremely important, and you go, oh my gosh, I know what that is. And the show has really strong continuity, which is unusual for a show that has not only run for so long, but because it ran for 10 seasons. Not only runs so long, but also is so episodic at a lot of times. Some of the best episodes have been ones with themes of war tension and political intrigue. There's an entire plot that's seasons in the making about a totalitarian society that gets founded, built up, corrupted, and overthrown. And it goes on for multiple seasons, and it's amazing. and you don't even expect it because the character it revolves around is so unlikable at first. But as it goes on, he becomes so interesting. Seriously, watch Adventure Time. It's good. And it's just long. And there's still media coming out for it. Like, I've still got... Oh. Excuse me. Was that the first time I've sneezed in this whole thing? I don't know if I've sneezed on this recording yet. But yeah, it's nice because there's so much of it. I still have most of Season 9 to get through, and then I have all of Season 10. Then after Season 10, there's a whole other series called Distant Lands that I have to get through. Then after Distant Lands, there's another spin-off series called Fiona and Cake for me to get through. And apparently the creator of Adventure Time, Pendleton Ward, streams sometimes, which I didn't realize. I've never caught his streams. I didn't even know until recently. Because I was watching some VTuber. I was bored. Snuffy, I think it was. Who mentioned that they said something like, yeah, my comfort streamer is Pendleton Ward, who not a lot of people know streams. And I was like, wait, I didn't know that he streams. Apparently he does. I'm gonna have to find his handle, find out where he streams, and then start watching him. Maybe it'll be good. I don't know. Liking something that somebody creates doesn't always mean that that person is going to be interesting. So, like, I talked about Distractable earlier. Distractable is probably my favorite podcast. I try my best to keep up with it, and I also have years and years of episodes to catch up on that I'm slowly working my way through backwards in chunks. But I tried watching Wade's Twitch stream, and I don't know, it was fine. I left it on, it was something to listen to, but it doesn't have the same energy as the podcast at all. Which I guess I shouldn't have expected it to. It's a completely different thing, but still. And when I watch streams, I usually try to go for smaller streams anyway. To me, like, 30 to 200 people watching is about the sweet spot. Because the chat experience on streams is such a big part of it. At least for me it is. I like the chatting part. And the whole... I like that it's somewhat interactive, that you can talk to the streamer a little bit and talk to other people. Just hang out. Feels like you're part of something. When you watch streams with viewers in the thousands or tens of thousands, chat moves so quick. Everybody is just throwing out anything they can in the hopes of getting noticed, and there's... I don't feel like I'm a part of something in those kinds of streams. And it's hard because the streamers that I watch who are small, I really do want to see them succeed and get bigger because I like them. And I want them to succeed. I'm rooting for them. But at the same time, if they get too big, it starts to lose some of that sense of community. And there's nothing that they can do about that. That's just how it is. It's a lot harder. I've never been a big content creator or anything, but I would imagine that it's harder to connect intimately with your audience when it's bigger. When there's only a few people watching, it's easy to keep heads on it, keep track of everybody. When it gets too big, you can't anymore. I've never wanted to be a big content creator or anything. I just make what I think will be interesting and what I think I'll enjoy making. And I feel like that's the way it should be. And I'm not going after views or anything like that. Do I hope that the stuff I work on gets views? Sure, it would be nice to know that people care about what I'm making. But I don't need it. I make stuff for me. And a lot of the stuff I make for me, I don't even publish because I like writing, but I'm not good at writing fiction. I write essays. So I have probably, over the past 18 months, I've probably written somewhere around 24 essays that I have not published, that I've maybe sent to a couple of close friends. And I mostly write them for myself because I enjoy writing them, and I feel like I clarify my thoughts a lot by writing them. I've written essays on topics like copyright, on topics like specific video games. I wrote several pages about what I think of my MacBook, which I talked about earlier. And a lot of what I said was kind of lifted from that. Not lifted from that, because it's my ideas either way, but a lot of what I said is the same stuff I said in the thing that I wrote. And when I say essays, I just mean explorative nonfiction, I suppose, getting my thoughts on paper. And sometimes these are in the format of actual essays, with sections and headers and citations and everything, like my copyright one. I feel like that's the best one I've ever done. And sometimes they're just casual sprints, writing my thoughts down. And there's everything in between. They vary in formality. But I write those for me. I have no real intention of publishing them, although I might someday. But I like writing them, like I said, because it's fun and it clarifies my thoughts. And what I mean by that last thing is, perfect example of this is when the Apple Vision Pro was announced. I had very mixed feelings on it, and I wasn't really sure what I thought. And whenever a discussion would come up about it, I would flounder a little bit because I wasn't sure what I wanted to say. So I wrote a few pages about it, about my thoughts on it. This was before it released, just the announcement. Wrote a few pages about my thoughts. And then after I wrote those down, whenever a conversation about it would come up, I knew exactly what I wanted to talk about. Because I had figured out specifically in words what I thought about the topic. And that helped me to know what I thought, to clarify my own thoughts. And I think clarifying your thoughts is a concept that is not often discussed, but that is very important to me, at least. And it's different from just seeking to understand something or figuring something out. Because when I write things like this, my thoughts are mine. I'm just writing what I think. When I say clarifying my thoughts, I don't mean gaining new thoughts necessarily. What I mean is taking the messy, muddy jumble of ideas and opinions and internal references, so to speak, in your mind. Taking that messy mess of thought that is so hard to unravel into anything meaningful and useful, and turning it into something discrete and sectioned and digestible. Because I already had an idea of what I thought about the Vision Pro when it was announced. But it wasn't until I wrote it all down that I knew specifically what it was that I was thinking. And it was like I'm making discoveries about myself as I write it. I'm discovering, oh, this is what I think. Oh, this is why I think that. And it's interesting because you don't usually think of it as being possible to know or think something without knowing that you know or think it, but it totally is. And at least for me, writing goes so far to help me clarify my thoughts in that way. I don't really journal. I journal occasionally, mostly as a way to work through stress. And I've considered journaling more because I do like the idea of having a record of things. But it's just, I don't enjoy it as much. But I feel like when I do journal, like I said, it's a way for me to work through stress, and it's for the exact same reason. Instead of writing about a topic, I'll write about what's going on. And the process of writing about it allows me to unravel this pulsating ball of stress and anxiety in my brain into an understanding of the situation. And writing really helps me to do that. Maybe for other people it doesn't, I don't know. But writing is really my main outlet. I feel like there's something very cathartic to me about putting things into words. For some people it may be music or some form of visual art, drawing or painting or something. I don't know, because that's not my outlets. I make music, I enjoy doing it. It doesn't feel like an emotional outlet for me. It's just a fun thing that I do. Let's see. Oh yeah, writing. I first actually got into writing because of Quora. When I was younger, I became super active on the site and actually gained a somewhat decent following. I have things that I've written on Quora that have tens of millions of views on them. I had Forbes publish one of my Quora answers on their website, and I got a top writer award in 2018. Despite the fact that I hadn't used the site very much for a while by the time I got that. But yeah, Quora is what built up my confidence in writing. Because when I would write answers to questions, I would never half do it. It's not like I would put all of my energy into writing an answer, but I never was lazy with it. I always put forth the amount of effort that I felt was required to give a good answer to the question. And I feel like that's what Quora used to be, and I miss it. Quora used to be this surprisingly intellectual community where people would ask questions about topics they didn't necessarily know about, not because they needed an answer, but because they wanted an answer. And then people who knew about those topics would come and give well-researched and coherently formed answers to those questions. It was just this great site where everybody was exchanging knowledge all the time. And I really, truly felt like I was a part of it, like I was a part of the community. And I feel like Quora has fallen. They have not tried to foster that same atmosphere of intellectual exchange. And it's just become Yahoo Answers 2.0, where people ask questions like, how can I get free Robux? Just stupid questions that they could have looked up online, or that they just need an answer to. They're not after any sort of intellectual exchange or stimulation. They just need a question answered. And there's room for that, I think, but it's a shame that that kind of interaction has come to define Quora now, whereas the spirit of intellectual exchange is what it used to be more about from my perspective. And I miss that. Quora has actually implemented an AI feature where it will try to use an AI to answer questions on the site that people ask. And I feel like that represents the most fundamental the most fundamental misunderstanding about what made Quora special and got it popular in the first place. Because if I wanted an answer from an AI, I would ask an AI. But I don't. I want to learn from other people and teach people who are interested in learning from me. That's what it was all about, and I feel like that's gone. And there's not really anywhere left on the internet with that same spirit anymore. Yeah, there's forums, but forums are just not like that. Forums are so topical. There's Discord servers, but Discord servers are either too topical, or if they're not topical at all, then they're by definition pretty broad, like endlessly broad. And I feel like a question and answer format is just such a good format for intellectual exchange. A forum or a social media platform with comments or a chat thread, those are just not as good of formats to accomplish the same kind of thing that Quora used to uniquely do, but no longer feels like it does anymore. And I miss it. I started a blog years ago with the idea of I like writing, and sometimes I want to write about things no one is asking about. I'll start a blog for that reason. But I never really post on it, and I ought to make a new one because I hate the name of the old one, which I'm not going to share here. And I don't even know if I would keep blogging. Like, maybe I could start by publishing my backlog of essays. I don't know. I don't know if anyone would be interested in them. I don't know how much room there is on the internet for, well, frankly, for writing in any capacity. Yes, some people might be interested, but, like, if you really want an audience, you don't write. You make a video. You probably heard that. That was a much bigger bump than I thought it would be. But yeah, it's sad because I've had things that I've wanted to talk about before that I can easily write down my thoughts on. I can get my thoughts written down really quickly and in a way that I feel is coherent. And from what other people tell me, I think that I'm pretty good at writing intricately and coherently. But some of these topics are things that I actually want to reach people on. They're not just things where I'm only writing to clarify my own thoughts. I actually want other people to see what I think because I think that they could benefit from it. And as I was saying, if you want an audience, you don't publish an essay, you don't write a blog post, you make a video. That's how you reach people. And I can make videos, but they take so much more time than writing. Like, a little while ago, the details of the lawsuit from the FTC against Apple came out. And I read the entire filing. I wrote down my thoughts on it. I wrote down a script for it. I was going to make it into a video because I knew that was my best shot at actually reaching people, because I felt like I could have important things to say about the contents of the filing. And I never finished the video because it takes so much effort to make a video. Writing my thoughts down and getting them clarified was the easy part. Making the video and making it presentable and interesting takes so much more work, and I can do it, but it's hard to stay focused when it's something that I'm just doing because I want to. I've got a lot of video ideas that I haven't followed through on. A lot of half-done things. I want to do a video explaining how binary works, because I feel like it's not a hard concept, but people don't usually explain it well. I want to do a video explaining a misconception about the sunset. And that misconception is basically that it's that the sun is about 7 or 8 light minutes away from the Earth, and therefore when you see the sun set, it actually already set 7 or 8 minutes ago. That is not true. And I wanted to make a video explaining why, because despite my best efforts, because I was having a conversation online with someone about this, it is shockingly difficult to explain why that is not true in words without any sort of visual reference. So I was going to make a video about that. I didn't finish it. And then I never finished my video about the FTC antitrust lawsuit against Apple. And by now, I don't know if I will, because it's like, that's no longer headline news. I don't know if people would care anymore. I'm thinking about what's on my channel in general, and most of it is like low effort content. And even this, even though there's loads of content here, you could argue that this is also low effort content, because all I had to do was turn on the microphone and start recording and just talk. It's a different type of effort, I suppose, actually. Because yeah, this is taking effort. This is hard. I would never do this again. But it's easy to do because I can just keep going. There's a flow to it. Making a video, it feels like I'm going uphill. It's an uphill battle to make a video, because I know how to do it. I have edited plenty of videos together before. I know how to use the software. I can even do a little bit of animation. But it's just so much work that I have to take time out of my day to do. I don't know if I'm going to get around to doing more of it. Like I mentioned earlier, my theme this year is the year of the rebase. I want to really reevaluate my priorities, and I don't know if making high quality content for YouTube is actually something that I care about doing or not. I always knew I wasn't trying to get an audience. I don't want to be like a professional YouTuber or anything like that. I was just making stuff because I want to make it, because I enjoy it, because I think it's cool. But I don't even know if I want to do much of that anymore. Maybe all I really want to do is make the low effort little sort of dinky things that I've already made and post those. I don't know. Maybe I really do want to do high quality content, and I just need to find the motivation to stick with it to the end. I don't know. Well, it says there's 17 minutes left until I arrive, which I think that marks almost exactly the 9 hours, if I remember correctly. I think it told me there were 9 hours and 17 minutes when I first started this. So I'm gonna go ahead and offer start offering my thoughts on what this whole experience has showed me. Thinking is tiring. I was just talking about this like 40 minutes ago or something like that. Thinking is really tiring. And I've never done this much thinking without a break until now. And not only thinking, but having to convert those thoughts into words. This is the most time I have ever spent continuously doing that. I've literally never spent this much time continuously talking in my entire life before now. Let alone trying to talk about things that I think are interesting and convey things in a way that you might think are interesting. And it is tiring, and I really am just so ready to be done doing this. Like, my brain needs a break. It is a feeling that I've never felt before, and is really hard to describe. Because yeah, I've felt like focus fatigue before, where I need a break from something because I'm losing focus. This is different from that. This is like... See, my mind just went blank. It's getting harder to do. It's like my brain is getting sore. I genuinely wonder if I've burned more calories doing this than I would have listening to something. Because the brain does use energy, and doing mental tasks does use different amount of energy. I do wonder if that makes a difference. in like the amount of energy that I've used up in just doing this. And I'll probably go look up later whether thinking expends calories or not. I don't know if it does. I wouldn't be surprised either way, if it does or if it doesn't. The other thing I've learned is that I have a lot going on in my head. I didn't think I would be able to fill 9 hours. I thought I might resort to like something weird, like trying to make up a story or something. But the entire time, with the exception of the pauses of a few minutes to try to come up with a new topic, the entire time all I've been doing is sort of chatting out loud about things that I find interesting. And the fact that I was able to do that for this amount of time and not run out of things, and there are still things that I could probably think of if I really tried that I didn't even touch on. It's interesting to know that there's that much in my head, and there's probably that much in everybody's head. Like, who knew that I could possibly have so much to discuss? And it's interesting because it's like romping around in my mind without any sort of goal. That's something I do every once in a while, but only for a couple minutes at a time. Most of the time, if I put my mind to it, or if I put my mind to something, it's something specific. I'm having a conversation about a specific topic, or I'm studying something, or I'm listening to a lecture or whatever. But no, this was literally just exploring my mind and seeing what I could come up with, figuring out what's there, and trying to relay it in an interesting way. And I didn't realize that that's what this would be, because I thought of this as talking for 9 hours when I set out to do this. I thought of it as, let's see what I say. I really did think that I would have to resort to like storytelling or something, making up a story. But no, instead I've spent this entire time just thinking about things and thinking about them out loud. And a lot of them are not even things that are new to me, but in the same way that writing things down helps me clarify my thoughts, I'm surprised by how much saying these things out loud has clarified my thoughts. You've learned what I think about some things, and I have also learned what I think about some things. I already had the opinions that I've expressed, but I didn't necessarily know that I had them or knew all of the nuances to them that I may have expressed. Did I enjoy this? Yes, I think I did. I think this was an enjoyable experience for me. It was something new. It was a way for me to push myself, but not push myself too far. It was a way for me, like I said, to clarify my thoughts on some things, which I wasn't expecting. It was a way for me to learn more about myself, and a way for me to just see what would happen if I tried to do this. Yeah, I think I did enjoy this. Now, did I enjoy it as much as I would have enjoyed listening to Distractable or listening to Quentin Reviews keep talking about Victorious? No, probably not. I think I would have had a lot more fun with those things. Actually, I don't think I had any fun with this. I enjoyed it, but enjoying something is not the same as having fun with it. It's like going on it's like going on a tough camp out or a tough hike. No, that's a bad example. You can have fun with those things. I'm trying to think of how to put it. It's like I feel enlightened by this experience in a way, and I feel like I've been very stimulated by it, and in that sense that I enjoyed it. But I did not enjoy it in the sense that it was entertaining to me. in exactly the same way that school is not entertaining to me, even if I enjoy the class. It was interesting and it was stimulating, but it wasn't entertaining, it wasn't fun, but it was enjoyable. If I had listened to something instead of talking this whole time, I would have had fun, but I wouldn't have been stimulated in the same ways that I have been as a result of this experience. And I already answered this earlier, but I think it bears bringing up again, because I might have changed my mind on it. Will I do this again? Probably not, or at least not in the same way. If this is well received, if people find that this is actually interesting, then frankly that'll be very validating to me, and it will make me more interested in doing this again. Like I say that I'm not after views, and I'm not after views, but I'd be lying if I said that getting more views on this video wouldn't make it more likely for me to repeat this. If this got super popular, if it blew up, I would be much more likely to want to do it again. If I do this again, I will probably come prepared with a list of things to talk about, just like an impossibly long list of maybe conversation starters or something like that. I never want to spend this amount of time ever again trying to force myself to come up with things to talk about. That's a lot of what made this so exhausting, was the coming up with topics. But just talking for this long, continuously with nothing else going on, just thinking about things, yeah, I might be willing to do that again. Again, like I said, not in the same way. I would come with topics ready to go, and I would only go until I ran out of things. I don't want to force myself to come up with topics again for 9 hours like this. But yeah, I think I would do something like this again, actually, especially if people like this one. Especially if it turns out that I've brought forward something unique, something that people find enjoyable. I think it would be worth doing this again so that I could bring more of that. Now, if this is not well received, then I probably will never do anything like this ever again, if I'm being completely honest. But I think I'd be willing if I felt like there was a reason to. And like I said, getting views on this would be very validating to me. It would make me feel more like there is a reason for me to do it. But yeah, I'm almost to my apartment now. It says I'm about 5 minutes away. And surprisingly, I'm finding myself a little bit sad that it's over. Like, I kept saying that I was so ready to be done doing this, and I am. I'm very ready to be done recording this whole thing. But I'm also a little sad. I feel exhausted, and yet at the same time, I somehow feel like I could just do this forever. It's nice in a way. And when it's over, it's gonna feel really quiet and empty. Like when you go to a party and you have the time of your life, and then you go home afterward and it's so quiet and everything just feels quiet and empty and calm, but not necessarily peaceful, just calm. Like you miss what was going on. Even though you had to stop because you were getting tired, you still miss it. And that does have me questioning if I'm going to do this again. My tune may change. The longer I spend away from this experience, the more I might look back on it fondly and want to do it again. I don't know. So I guess everything that I've just said might not even be true. Maybe I will want to do this again. It's nice. It feels like I've just been chatting. And I do feel a tiny bit of pressure to keep coming up with things to say. Because, you know, the whole point of this is that hopefully somebody will listen to it. But for the most part, I feel like this is all just pretty calm. Or it has been. This whole experience has just been calm. And the longer I did it, the more it felt like I was doing it for me instead of for the microphone. When I first started, it was like, let's keep people entertained. Let's think about how this is going to sound as content. Let's make something interesting. Let's make 9 hours of good dialogue. But by now, my mindset is more just, well, the time's not up yet. I may as well keep talking. I'm just thinking. I'm just in my own head, and I'm just allowing what's going on in my head to come out of my mouth. And I'm gonna be a little sad when I'm done doing that. But I also really need to stop. Well, I'm pulling up to my apartment right now. I can see the complex. It's right next to me. I'm about to turn into it. Thank you very much for joining me, if you made it this far. It's been a pleasure. I really didn't think anybody would listen to this. I didn't think anybody had any interest in just hearing some guy talk about everything and nothing for like half a day. But here we are. Thank you.